running away from the mix.
Oh man, that grass knot shot out by the Comfey, not going to be grabbing anybody right now. Mew, the only Pokemon that's kind of unhit. They are going to use their Unite move. As Groudon's down to about half HP. Watch out for Accelerates, Wicked Blow, Urshifu. They are right next to the Groudon. Unite mobilization. That is so much commitment from Fulcrum, and they will pick up the Groudon and all 5 members of Extinction. Fulcrum have so much to work with. Groudon buffs and not a single defender happy and healthy up in this fight for Extinction.
Not only has Gravy on the Zacian done it once on the Rayquaza, they have now done it twice onto that Groudon, allowing Fulcrum to once again take that point lead, that point advantage. 30 seconds left to go. 205 to 536. I mean, it's not impossible for Extinction to catch on up, but time isn't exactly on their side.
Yeah, they're going to make one final push here, but that's exactly right. There's very little left on their side at this point. Kello, the clock is not included. They are going to try to push towards this tier number 1. If they could take a Groudon buff, maybe this one could turn around, but that Urshifu is going to be first and foremost in the line of Fulcrum's defense. They will fall with a backup for the Zacian. We'll make sure that Extinction doesn't even see that tier number 1. They hold the line. Fulcrum 2-0 over Extinction.
Fulcrum going in, start of the day, being able to go and take down Deep Cross Gaming, but now they have gone and defeated Extinction from North America as well. This is why we don't underestimate teams like this that we don't know much information on.
Creo que es en Estados Unidos, no sé dónde es.
Really exciting to see.
Oh yeah, I love it. I mean, I love an upset win on the main stage, but
Recién empezó hoy día.
We can be calling it exactly that. Fulcrum will be 2-0 in the group stage now in a group of 4 teams, right? So this does set them up very likely to be one of the 2 teams making it out of the group stage. Just going to set up some really exciting matches for the rest of this Group C later on in the day. Specifically, I can't wait to see Extinction
Perdió,
versus
carajo.
Deep Cross Gaming.
Puta madre.
That could be a qualifying game later on.
Qué feo.
Either way,
Puta madre.
Fulcrum enjoy after a great start to
Extinction, Fulcrum.
NAIC 2026.
Ah, de Estados Unidos.
Wins over 2 extremely high-profile teams.
Yeah, definitely some incredible plays. I feel like they're definitely those late gamers, right? Yes, they don't exactly prioritize getting in as much points earlier on. They did end up having some losses in terms of these team fights, but really it just comes down to this final stretch. The way they're able to come together, utilize this Hooper to try and get that maneuverability, but then just hone on in onto Extinction, land themselves those KOs, and then get that Groudon.
Yeah, I'm trying to take a look at kind of what's going on in these final moments. Ooh, big stun from the Blastoise on the Mew. Slows things down. I think the Zorak was able to jump in, but yeah, Mew's attack not really being able to pop up. That was their one chance to maybe out-secure.
Son 2 rounds.
So many factors set up there in Fulcrum's favor. I mean, you have Urshifu set up to go. Unite move from Gravy, who is going to be our back-to-back MVP. I mean, major moments. The player that's stepping up. I do think you could consider that to be our most valuable on this team of Fulcrum. 5 KOs, 2 feints, and 6 assists, dealing out 42,000 damage.
Yeah, going and just taking a lot of that damage there up in that top path and
does.
taking out the 51K. But I mean, even then, in terms of this squad, we only have a Blastoise fainting 1 time throughout that whole round.
Yeah, Osceolas was doing a really good job of kind of pushing around with that big body, you know, making sure that they were landing those surfs to get that extra shield that Blastoise has access to when that push happens. You can see, though, they were still taking a decent amount of damage, also taking around 40,000 damage. But that is the stat breakdown. What a great start from Fulcrum. Let's hear from this team, though, because I believe we have an interview on the main stage. Let's throw it there.
Thank you so much. I've got Accelerate here with me from Fulcrum. After such an incredible beginning to NAIC, you have beat 2 teams that we were thinking were going to be doing pretty well on group stage. Now tell me, who is Fulcrum?
Fulcrum is a group of my friends that we formed to
Chicos, me voy a unir al
NAIC.
grupo Fulcrum.
It was just a call. I was like, I can go NAIC. It's
No hay de
close, and
otra.
everyone else, they're
Es mi
further away,
camino.
but they could make it, so we made it.
That's That's incredible. A round of applause for Fulcrum for really just performing absolutely incredible in their debut on an international as a group of friends. And you played Dark Bear, a Shifu. Very, to me, solid composition. Both times in the series, the Zacian as well was also a highlight. Do you want to talk a little bit about how you guys were preparing for draft, for example?
Our main strategy is to get Zacian and Hoopa, because when you have those two characters, the game becomes super easy as you have a winning top lane, and top lane's the snowball lane. So once you win that, you can roll the snowball wherever you want across the map.
That is such a professional mentality. These guys are really playing it in the long run. And what is the expectation now in the group stage? You are 2-0. Do you feel a little more confident, more comfortable?
Taking the games off of Slash, taking the set off of Slash gave us so much confidence, and it just showed on stage.
It did. I totally agree. It showed on stage as you guys and showed us watching in the casters definitely noticed. The crowd as well definitely felt that confidence. So do you have anything in particular of expectations for this NAIC? Because you said you came in as a group of friends, but now that you're stepping up and just really seeing the results, how do you feel?
We were all very competitive. We wanted to win NAIC and get that world spot, and now I'm very, very confident we can do it.
That is absolutely incredible. Congratulations, Accelerate and Fulcrum. I would like to ask you if you want to give any shout outs so we can take to the casters afterwards.
Before this game, before NAIC, I would die a lot. One person fixed that, Faith and Love. Shout out Faith and Love. Shout out Kirtan, they're watching this right now. Shout out my mom and my dad and my amazing girlfriend who's here so I can be here. If she wasn't here, I couldn't be here.
Thank you so much. Congratulations once again. I'm gonna take it back to the casters after this lovely interview. Thank you so much, Accelerate.
All right, awesome to hear from Fulcrum, of course, and Accelerate, who brings a great analogy. Gonna be stealing that, the snowball lane, and then you can push that snowball anywhere you go. It makes my Canadian heart very, very happy to hear a snow analogy, so thank you so much for that. But, what an awesome team. You can hear that they are gaining confidence as this tournament goes on. A bit of a snowball effect of their own team.
Yeah, 100%. To pick up the first 2 game wins of the day and really just accelerate themselves up the top of that group stage so far. But you know what? We have plenty more exciting matches to come here at NAIC. But first up, we are going to take ourselves a quick break before we head on into Dream Max Aftermath up against Citadel Gaming. So definitely hang tight, folks.
You.
Lo juegan con control. Con el celular. Keiko dedo. Dodge. Mierda. Por poco. Sí.
Welcome back. Here we are live at NAIC in New Orleans, where at Pokémon Unite, we have our final stretch. One last team to qualify for Worlds. $50,000 on the line. Pretty good. You got it. Hey, everybody. Jake, your resident content cowboy with the one and only Dupes next. Back in the booth. We got an exciting one.
We sure do. Dream Max, Citadel. But how exciting was watching Fulcrum?
Oh my gosh,
We were having so much fun in the back watching Fulcrum. A really just systematic team.
Yes.
They really impressed. A lot of these grassroots teams are already impressing us specifically this weekend. That's what NAIC is all about.
Yeah. It's one of my favorite things to watch a squad like that have an opportunity to push forward in this tournament. We're taking a look at our bracket right here. Root Dig, you saw them earlier today. Well, now they are 2-0 in their bracket, all in, going 1-1. Fluffy Tail Bandits 1-2, MBM 0-2 right now, and non-parametric statistics have yet to play their first game in Group A.
Well, that's good for us because that is a garbled mess of syllables that we'll have to get through if we're actually casting them. Fulcrum, again, sitting on top of their group 2-0, taking down Deep Cross Gaming 2-0, and now Extinction 2-0. And you have to think they're in pole position for making day 2 after taking down what most people thought were the 2 guaranteed locks into day 2 out of that group.
Yeah, I think no question, right? I have to say, seeing Fulcrum take down Extinction there got me very excited because there's a real possibility that the match later today between Deep Cross Gaming and Extinction will be a match to decide one of them moving forward and one of them being eliminated. And these are 2 teams that you could have reasonably said before this tournament could be walking away with their world spot. Well, one of them looks to to be leaving in groups as we head on over to our next couple of groups here. Group E, DreamMax, Aftermath, and Citadel right now undefeated in their group, and that's what we're about to watch. Tell me about Group F.
Let's talk about Group F. IX Gaming, 2Z Esports, two teams that are not allergic to the world stage themselves. IX Gaming punching a very late ticket last year to go to Anaheim, looking to have a repeat performance here in their last opportunity to get to the World Championships. And of course, 2Z.
Ready to go to Worlds, but of course ready to make a statement here in this tournament. I feel like they've had a bit of an up and down season, you know? Obviously a stellar finish, securing their spot, but they were in the hardest region in the world, LATAM, this year, which was just unbelievably tough.
Yep.
So it's cool to see them here in New Orleans live. I'm excited to watch them play. And yeah, IX Gaming, such a hot start for their league, but we're not able to make it happen. The spot's heading over to Dignitas and Evil Geniuses, and now we are heading up to our big stage as our teams get ready here. I love watching, you know, we were just talking about it a moment ago, I love watching the climb of a team that you might not expect, like Fulcrum, make some real waves. We're going to have to see what this looks like here with two pretty known quantities, right? I mean, Citadel playing in the league, and then DreamMax Aftermath, a mashup of a couple of squads here.
Yeah, DreamMax Aftermath, don't forget they are 2-0 in their group. Winning here means they are Galaxy locked for tomorrow because they will have played all 3 rounds, going 3-0, sitting on top of the group. Citadel Gaming, on the other hand, can give themselves a real opportunity and sending DreamMax to 2-1, themselves to 2-1, and then they're in a really good spot for both of them to make it into day 2.
Es otro juego, parece.
Crazy tiebreaker.
Round 2, lo más importante.
Yeah, we've got ourselves an interesting match ahead for Citadel, obviously going into a team that's already 2-0. They are on quite a hot streak. Citadel is a wild squad. I feel like they have some great games and some really tough games. There are times where they look unbeatable. There are times where they look like they beat themselves.
Ojalá empate, ¿no?
Some of their compositions seem inspired, and then at other times, I don't know, inspired in a bad way. Bad inspired.
Uninspired.
That's why you're here.
That is the only reason I'm here. DreamMax Aftermath, Citadel Gaming. I would love, just for their own self-esteem here, to get Citadel Gaming to have a good show-out performance against a solid team, get their morale up, get their momentum up, and then really give themselves a chance here in day 2, because that is the prize, that is the light at the end of the tunnel for these 5 players.
Yeah, and we have a real solid team with a lot of experience here, right, on the side of Citadel. They have been in a lot of these situations before. They have secured spots to Worlds in situations like this. We'll see if they can make it happen here in New Orleans.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at, when we talk about Citadel, formerly, you know, a lot of their members on YT really kind of poured down is where they, that's where their roots have taken hold. Rooting, but we're not talking about that, we're talking about Citadel and YT. YT is a unique team in the sense that, like you said, sometimes they're playing incredibly inspired. Sometimes the strategies they bring to the table raise a lot of eyebrows. That doesn't mean they can't find success with it. Uniquely, they are the team that tends to find success with those off-the-wall strategies, and we'll see if that's the direction they're looking to go this weekend.
Yeah, they like playing things that are at times really powerful and at times feel like a throw, right? When we see something like Razorleaf Decidueye, you see stored power on the Lowland Raichu. These are builds that can have great games. They've definitely made them work before, but they're also things that when you lose feel like a big mistake.
Yeah, and that's the tough part. But when we're looking here, we've got So Sad Sam and Aquilo, again, 2 of those members from YT in days past, that this Citadel squad is going to have to look to make sure that they are anchored and ready to go and don't show up shaky because they have had, like you said, a very tumultuous road this year, and that's why they're finding themselves at NAIC fighting for that last spot.
Both of these squads being undefeated, then walking up on the big stage. We're going to have to see how much it rattles these two, kind of as you were talking about briefly there. Citadel has a lot of experience with this. I feel like it's something that they could handle, but not every member of Citadel is completely locked in for a moment like this. Or we're going to have to see how locked in they are because they just don't have the on-stage performance. Now we're heading in to our first draft here, DreamMax versus Citadel.
Egg Solo's picture sends me, brother. It's so good. There are some of these players. Another person is Waylord from IX Gaming. Her picture where she's taking the selfie from the picture is so good. It's like just off kilter a little bit. Like, you caught me by surprise, but I also knew what was going on. Terrific.
La cocaína.
Zacian, Hoopa, Feraligatr, Espeon.
Yeah, a lot of what we would expect. You talked about Espeon earlier being such a factor here in the tournament, and it has been. It's been a ban or pick in most.
La coca bebo. Mejor del mundo.
It has been banned out a lot, and then a few times it feels like teams just decided not to bring it into the match here. Zacian, a premier ban that a lot of these teams are going for. First pick over to Aftermath. A lot of powerful Pokemon.
Love that.
And they are going to take Moltres.
Yeah, I mean, shades of what we saw, right, to kick off our day from Root Dignitas. That Moltres was incredibly strong in that first game. Across the way here, Citadel looking to respond. Aquilo hovering. The Umbreon Machamp by Joey is selected. Okay. We'll see what Aquilo decides to lock in.
I would not be shocked to, see this Umbreon. It feels like a staple pick for Citadel, and it's something that they are really familiar with. They set up tons of huge plays with Mean Look Umbreon, so I'm not shocked to see it. This could mean that we're going to see Sam play something, well, we will see Sam play something with range. That's how Sam plays. Wow!
All three legendary birds. Zapdos, like you said, at the very start of the day, pretty impressive. Articuno had a great run in back-to-back games in the hands of Zugrug, and DreamMax is not looking to switch it up, using the Kanto legendary birds to get it done.
I mean, they're recent additions to the game. They're all very powerful in their own way. Articuno is a really interesting one. It just is a really tanky Pokemon. It's
son otro equipo, no son el anterior.
in your face the entire time. The Clefable pick is kind of wild to me because you know they're going to be running a few curse items on the side of DreamMax. At least you have to assume. Yeah. So we'll see how much they can affect that healing. Final couple of picks. We've got the Mew and we have the Empoleon.
4 of the 5 players on the side of DreamMax were carrying at that moment until the switch up cursed items. So they definitely had that Clefable on the radar here. So Sad Sam gets the gutter pick, goes Greninja.
Interesting. You know, I was expecting something from Sam that was going to play at longer range. That's what I was thinking. Not that Greninja isn't a ranged Pokemon, and Sam is going to be taking them to ride on, actually. I was going to say, not that it isn't ranged, but, you know, I'm thinking this could be an opportunity for a good Gardevoir game or something like that, something that they are known for sure.
There's a special spot in our hearts for So Sad Sam's Gardevoir.
Yeah.
It's just so much fun to watch. They seem to hit another gear with it, and that's always
Ese Comfy E-Girl, yo la tengo agregada.
Just somebody that is so good on one Pokemon that it just becomes a show regardless of the texture of the rest of the draft. It's just like, you know, you're going to have a performance here to watch.
Yeah, I always love to see that. I always love when a player has one of those pocket picks that's so powerful, so difficult to deal with that your opponents have to kind of respond to. Another pick that was previously on YT and Citadel, Alolan Ninetales. I love when a player has a Pokemon. It isn't particularly meta in quotes, but it is meta for them. It is extremely strong as we are getting ready for this first game. I think we're going to learn a lot here in this first one as we are heading down to Thea Sky Ruins, your battlefield here in the Pokemon Unite Championship Series. Rayquaza is our starting map for our entire series this weekend. DreamMax versus Citadel. It looks like we're taking a quick pause up on the big stage.
Pause on the big stage, which means you and I get to talk just a little bit more. What do you think about this Empoleon? Talk to me.
Yeah, you know, this is one of those Pokemon that I honestly can't seem to pin down. At times I feel like it's very solid, and other times I think it's just outclassed by a lot of what's out there. I'm not that impressed by it. And then every once in a while, it hits its big combo. You know, it jumps into that whirlpool. The healing looks pretty good. I don't know. I honestly have a really difficult time with this one. You don't see it a lot, especially competitively.
One thing that it looks like DreamMax Aftermath is they've really put every single character on their side into a self-sustaining, self-survival mode. You're not really going to be depending on your teammates to try and keep you fighting longer, right? Mew being the exception, but Mew as well has great self-survivability, and we know that. Empoleon, I think, also kind of hits the cut of that jib, being able to sustain itself in prolonged fights. So really, across the way, Citadel Gaming is going to have to be very much so in lockstep.
Hey, let's go.
Because while everybody on DreamMax can theoretically fight by themselves, Citadel Gaming needs to be together to execute a good team fight.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, that's how Citadel plays too. I feel like when they're playing their best, it really does feel like they're humming with these strategies. Just like a super simple, like setup, punch, a mean look into the damage from afar. Machamp then coming in, picking them up and setting them down. Probably enough time has passed where that Pokemon's either gone or another mean look is available. And when they're like that, just that rinse and repeat, I feel like they're extremely impressive.
My big concern here looking at Citadel, and it almost feels like this is the same conversation we have with this team specifically over and over again, is DreamMax's early game is pristine. Citadel Gaming can really lose sight of the finish line quickly if they don't scale quickly.
Yeah.
Because DreamMax doesn't have to clear those hurdles. They're just powerful off rip and get in there. Citadel Gaming is going to have a slower start. How they mitigate that, and we talk about this a lot, how close can you keep the game until you hit that final gear is going to be critical for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Our players now are just taking a moment here. Obviously, we have any type of technical problem. We need to make sure that everyone is in the game before we restart it. So, just trying to figure out
¿Qué sucedió? No entiendo.
up on the stage. Could be a device issue. Could be that they all just want to take quick breaks.
Let's see.
What do we have to say about Zapdos? We'll find out.
Yeah, well, you know, we keep asking for quick breaks. You know, it's what allows us to proceed through our day. And unfortunately, they say stop asking for breaks.
Puta madre, apuren.
So I sent an
If
email
you're
to
ready
all
to
of
leave, you're
DreamMax,
ready
and
to
I said,
quit.
give us a break. And they said, we're kind of ready to play. We said, we need a break. He said, okay, we'll do it for you.
Acuérdense de Mario, hermanos Mario,
I'm hearing that we've got
Mario
something
Bros.
We're going to throw up on the screen here. We're going to take a look at some tweets here from the community. Thanks, Pokemon Center at NAIC, snagging some Ascending.
It's a nice looking full art jamming tower, but my eyes are on Team Rocket's Punch Crow. Why? Because that card is pretty sick. It does 60 times the amount of supporters you discard. And I believe it's for 2 energy, right? And you can use Team Rocket's energy to fulfill the darkness requirement in that. Deals a lot of damage pretty quickly. Definitely chucks haymakers.
You don't got to tell me twice. You got to tell me 3 or 4 times.
3 or 4
Really
times?
let it
Okay.
sink in, yeah.
So Team Rocket's Punch Crow. It does 60 times the amount of supporters you discard as part of that attack. So it can deal a lot of damage. You're playing a lot of supporters in that deck.
The word is the card in the center there has a pretty hefty price tag on it as well, so they got a great pull out of their set. I don't know if they want me to say the price. They said a price, but I'm thinking, am I saying a price here?
Yeah, is this what we're doing? Meanwhile, first time ever seeing the NAIC Pokemon Center from the inside. So many incredible options to choose from. Thanks, Rosie, for allowing me to join the reservation today. The main event begins tomorrow.
Yeah, it's hype, dude.
It is so
The
sick.
first time I saw the Pokemon Center, I couldn't believe it. It's very cool. You're a kid in a candy shop. It's so exciting. There's so many fun things to uncover too, you know, because you don't know exactly what's going to be in there. At least that's been my experience. You show up to the event like, I don't know what plush they have in there. I don't know what the new merch is for the event. It is very exciting.
Can I tell you something I picked up when we got to go through the Pokemon Center?
Yes.
A 4XL NAIC crew sweatshirt crop top. I'm
Fun.
excited to wear that.
Love it. Pokemon Center. This is Steph.
We
Steph
talked
of
Steph
anime.
yesterday.
Yeah.
Right before she went into the Pokemon Center, believe it or not.
Spent the morning admiring all the Pokemon Center stuff at NAIC. Thanks so much to @Spraggles for the free access. remember giving that to her.
What's that? We're fired? Perfect.
Great.
Actually, Pokemon is responsible for the free access.
Pokemon with the free access.
Actually, we recommend people, and they say we're revoking your access.
Don't
Please
you
stop.
dare. You better stop it, they say to us. Steph is pretty incredible. Love Steph. And yeah, it's always fun to get to go through there. Maybe we snuck through there a little earlier as well. I don't know if we should say we snuck in.
Yeah, no.
But we were
allowed in. We were provided access by Pokemon. Again, thank you, Pokemon, for allowing to get in
¿Qué
there
sucedió?
legally.
Legal.
And not through
We didn't
nefarious
sneak in.
means.
Snuck in is just a way of saying, tell me about this Honchcrow.
Yeah. Team Rocket's Honchcrow. 60 times damage.
Whoa.
The amount of supporters you discard.
Yeah.
And I believe that's for a darkness and a colorless is the cost of that attack. Then you play Team Rocket's Energy, something like that. And it provides the darkness requirement there and the colors requirement, because that can be anything. So you just, and then deal big damage to the opposing Pokemon.
Exciting. Exciting times. We have a Pokemon like that in Pocket. I say we as if I have anything to do with it. But I play a lot of Pocket. And there's a Pokemon that does something very similar. It's not Honchcrow, but it does.
What is it?
I think Chandelure.
Ooh, so it's a stage 2.
Yeah.
Let's
good.
talk
I
about
like it.
birds.
Let's talk about birds.
Let's
sure.
talk about birds.
Yeah.
Honchcrow, terrific Pokemon. I'm a
Yes,
fan.
Very cool.
I don't know if you guys know this at home. I'm a bird guy. I like birds. All my favorite animals are birds.
Keep going. Yeah. No, that's great.
That's kind of where I was going to stop. I thought you were going to be like, my favorite animal
My
is...
favorite animal is, well, you know, lately I've been vibing on giraffes. I do think they're cool, but it's not my favorite animal, okay?
Favorite animal.
I think it would be a sea turtle, which the Squirtle thing really tied in there.
That's well done. That's well done.
Yeah.
Pelipper is my favorite Pokemon. Pelicans, favorite animal.
Do we got a good giraffe? I mean, we got
Pero
Farigiraf,
tanto,
right?
¿qué puta sucedió?
Frigoraph, yeah.
What's Ampharos? It's like a sheep that grows up, right?
Wait, what'd you say?
A sheep that grows up, Ampharos.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, it's kind of a sheep, then it starts growing up into a big stand-up
Giraffe sheep.
Giraffe sheep, basically.
Yeah, we're going to do the Pokedex entry on Ampharos real quick to make sure that that is all above board, because clearly we know our things. Now, if you're wondering, what were they talking about round 1 with the Pokedex and then the Rolodex?
Yeah.
The Rolodex, what's the year again, production? Maybe
gonna
we could
find
put it on screen.
Yeah, let's
We
find out
did
with
request
the
that
Rolodex.
3 rounds ago, so we thought maybe that graphic would be ready by now.
Sure. Whenever you're ready about the year the Rolodex was invented. We were wondering what came first.
I want you to know, production did tell me the year in my ear, but I refuse to provide that information to those of you at home until they make it a graphic that pops up on the screen.
Being told from production Ampharos, I want this on screen, by the way. I don't want to do, it's a bipedal ovine. What am I going to do with that? You got to put it on screen. What's an ovine?
It's a bovine
It's a
without
bovine
the
without the B.
Yeah, fair enough.
Didn't get all the way there, I guess. Hey, we're waiting for the match too. I just want to say this: we're also waiting for the match.
Yeah, let the record show. It's not like it's going on.
Yeah.
And they're just, this is awesome.
Oh, when's it rain? They got it.
It's like this content's clearly so good. We don't want it. We don't dare show you the game that's happening right now. And trust me, nobody is missing this game more than you at home than us right here.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we're desperate for it, it feels like. We are desperate for this match. At this point, the production is whispering animals to us. That's where we're at.
Your favorite animal?
Yep, favorite animal, Garen.
Penguin.
Okay.
Bird guy alert.
Hey. Hashtag bird guy in the chat.
Hashtag
Obviously, you can win some
bird
friends.
guy.
That's all you can get from that. But you can find out who also likes birds. Birds
are awesome. Objectively, they are a cool subspecies of animals.
Stole it right out of my mouth. That's exactly what I was going to say. I was also going to say a lot of cool Pokemon. I feel like they've nailed a ton of the birds. I think they do great with it. Obviously, Decidueye is very rad and cool. Dodrio, now that it's in Unite, like I have a special place in my heart for Dodrio kind of forever, and Cramorant too. 2 birds that I cared nothing for before Unite, honestly.
Yeah, and now they're in there. Talonflame, very cool in the game.
Talonflame rocks. It obviously
it does well. They did, you know what? They did do
good
very well.
birds. They do good birds.
What's a bird, a Pokemon bird that isn't in the game that you'd like the game? I won't say Pelipper. I'll let you answer though.
Oh, okay. Does Corviknight would count, right? Yeah. Okay. Well, I know.
It's like literally a taxi in like the show.
I think it's cool. I think it's very cool. I
awesome.
always thought it would be a cool defender. My thought would be it could move people, or you could all move with it or something. Maybe at that point you're the only targetable thing. It's kind of like a transport almost. But you get like a huge shield or something like that. Write this down, Timmy.
Yeah.
You get a huge shield. You move your allies around. They can target it, but only it. And then you kind of like drop them all out. It's time to fight.
I love that. I also love the concept of like the family-based Pokemon as well. So like Mousehold would be a cool one. Was it Plusle and Minoon? Like I think that's a cool thing. I once had heard somebody pitch Nidoran male and female, and that's just what they are, like the whole game.
Oh yeah.
And it's just those two, and you get to like cycle between.
Oh, that
I
would
think
be so
is
fun.
a pretty neat
Very
concept.
Ice Climbers situation.
Exactly right.
I would love something like that. There are just so many unique Pokemon that they could do cool things with. For the longest time, I wanted Ditto in the game. I always thought Ditto would be a really awesome ad because what you could do is basically you could have it mimic any of the other 9 Pokemon that are on the board, and maybe there's like a timer, like you can only be this one for so long, and then you have to bounce to something else. I think that would be quite fun.
That would be fun. That would be fun. We were talking about yesterday how I thought Miltank would be a cool add to the game.
It would. Got a lot of fans, it feels like, you know?
Yeah, or I think...
Well, it's got some very specific fans.
Like
that's what I'll say.
What was it? It was Whitney's Miltank that kind of like ruined everybody's career in their first playthrough because it was just so powerful. So love it or hate it, I think Miltank would be a cool ad.
I think Miltank would be a cool ad. I wouldn't mind seeing...
I agree.
Solgaleo, Reshiram, Yveltal, things like that.
Yeah, those would all be cool. Is it Yveltal? Eviltal?
I think it's Eviltal, right?
Production, figure that out. Also, in our ear, production said Skarmory would be a cool ad.
Skarmory would be cool. I think Skarmory also does rock.
Shout out.
Another metal bird. They like the bird's metal over there.
Mandibuzz would be a sick ad.
Yeah.
I think that's cool. I think it's pretty popular in Go, or used to be. You know.
Go is always such a weird format. We can see him right across the way. Go is always such a weird format, and I do love that every game has this, where you'll talk to TCG and they'll be like, Dragon Bolt's like a whole thing. And you'll talk to VGC and they'll be like, Incineroar's a whole thing. And then you talk to Go, it's always something weird, where it's like, yeah, Charger Bug, Shadow Poliwag's nuts right now. It's like, oh, okay.
Yeah, whatever, Go.
Yeah, okay, Go.
Okay, so let's talk about, I'm going to get us on track here. And I'm going to be the responsible one.
To what?
Let's talk about Feraligatr, which is the latest ad that can be played this weekend. We've seen it banned a little bit. It has some pretty darn cool moves with Waterfall and Crunch.
Yeah.
And then specifically the bites on Crunch, which was a whole conversation you and Zoinks were having earlier. Talk to us a little bit about that. Is that? I got you.
Yeah, thank you very much. You never know if it's a sparkle or if it's just some food. Yeah, Zoinks and I earlier were talking about Crunch because Crunch has, oh my gosh, are we seeing some gameplay of it right now? Crunch has a pretty strong ability to do 3 different effects on its bite. There's the one that removes defenses, which also has the biggest pop because of that. I think it's strongest Crunch, and I apologize, I don't remember the names of Crunch.
No, one's Gluttonous Crunch.
One's Gluttonous Crunch. I think that one is the Lifesteal. And then one is, it's like Clamping Crunch.
Clamping Crunch, yeah, that's the slowing.
Something, yeah, with the
And so the one you're talking about is the one we didn't quite get to.
It's like disaster. It's bad when it happens. It's that kind of crunch. And it is bad. We'll find the name here in 1 second. Yeah, I think it's quite strong. This Pokemon, to me, actually plays like a really bulky assassin at times. All right, here's a Crunch. What do we got?
Destructive Fangs.
Yeah, pretty close.
Gluttonous Fangs, Clamping Fangs. We got the other two. Destructive. Would you say dangerous?
Yeah, something.
We're very close.
I felt like I was extremely close. I knew I wasn't dead on, though. A lot of damage from it. I think the big thing with this Pokemon is really moving into a fight, of course, with Waterfall, getting a Crunch, and then you kind of decide how deep you're going to go. Because you can continue with your auto attack, wait for your...
Nada del juego no comienza.
For another huge burst of damage. You also can unite in that moment, give yourself some more damage on your opponent, the amount of crunches you've hit on them, but with how much damage you do, you really can get 2 like stacks of crunch on an enemy at a time max before you just finish them with your Unite move, which does extra damage based on those crunches. It's pretty solid to burst down, like you're going against Mew right here, to burst down an attacker or speedster on the other side and then start to move through your opponents. I think that's what it's best for.
Yeah, the fact that also the Unite move has a pretty low cooldown comparatively to some of the other options, which means like, if you've scaled well, Feraligatr is always there to scrap, right? It's always ready to go, which is why it's really that feast or famine type Pokemon that we were talking about at the very beginning of the day.
Ay, se tardó media hora.
It's because Feraligatr does play.
Estados Unidos tenía que hacer.
It looks like we're heading back into our game right here up on the big stage. DreamMax Aftermath, everyone in the chat, no! Talk more about birds that can come to the game. DreamMax Aftermath, your purple team. Citadel Gaming, your orange team. Let's get this thing underway.
Let's do it. Into the top path, Immortals and Joey. We've got the Machamp and the Umbreon. Well, I guess future Machamp, future Umbreon, squaring off against Mew and what is eventually going to be this Empoleon. Right now, just a little Piplup.
Here we go in the bottom path, having to deal with 2 of these legendaries. And yeah, they do go down. I know you're looking for those early stacks on your Clefairy there, but it's going to be tough into Zap.
Yeah, I mean, having all the way up to 6 energy, you usually want to be at like 2 or 4 in that first foray to get that first stack in there, and that didn't quite happen. Piplup with a quick knockout. Revenant gonna get credit for that one, as now Citadel Gaming is putting a little bit of pressure on. Can they get a target down? Yes, they at least take down the Moltres, but Revenant is not willing to give up.
Yeah, peeling forward here. Looking for the KO right now. Not able to make it happen with the Frogadier. We're going to see if they can get any of this experience. Big Electro Ball there. They are going to get pushed out here before these birds. Enough of it heading over to the side of Citadel that 2 of them evolve.
Just in time, Aquilo with that Moonlight going to help stymie the pressure that this Piplup is trying to put on them. Stepping forward to Kexola, and they, right now, as the Mew are caught in the mean look, getting pressed down by Immortals.
Huh. I mean, really going for these stacks on Clefable, just being very aggressive. And look, it's very powerful. You need them to get a lot of healing right there. The Electro Ball doesn't pick up the KO. Joey now, however, is online. They will have submission.
Citadel Gaming has responded very quickly to, despite was a pretty rough start, and there's Revenant with another
Oscuro esto.
Big stuff here. Joey in some trouble right now, picking him up, setting him down from our production team. I tried to make a Rolodex joke, but I couldn't find the right angle, so I kept turning it over. Anyway, I think it's at 1956. I hope they figure that joke out one day.
Yeah,
I'd love to find it.
We are not strangers to bad jokes. Because production puts a bunch of them on our screen all the time. Hey-yo, zinger!
Unless we really want them, am I right?
Yeah, buddy.
Here we go.
42-7 is our score line. Not much to write home about yet. So sad, Sam. Looking to get in there with a charge beam. Immediately cut off from their own pad by the legendary birds. And here comes the rest of DreamMax Aftermath putting the points in.
Yeah, points going into this bottom goal zone here. We have the Moltres stacking up. This is just a really difficult path for them to deal with on the side of Citadel. I mean, Zapdos and Articuno together, that was rough.
It really, really was. Revenant now is the Empoleon. A lot of pressure on Immortals. Here comes Lucky using that Blizzard to try and buffer everybody out. And they're able to get the knockout regardless. It doesn't really feel like DreamMax Aftermath is struggling here.
No, it doesn't, but here comes Citadel. We have Greninja. It is only level 8, though, so no Unite move online. However, they are going to pick up 1. Looking for the Regieleki, and no, secured there by DreamMax.
Nice little suplex. Can they convert that into a knockout? Lucky is at half HP. Joey has to get out of dodge. And Empoleon in the Whirlpool, right in the middle, doing tons of damage. Can they mitigate that? Anyways, the Moonlight is good enough. Good follow me out of Aquilo. And that opens up the door for a knockout back the other way. Here comes the Zapdos. Pressure on. Nobody on Citadel Gaming down. Yes, there goes the Umbreon. And guess what? That Regieleki hits.
Yeah, Regieleki hits. Beautiful score there for DreamMax as well. Yeah, obviously leaving it at 4 sets up a big play. Zap could look for this with the 35. They also could leave this and just get a lot of experience between this path still.
Something pretty fun in the fact that EMP is the person playing Zapdos. pretty sure the EMP is a fun, static, given thing, ruining electronics around them. That goes hand in hand. The Zapdos pick makes sense.
Very, very good. Do something with that production.
Yeah. Do some EMP Zapdos shenanigans, please. A lot of pressure on Revenant again, finding themselves caught in the blender. Follow me is enough to lock them down. Charge Beam deals the last blow.
And here we go, another big mean look. Can they convert on it?
Good
EMP
Unite.
in some trouble. Here comes the right on Unite, right into the Greninja Unite, looking for another KO. Moltres going down. That is a double KO here for the Greninja Comfey girl on the side of Citadel, and the goal is broken.
That was incredibly well done by Immortals, getting super deep, using the Unite move. Clutch, mean look, awesome Greninja follow-up Unite. Follow me, heals, and then all of a sudden, you have yourself a goal zone gone. Citadel Gaming catching up in experience now, and the score line is getting close as well.
Yeah, here we go.
Verga.
Immortals just in a little bit of trouble right there, being caught by the three birds as they head down to this objective. Should be a good one for DreamHack, but we do have Citadel. They're going to decide if they want to contest this or not. Regirock getting extremely low. Here comes the Shuriken, and no, it is Zapdos that gets it. Even the Machamp Unite can't secure it.
Yeah, they're all peeling back. Nice little suplex. Can they convert on Lucky? Forces out the Unite move. That's a knockout on Machamp. Now the rest of DreamHack is pushing. Right on top of everybody is a Kilo, trying to make sure their HP is good. Great reposition back the other way by the Mew Surf, and that's going to be good for 2 more knockouts. And now it's just Comfey Girl.
Ya la ganaron.
Hold it down, but they get
Ya no hay nada
dispatched
que hacer.
pretty quick.
There we go, 193, 129. DreamHack in control of this match, especially with experience. They've got a couple level 12, only one on the side of Citadel. However, Machamp and Mariah not behind. That fight went very well for DreamHack. However, we're going to have to see what Citadel can do in some of these moments. Just like we saw earlier, a catch from Immortals with that mean look, Umbreon could make a huge play for Citadel. We're just going to see if they can make it happen in some of these big moments. Sam, 11 and a half now. Everyone actually has a decent amount of experience considering where we are in the map. 4 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. Comfey Girl is level 13, so they're going to have to fight well around them. Good follow on the
Comfey
backside from
Girl.
Kilo. Going to allow Citadel Gaming to have a
Master.
good opportunity, but not a good enough one as the Mew secures, despite the fact that all of Citadel was surrounding. There's going to be a big push forward. Tons of damage by the Zapdos.
Son hombres,
Is it going to be
loco.
enough to take this fight? They're looking for it. We've got dialed in, suplex down. Follow me, no. EMP
¿Será
is
gay?
still standing, taken care of by Greninja finally. Nice little block rolled by Clefable, isolating down 2-3 players from DreamHack, and that is a way to counterpunch. Good roll of the dice on the Clefable Unite move. The block allows them to get some KO.
Yeah, big stuff there for Citadel, and while they didn't get the objective, that was stolen away. They won that fight in a massive way, taking huge KOs in the top half, as now they're going to try to position themselves around this objective. With the Tier 1 goal zone from DreamHack, this is going to be pretty tricky for Citadel. They're very deep. Massive Ice Beam catches 3.
They have to step back now. They're trying to. Moltres pressure is there. Steel walks towards the purple side. Big charge beam into the heart of DreamHack, and here comes the rest of Citadel. Great counterpunch caught in a blender is DreamHack, and Registeel is taken by Citadel. A great buff for them going into the first Rayquaza of this best of 3.
Yeah, and even like you just talked about here, just being caught in that blender, it's Citadel Gaming is running a Jamba Juice out here, because that is what they do. If they can get you in that mean look, the combination they have picks up KO after KO after KO, and DreamHack is going to need to be careful here. That is a level 15 Greninja right now. If they can catch it, great. However, if they get put right back in the blender, I think Citadel's taking this one.
So yeah, follow me into mean look, into charge beam is enough to get it done.
Here we go. Looking for their moment right here. Nice big play from Zap. That's going to mean Citadel has to peel back here. They're going to need some HP as we have DreamHack continuing their positioning. We could split a line right down the middle of the map, and these teams are basically equidistant from each other here as we see Mew pushing them away, big boosted, no one wanting to make the decision. Citadel looking for someone there, Joey having to peel back.
listen, they're biding time. You need to calculate when this Moonlight is down and then engage as soon. Tons of damage. Watch the Moonlight, and that's the follow-up. We've got the Whirlpool down in the middle, and Polion goes deep into the engage. We're going back the other way. Machamp is there. Articuno Unite repositioned with the eject button, but we're looking to scrap. 3 players down. DreamMax gets leashed in. Gets
Mierda.
You want to talk about
La ganaron.
1, 2, 3, those legendary birds.
La ganaron.
What Citadel Gaming just put together.
Beautiful play there. That is a quadra KO from the Greninja on the side of Citadel. Not a single member of Citadel goes down in that fight. It was a huge dive from Machamp, right? Looking for their moment right there, hitting the Unite move. Then the follow-up from Citadel picks up another KO here. 243, 329.
Por el tanque.
They are now ahead. Articuno has to peel away as Citadel is looking to put some more points on the board with only 30 seconds left.
Yeah, not even 100 points separate these teams. So one misstep here by Citadel could be a quick score back the other way, especially with that T1 open. But they're going to look for bodies here. Citadel Gaming, Citadel pad, 3 players down, and now it's easy peasy. Citadel Gaming winning game 1.
Beautiful stuff there, Citadel. Only 10 seconds left. That is going to be game number 1. You know, it felt like they had some real rocky moments throughout that. DreamMax had some very strong plays, especially early with those birds. But when they all got together, as we talked about, Citadel really could put on a show.
You know, despite the cursed incense, the cursed items that we saw out of DreamMax, really difficult to overcome a fully stacked Clefable Moonlight heal. Especially because I don't think DreamMax was timing their engagements very well around when Moonlight was on cooldown. Right? And that's why I actually thought the Empoleon engage at Rayquaza was probably their best window, but no one followed. I mean, Empoleon went deep, Revenant went deep and had a really good chance here, and nobody was there in support, which really just put them out on an island and easy to knock out from that point forward.
Here were some of those big plays they make. You know, they catch him with the submission from Champ. They can use the mean look after that. They also can hit the Greninja Unite perfectly, which they did multiple times. We're getting ready to show moments of that final fight right here. Big time charge beam, obviously, always doing insane damage. Reggie's steel buff, I'm sure, helped a lot here. Getting to peel back. There's the Empoleon, but I think the Machamp Unite move here, pushing 3 back. What a massive counterplay there by Citadel.
Yeah, I mean, well done by Joey, right?
Yeah.
I mean, amazing call on that Machamp Unite, but I can't imagine that would be as successful if all of DreamMax jumped in at the same 19K. That is wild.
Wow.
I did not expect that number to be that high.
Comfey girl, 19 KOs. You knew the Greninja was cooking, especially because it was level 15 sitting there at Rayquaza. But wow, just the setup and knockdown there from Citadel Gaming, allowing their Greninja to get stronger and stronger and stronger. But 20 KOs is quite a game. I have to say, watching the match, I did not notice that this was a 20 KO Greninja game. I saw Comfey Girl having huge plays, but I did not see 20 KOs.
No, they balled out of control. That was definitely 134,000 damage healed. That is the bar in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. And keep in mind, this is in the face of at least 3 cursed items that we saw get loaded into the map here. And eventually it becomes just too much to overcome. And that was definitely a point of success here for Citadel.
Insane. I mean, the curse was one thing, but what would that number have been otherwise? 150, 160,000 or something like that? Just incredible stuff. We talked about how Citadel likes to play. They're together. They are in these moments together. They are in these fights together. They have this rinse and repeat through their fights. The submission with the catch, the mean look with the catch, into the damage from the side of Citadel. And then all the while, if their opponents don't take them down, they peel back to a kilo for absurd amounts of heals.
Yeah, and I really want to say, I think it was a little tough to see the forest through the trees here, but the follow me was very strong this game.
Yeah.
I mean, those birds were constantly on top of each other for DreamMax, the 3 legendary birds, and one follow me clipping into all of them really allowed a lockdown situation to happen, right? You can mean look one, but you can follow me multiple. And the fact that those follow me's were always followed up by So Sad Sam with a fully powered charge beam was just shellacking damage and making these team fights very hard for DreamHack.
Yeah, when they were together, Citadel just felt like they could not be stopped. And again, you have to give a huge shout out to Comfy Girl here with 19 knockouts. That is extremely impressive in a competitive match like this.
19 knockouts, almost 90k damage. So, you know, sometimes we see 19 knockouts with like 50,000 damage because they're really just kind of cleaning up the trash,
yeah,
right?
They're just farming level 4 Pokemon that never evolved. Yeah.
Exactly. Or, you know, or you have your Charge Beam Miraidon have like at 110k and they're just coming in dealing the final blow to get credit for that knockout. But here, it was really just full control out of Confetti.
All right, well, here we go. Citadel now with the first pick here. DreamMax is going to be taking the second pick. Gives them an opportunity to right here. Zeraora targeted for Alligator. Espeon. What an interesting band setup for Citadel.
Clearly have a read on something, right? There's a, like, I think for Alligator makes sense. Zeraora has to be targeted. Espeon is going to be more and more common, I think, as the weekend goes along. Back the other way, they're trying to limit Aquilo a little bit, but you can't really slow him down at this point. Immortal's going to the first pick, Snorlax.
Well, I'm kind of shocked to see Snorlax there. I thought they maybe even would take, you know, the Machamp, maybe the Umbreon or something like that. They would go with the first pick on Snorlax. Next pick's over here to DreamMax. Maybe they recognize that they're going to be taking something like Articuno no matter what, as we have our second couple of picks to Citadel.
I will say, though, Block Snorlax is really good into all three birds.
Yeah.
I mean, just a heavy slam, you just throw up a wall, and none of them can use any of their toolkit to actually get into your backline. And quickly, we go Blissey into the Greninja, a combination we saw to start off our day as well.
Yeah, I mean, Greninja, when it gets 19 KOs in a game, I think you bring it back, unless your opponents stop you. But once you're carrying that hard, I think you have to bring that back. We are seeing an Urshifu. We are seeing an Eldegoss. Eldegoss is always good. Just always a good choice.
It's incredibly strong, without a doubt. Deusebum bringing in the Urshifu. Are we going to see, you think, the Rapid Strike or Single Strike variety?
We're going to have to see who sits on this Pokemon at the end of our draft here, but if it's them, that is a Rapid Strike. It's got the full heal, so no eject button for the Wicked Blow plays. It also is going to be in combat, so you're going to need that full heal. It's got the Excel Bracers, so you have a little better cooldown for your Pokemon, as well as more damage the more KOs you're getting. Final pick over here to DreamMax. You can take the Umbreon. I'm shocked Citadel didn't take it. I feel like it's like a signature Pokemon for them.
Allowing Blastoise to get through is very interesting. We're going to have to see how we scrap. Joey grabbing the Buzzwole this time around, a Pokemon that seems to just always slip through the cracks, and then sometimes you'll just have a game. It's like, how is not everyone playing this? We'll see if Joey's all tuned up, ready to go, and make a statement here with the Buzzboy.
Yeah, Sam on Mewtwo. Why feels like a pretty decent counter to seeing Machamp on the other side. You know, with Teleport, you could get away from it as it's trying to move in and grab you for some of those really powerful submission plays. Joey on the Buzzwole, I think, is going to be a fun one to see. But, of course, after game number 1, I think I've got to have my eyes on Comfy Girl here.
Yeah, I mean, especially bring the Greninja back, you're going to have that Blissey support. Most importantly, on deep engagements with the Bliss assistance is what I'll be looking for, right? Big, explosive plays from that character.
Yeah. 19 KOs.
Yo creo.
Sneeze at as we get ready for game number 2. Groudon is going to be our final objective here on Thea Sky Ruins. You can see us take a little tour through it. Regidrago moving through the center right there. Citadel 1 game away from handing a loss to DreamMax here, who currently is undefeated in their groups. Citadel Gaming, your purple team. DreamMax Aftermath, your orange team.
Let's get into it. Again, DreamMax 2-0 in this group. Citadel Gaming could improve their record as well, give themselves a clear shot into day 2 as the day moves forward. DreamMax, though, has the opportunity to punch their ticket right now and guarantee them this thing by going 2-1 in this match, 3-0 through their bracket and into that day 2 action.
Citadel right now heading towards the center of DreamHack. They sent 2 players, but they were stopped by multiple players on the side of DreamHack. They want to make sure that Urshifu can evolve on the side of DreamHack. It can be difficult to do. They finally do get it and is walking to the top path right now, ready to do some quick punches and kicks.
That is in fact what an Urshifu does. It is the rapid strike Urshifu, the blue bear, going to be ready to schmoove through Citadel Gaming and hope to make a difference here. Straight on top of SoSad Sam quickly, tons of damage, and a knocked out by the Chansey, evolving into Blissey, and now they're about that action. Nice little stun on EMP, and that's another knockout. And Comfey Eagles coming alive. Give them credit. Everybody's getting a knockout. Everybody's getting a piece of the action here. Everybody eats on Citadel Gaming.
Citadel Gaming with an amazing start here in game number 2, 44-0.
No.
Absolutely dominating them right now. Looking for another KO as they are just punishing DreamHack. We're going to see if they overextend themselves, but it looks like no. Revenant now in some trouble. Needs to eject just to get away.
I mean, everything feels like a mess for DreamHack. At least Deusebom was able to go across the map and start farming the central of Citadel Gaming, but they're collapsing. Immortals and Comfey Eagle are on the chase. We're watching SoSad Sam level themselves up. Lucky's stuck at level 5, so is EMP. SoSad Sam, for some reason, still level 5, but feels so much further ahead.
You know, I gotta say, the thing I love about what Citadel did right there is they also didn't give anything up. Like, a little experience in their center as the Urshifu chases to the other side, but they didn't give up any KOs in a moment like that. You could see a lot of teams get too greedy right there, but I think they played that phenomenally well, holding their lead after that moment. Now 49-0. Greninja almost level 8.
Gordo.
Snorlax, but really those Immortals putting their body in the
Fuiste.
way so that SoSad Sam could keep pressing Deusebom as they're getting back right now. Knocked out is Revenant. Tons of damage. Comfey Eagle steps up and gets one. Looking for the Zapdos. Now it's Kikesola that's going to go down. KO Shrika 2. They want the third. Big strike from the Mewtwo. They get credit for that. Comfey Eagle, I mean, they are on fire.
Wow. I mean, a quadra to start our match right here from the Greninja. Incredible stuff from Comfey Eagle. This is just devastating for DreamHack. 2-0 in their group. They had a good first game, but they are just getting handled in game 2.
I mean, these NA teams are balling out of control. They don't care what your sponsor is. We coming for you. Citadel Gaming putting their mark down. Big Greninja Unite. That converts to a knockout on Zapdos. Meanwhile, everybody behind Comfey Eagle is scoring, and Comfey Eagle's doing it alone. There's the Bliss assistance. Are we going to push even further? No. That's just to get them out of trouble.
I think there was a moment where they consider, like, are we sliding on them right now? Are we doing this? And once again, I gotta give it up to Citadel. They did not take the bait, you know? They did not take the easy, let's just sit in their central area, let's look cool right now, because they know that some of these teams can punish you.
Here comes Joey on this puzzle. Kikesola going down. Yes, SoSad Sam is moving so well around this map right now with this Mega Mewtwo. Why? Nice little suplex there. Is there enough in the tank to get rid of it? Safeguard is down. Here comes Deusebom. That's a great knockout if they can get it. They pop their Unite move. They try to save them. Stunned back the other way, blocked into the wall, and at least they took care of the Urshifu on its way out.
Yeah, they took care of the Urshifu. I mean, you got to give it up to DreamHack. They needed to get that Greninja, but some real fancy footwork, incredible support play from Citadel, and an amazing start once again to game number 2 here. Sam almost level 11, just ticking over. Greninja at level 11 right here as well. We finally do have Machamp online for DreamHack. We're going to see if that can be a difference maker in some of these fights.
Machamp and Urshifu on the hunt here. Good little tandem they can work in. Block is up. SoSad Sam is ready to go. Meanwhile, we got Joey on a mission in the bottom path. Regieleki's getting work done.
Here we go. We're going to see if they can make something happen. The side strike onto the Blastoise. 5 members of DreamHack hiding in the tall grass here, Doob Snacks. They hit with Zapdos. Regieleki getting very, very low. A surf for the ages and an easy secure.
Immortals go gets plucked by the submission very quickly, right into the power nap into the bushes. Here comes Comfey Eagle after the Bliss assistant. They can do a ton of damage here. Nice little suplex again, separation on a Kilo. We're going for him. Revenant is down and make it 2. There goes Kaisola, EMP, Deus Boom, and Lucky are peeling back. Immortals is low. They get another little slam down. 2 players down the other way. Hydro Typhoon from Lucky kicks up just in time, and that's enough to force Comfey Eagle to retreat. Can they get away from Lucky? Lucky says, yes, I'll let you off the hook. I'm going for points.
Yeah, and here we go, looking to score right
Dale,
here.
dale, 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 dale.
KO. Greninja moving back in. That's going to be a double. Using the birds to move through, they can just straight surf through them right here, getting all of those resets. Enough of them on the side of DreamMax as well. 202, 128, and I think Comfey Eagle is looking to break their record from game 1 here. Let's see if they can get more than 19 KOs this time.
I mean, there is no other mission on the mind of a Kilo besides being in the pocket of
Ese Greninja, yo igual llegué a Master jugando con Greninja.
Success in game 1, going to be the key to success in game 2. What I'm impressed by here in game 2 is everybody else seems to have woken up on the squad, and they're playing pretty darn well. This is a great opportunity for DreamMax. They're looking to push forward, secured by a Kilo. Hydro Typhoon does kick up Comfey Eagle. They get knocked out. A Kilo lost sight of what their job was. They get knocked down. Here comes Deus Boom. Hits of 12 on their Unite move. Suplex there. Nice block for cover to save So Sad Sam.
Yeah, here we have Buzzwole staying in the top path during all of that. They are now level 13, kind of a quietly level 13 on the side of Citadel, where Greninja is being very loud about being level 13. 1 minute left to go until Groudon hits the map. Citadel Gaming still way up in this exchange. Things are going better, however, for DreamMax on the experience part of our scoreboard.
Without a doubt. Deus Boom moving to the middle. A Kilo getting some vision. We've got a little pause here for the cause. And I'm very happy that if this was going to be a pause, it's happening in this moment right now, where these teams aren't near each other. We're not in a critical strategic moment. So hopefully we get this resolved and we can get back into it. But this is another game for the ages out of Citadel. And this is a team, like we said, the pendulum has swung, and right now it's swinging to the side of victory for them. Can they hold on to it?
Yeah, it's the question, right? I mean, they have a very, very strong start. I mean, we're almost to the end of this match. Citadel with huge plays from Greninja early. Comfey Girl just setting up moment after moment to pick up massive KO strings against DreamMax. If anything like that obviously happens at Groudon, it is all over basically for DreamMax. They're going to need to shut Greninja down, but Citadel has a lot of options to keep it around, a lot of ways to help it, right?
Árbitro pagado, árbitro pagado.
Positioning there, and of course Blissey, which has used some incredible Bliss assistances on Greninja so far.
Without a doubt. Like I said, you know, game 1, it's really tough to not see how well Comfey Eagle did, especially when we saw the stat screen. Right now, all of Citadel Gaming seems to have shown up here in the chapter of the story that is this match, and they are looking solid. How will DreamMax respond? They're behind a little bit on levels. They're down about 100 on the scoreboard, and with only 47 seconds until our Groudon populates, how will they adjust?
Yeah, that's the question, right? The Machamp is a playmaker. At any moment, if they could really catch someone with that Machamp, we could have something for the side of DreamMax. As we're now heading back into our match, Doopsnacks. Again, 40 seconds now until Groudon hits the map. We have DreamMax positioned pretty aggressively around this top objective, but I don't know that they're that interested in it. They would just like to make sure that Citadel does not grab it and also keep some strong positioning here.
Exactly. Revenant going back. Machamp, like you mentioned, going to be the facilitator in this fight for DreamMax. So they're going to have to get a good engage, a deep submission, and a popular Unite move to let Deus Boom on that Rapid Strike Urshifu take over.
It's just 15 seconds now until Groudon, as we have DreamMax kind of positioned all around this top L bush right here, looking for members of Citadel. If they can grab just one player with Machamp, they can make a huge play, as they are now looking directly on Groudon. The rip is happening.
Straight in the middle. Groudon's already at half. We're going to have to throw everything in the kitchen sink. We're going straight for Big Greninja Unite, secured by Zapdos. So Sad Sam wasn't in the stratosphere of that Groudon, and DreamMax Aftermath making a call for the ages. A heavy rip.
Compradaza, fue comprada, se estaban ganando.
Wow, wow, that was so fast, so aggressive, and Citadel really didn't have an answer for it at all. Like you mentioned, we had a player not even at the fight yet. I think they did not expect DreamHack to just take the series from them like that. It's not over, however, Doopsnacks. The minute 20 on the clock and the entirety of Citadel up, they are going to look for a fight. However, those Groudon buffs give DreamHack an insane amount of damage in this moment. They do have one Unite move on the Snorlax. That's going to have to be a game-changing Unite.
Oh, caught out of the heavy slam with the submission. Moving forward, though, Immortal's looking for a chance. Heavy slam is there. Block for separation into the power nap. Didn't quite use the block yet. They are done and dealt with. What can the rest of the team do? Citadel is trying to shell in damage. Greninja with good spacing. Hydro Typhoon just in time. That cuts off another player. The fight rages on, but it's not going to be enough. Greninja pops their Unite move. They are dealt with. Deusy Boom flipping the script on them. So Sad Sam might be a Mega Mewtwo. Why? But they're asking themselves, why did you even dare to step to us? DreamHack Aftermath winning game number 2.
Yeah, beautiful stuff there from DreamHack. What a fight from them, and what a decision, really, to rip in that moment. It was pretty dang incredible for them. I do think it's almost like a little bit of a game of chicken that was played right there, and I think Citadel thought there was no way they were going to make that play in that moment. Well, unfortunately for them, they did, and they're going to take the game.
So, if we're taking a look at the composition of either team here, not a lot of great secure either way, which is what leads you into a false sense of security that the other team definitely won't rip because they don't have a good secure tool. Meanwhile, neither does the other team. Citadel Gaming and DreamHack Aftermath were both sitting there with less than ideal secure options. So going for it there makes sense to me, especially because we caught Citadel Gaming napping at the wheel.
Yeah, they absolutely did.
Cosa.
Some of these moments in our match here. Obviously, DreamHack felt like they were quite a bit behind, and a lot of this they just recognized they needed to make a play.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, a nice little push here by Citadel Gaming, which is just a successful team fight out of them. Nice little Hydro Typhoon back from Lucky, and that was signs of life that DreamHack weren't looking to give up just yet. Registeel secure Hydro Typhoon out of the Blastoise allows deep breath and ready, and here we go, right into the rip. No questions asked. Middle of the team. Submission is out. This is our Greninja's Shuriken's way too early, and the Zapdos secures with the Hydro Typhoon providing cover.
Yeah, it's just tough when you just see Mewtwo kind of walking towards that. There wasn't a lot the Mewtwo could do in that moment, but it definitely could have put some damage onto the side of DreamHack, maybe picked up a KO, helped the team with that. Unfortunately, there was nothing they could have done with how fast that rip was. It really was just up in the air at that moment. Dale Spoon, our player of the game, 7 knockouts, went down 5 times themselves, 12 assists, looking a little better than game 1. They didn't give, 19 KOs over to the Greninja this time, but really just took the match there at the end.
Yeah, absolutely. The Zapdos being the one to secure EMP again on the Zapdos. There's a joke in there somewhere. Great work out of DreamHack, great call. Like I said, not great secure on either side there, Cowboy. Not like your historically powerful secure tool. And in the face of that, DreamHack just kind of going for it and taking initiative does give yourself the best opportunity in that weighted flip. They had their moves well timed out. Great Hydro Typhoon by Lucky to break up any close proximity attempts to secure by Citadel. And then everybody else just hucking their moves right to the middle.
Yeah, it just looking to see if they could get it. We saw the Greninja Unite move. Obviously, Zapdos with the final hit there, securing it. There isn't a lot of secure anywhere in this match. Maybe your best tool is going to be, honestly, Greninja Surf or something like that. So I think DreamHack felt very confident in that if they get this, they win. And I think Citadel's not going to expect them to be that aggressive in this moment, as evidenced by Mewtwo not even being.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what. I guess we can take a look right here. You start talking. I'm going to check something real quick.
Yeah, I was just taking a look at the heat map here and the stat distribution. Obviously this Water Bear is all over the map. They're always looking for a lot of great fights, a lot of different ways to engage. taking more damage than they even gave out in that moment. So a huge playmaker for the side of DreamHack, but really it all just came down to DreamHack's call to take the objective.
Okay, so I was just taking a quick look to see why maybe they were sending the Mewtwo on a mission. It was level 12, didn't have its Unite move going into the last 17 seconds, but it wasn't that far away, and I think it might have naturally ticked up, so maybe they were scrapping for the level 13. What are your thoughts there?
Yeah, I mean, I just think they really didn't expect DreamHack to do that, right? And I think part of the mind game there is knowing that if DreamHack loses that one game, this series is done. And I think a lot of teams wouldn't have the guts to do it. And maybe Citadel thought, rip it, they're basically taking the end of this match here and leaving it up to a coin toss. As we call it a flip for a reason, right? It's just a coin flip. They're just gonna try to take the objective. However, as you mentioned, something that I heavily believe in, I just think when you are the ones taking the chance, when you're the ones pushing forward, you have a much better shot than just a 50-50 because you're not caught off guard. You know what's happening. You're not panicking. You're not throwing unit. You don't need to. You are fully committing to this rip. And I think because of that, because of how they caught Citadel on the back foot there, that was a really sharp play. Even though it does come down to a level of luck.
It does. I mean, we don't want to say that it is all luck.
No, it's not. But there's an element. I don't know what the numbers are, but maybe 35% of the time, Citadel get that, right?
Well, right, and that's, we talk about a coin flip, a pure 50-50 is what that naturally represents. But that's why we like to use the term weighted flip, right? Taking agency, being the one to make the call, and naturally having your team on the same page because you've taken that initiative adds 5, maybe even 10 percentage points to that, 15, heck. And then all of a sudden you're looking at a 65-35 or a 60-40, and you're like, well, with our tournament life on the line, and we're behind in experience, and these team fights aren't going our way, that's our chance.
Yeah.
Go for it.
Yeah, not only that, I think there is a big mind game element to it too. If your opponents don't think that something like that is happening, the weighted flip, I think, just becomes better and better and better for you. It's a concept that comes from other card games, like a game like poker. We were talking about All In earlier, give me all the chips and things like that. If you push all your chips in the middle, your opponent has an opportunity to fold. And in Unite, I feel like the equivalent to that is not committing to a big fight because you just don't even recognize that your opponent's actually going for it.
Exactly right. First pick out of Brazil, DreamHack Aftermath is going to be that Moltres. Real quick, these bands, Hoopa, Greninja, Zacian, Zapdos, Feraligatr, Espeon, and first pick is that Machamp by Joey the other way. Immortals back in the Snorlax tank.
You gotta love seeing Greninja banned. Yeah, that's how you know that you've made it, when you get your Greninja banned. Well, we're gonna see what else Comfey Girl has in the tank here. Next couple of picks over to Citadel. I like the Char Y. I think people are like, they bounced off this thing too early. I think Char Y is still extremely.
Well, Kaisola believes in you. We've got a Typhlosion Hover from Comfey Girl.
Okay.
And Lucky, with this Mamoswine, we've already seen some great Mamoswine play throughout the weekend so far. Yeah,
here we go. Typhlosion. I love to see it. We got 3 Charizards for DreamHack. All right.
3 legendary birds game 1.
And now it's 3 Charizards. Here we go.
Heard you like Charizards.
Oh.
All right, let's do it. Let's see where Sosa and Sam ends up with this gutter pick. Goes Mew. Is that going to have a big of a nuclear impact against 3 Charizards?
Well, here's the thing. If they get it in one of their 3 different Seismic Slam Unite moves, you would be able to move around the battlefield, invincible for a moment with your own Unite.
Sure.
So there's a counter to it right there. When I look at Citadel, I just feel like, how are you going to do enough damage into DreamHack? Like, where is your damage right now? I love Typhlosion, but how do you do enough damage? I don't know. This is going to be really interesting. If Citadel wins this, obviously hats off to him. If DreamHack wins this with 3 Charizards and a Moltres, which is kind of a Charizard impression, let's face it. I mean, this is a wild composition.
Kind of both ways, right?
Yes, both ways.
The one thing that Citadel Gaming does have, if they elect to go for that weighted flip, they've got Mew, which is one of the best secure options in the game between E-Ball or even Solar Beam. So they've got themselves a chance here as we head into game number 3.
That's right, game number 3. All tied up here, DreamMax and Citadel. Obviously, both of these teams undefeated right now in their group. That is about to change. DreamMax Aftermath, your purple team. Citadel, your orange team.
I love seeing the 3 Charmanders scamper out into the Thea Sky Ruins here. As So Sad Sam is going to try and level up the Cyndaquil as quickly as possible. Immortals and Aquilo going on a mission because they assume one of the 3 Charmanders is going to be there, and they're going to be surprised by a Moltres as they both look and go, okay, I guess we got to try and do some work against this thing now.
Yeah, you would assume one of the Charizards would be there, right? It's a more difficult Pokemon to level up. Well, here comes one of the Charizards with an EXP share on its head.
I heard you wanted that smoke. Well, here's some fire for you. Geixola coming through. Deosibun putting tons of pressure on Aquilo. So Sad Sam stepping up. Gonna try and get in there. Bang! That's a quality knockout for them. The K opener to Citadel.
Yeah, and there you go. Moltres is actually doing great here. However, taken down. We're just trading right now. The Snorlax from Immortals heading to the top path.
Right there, meeting up with Joey. 850 is going to hit the clock. The birds are going to populate, and who are they going to go to? We need an Evo here out of this Machop. That's going to be critical. Both level 4s the other way. 4 players in the face of 2. Citadel Gaming trying to play the numbers average here in their favor.
Yeah, we're going to see if Machamp can get online right here. They need this secure. Yes, they do have it. 2 Charmanders do not have a strong secure tool. They can rip things pretty fast. They just don't have a way to actually get that last hit.
Yeah, that central has kind of been abandoned, and now the Moltres finally going back to clean that up as So Sad Sam is working through their central with the Typhlosion. Finally a Charmeleon for Revenant. We've got a Charmeleon.
Está bien reñido, ¿no?
We still got a Charmander struggle.
Yeah, and here we go. We're going to see which one can get online first. I mean, that'd be fun to find out which Charizard actually makes it to Charizard first. Big time heavy slam. This Charmeleon is in trouble, and they do go down. We have the Pillow Swine going to have to get pushed back here. No, still a Swin'em. Sorry about that with a big time flame charge.
I must say, the passive of Snorlax to run faster towards berries actually allowed them to catch up and get that knockout there. Pretty fun to see that kind of play. Deosibun in the middle of 3. Now stepping back away after kind of like a wing attack, engage, disengage sequence.
Here we go, Charmeleon getting caught right there. Big time slam with the eject button as we have now Pillow Swine online in this bottom pack.
Everybody's trying to score there. So Sad Sam rolls forward with that flame wheel that you talked about at the start of the day. Love to see Typhlosion get a lot of representation here. I think it's pretty darn strong. Yeah, it's really strong. It's interesting because to me, it has shades of a few different Pokemon. This does feel a little bit like Sylveon to me in ways, with the eruption feeling a little bit like a mystical fire without a dash, but then you have the dash on you with this wheel that also gives you a shield. It's a really fun one, and I'm excited to see it here competitive. You know, it's pretty funny the way you talk about the damage for Citadel Gaming, which is something that is lacking and they'll have to figure out. Probably by being bigger. On the other side, though, DreamMax grabbing 3 Charizards, they're probably looking for a way to shut down some sort of crazy speedster that they assumed Comfey Egro would go to. And the fact that they went So Sad Sam, Typhlosion, Comfey Egro on Mew, you almost isolate completely the ability of those 3 Charizards to do their job.
Here we go. 3 Charizards making their way towards the middle right here. Is there anything they can do to Citadel? Citadel's looking for a KO, and they grapple.
Nice little Solar Beam there, good follow-up. So Sad Sam going to put pressure on these Swablu and Altarians, and they're going to keep leveling up. Listen, doesn't matter how much damage your characters do, if you're 3 levels above the other team, you're in pretty good shape. So Citadel Gaming is going to try to put the screws to DreamMax Aftermath and really cement themselves in this experience.
Joey looking to be a playmaker here on the Machamp. They could move in at any moment with the submission and get one of the Charizards, get the Moltres, get something fire flying, that's for sure.
Yeah, like that. Joey looking nice. Cross chop eject. Lockdown knockout. What a setup. What a knockdown by Citadel. Now it's going to be 4 in the face of 4 and they're deciding to retreat here, which I think is a pretty strong move since they don't have Immortals, their tank, to put the pressure on and play the front line.
One of the things I've been most impressed with Citadel is their ability to not give up a win. They've set up a bunch of big moments. They go and they pick up a KO, and then they actually accurately can assess whether or not they can make something happen right there. Lucky with a big-time catch, trying to rival the Machamp in the sky now. The Bliss assist is the other way. Power the triple seismic slam!
Well, if you got 3, use all 3. Why not? What's crazy to me is the Machamp is still standing, and this goal zone is too. Immortals pulls up for the smoke, and that's going to be enough to stymie the push of DreamMax Aftermath. So not a lot of damage out of Citadel, but a lot of stalky individuals on that side using all their resources and stymieing the push of DreamMax.
Wow, I mean, it's no matter what, I'm just glad I got to see that.
Yeah.
3 seismic slams all in a row from these Charizards. It was fun to watch, that is for sure. Mew putting some points in right now. They're going to get this goal as low as they possibly can, and now it's time for Joey to break it. 82-214. They are up. By they, I mean Citadel Gaming, as we now have Snorlax trying to make their way back to pad or to a berry. They can't do it in time.
Is Aquilo going to step up? No. Lucky going for the interference here into the central area. Hiding out as the Mew, they go up and roll away from where DreamMax actually is.
Here we go. Members of DreamMax looking for another play. Another big catch on Mew, and look at the combination there.
Yeah, I mean, the thing with Mew is its getaway tools are part of its Unite move. If you don't have that up or you're not willing to expend it, it's a knockout. There is a seismic slam on the Machamp. They run away pretty darn quickly. And now the points are going to go in here. A little late back into the fray is Joey as they get seismic slammed again. There's a Bliss assistance into the Machamp Unite. Tons of damage, 2 players down. Moltres is down, Charizard is down. Seismic slam number 3. Finally, Joey goes down. But on the backside, the Typhlosion isn't enough. It's the Mega Charizard X that's getting it done.
I mean, the real question is, how many seismic slams does it take to KO a Machamp? It turns out it is 3 consecutive seismic slams in a fight like that. It's pretty hilarious to watch. Must be frustrating to deal with if you're Joey.
Absolutely. 3 seismic slams in a row and Moltres cover fire to get that Machamp finally knocked out. But what I'm impressed by was that Mega Charizard X in the back line and the work they were able to do to give that window of opportunity to the rest of the team.
Here we go. 5 seconds till our top objective. We're going to find out what Reggie we have spawning up here. Citadel ready to take this. Oh, Reggie Alecki in the top back.
Kilo going to score, and that's really just to draw attention. Immortal's going to cover the bottom path as it looks like DreamMax is going to surround that basement Reggie. Everybody on Citadel Gaming, they need to frame up and get ready for their opportunity of attack here, because we've got 10 seconds until our Rayquaza.
Well, Citadel getting extremely aggressive. I'm not sure what they're going for, but here come all 5 members of DreamMax. They're looking for a fight. That is one of the best solar beams I've ever seen, hitting every single member, and they're going for it right now.
Straight into the rip here. It is a close battle indeed. Into the back line, Fire Punch. They're trying to lure them in. Rayquaza's at half. Seismic Slam into the middle. We do have a Bliss Assist for cover. Machamp is still standing there with those eggs around them. We've got some Unite moves to use. Rayquaza's so low. Nobody's paying attention. Heavy Slammer in the middle. Power Nap is there. Secured by DreamMax, I believe. And everybody but Immortals is down. No, make it everyone. Jack 10 Jack Queen King Ace. That's what I'm looking for. Citadel Gaming is dispatched.
DreamMax going for it again. Not
What was
afraid
Immortals
to go
doing?
for the objective. They're just moving in. So impressive. A wild fight. And again, you know, they just decide to end the match. They decide to really put Citadel Gaming do it in that moment. Can you stop us? Is there any way you could stop us? And if you try to, we're going to seismic slam you. And then if you try to, we're going to seismic slam you. And if you try to, we're going to seismic slam you.
I think that whole fight is different if Immortals doesn't get a why. I don't even know why they were there.
I don't know either. It was a really odd call.
Okay, down by 200. They've got an opportunity here. They need to get a knockout. They did get one. Immortals is there. The block is up. Comfey Hero, tons of damage. Look at those shields, though, still hanging out on DreamHack. We're going for the back cap action here right behind them. Immortals trying to get some points and not going to be enough. 296, 431. Just the Snorlax left standing. DreamHack's Aftermath is streaking towards that home goal zone, and that is all they wrote.
Yeah, great fight, great finish for DreamHack. A really scary one, obviously, for Citadel. Things did not go well for them as soon as they lost the Snorlax. DreamHack said, we're going to take it all right here. I mean, to be fair to DreamHack as well, when you look to the other side, they've only got one Pokemon that I feel like has any solid secure at all, and that's going to be the Mew. So
No fue más.
Hey, we've got the advantage here. If you move in, we'll fight you. If you don't, we're going for red.
That you want to talk about a moment I want to see. You start chatting, I'm going to find this right now.
Doobsnack's now looking for a moment here on our telestrator that we've got in the booth. Yeah, it was a very exciting fight there. And I think DreamHack, just like we saw in game number 2, they are not afraid at all to take the fight, to really go for it in the moment when they had the player advantage. They took it. That's going to make them 3-0 in their group, ready to move on to day 2. Yeah, on TV. Doomstack's now just watching the play back here. We'll have to get the telestrator up on broadcast here in just a minute. But right now we got replay up on the screen. You might see some of the moments you're looking for. Big time Bliss assistance there. The 3 seismic slams from the side of DreamHack.
I mean, and if you can believe it, the Machamp didn't actually go down. Joey's still standing after that. Here comes the 3 consecutive seismic slams that were successful. Good Bliss assistance, Machamp unite, but that becomes the beginning of the end as they get seismic slam for that 3rd time and burn down.
And here we go, looking for Rayquaza. Again, not great secure on the side of Citadel. They're in trouble, they're being chased down. We've got the Charizards in the air. Who got the secure on the side of DreamHack? Was it the Charizard?
It had to be, right? Is it Fire Blast?
It could have been the auto there. I'm not sure.
Come on.
I mean, 3 seismic slams, hard to deal with. I'm with you. It is funny. Yeah. It is funny. It's a funny idea, and it worked.
It worked. It worked. They got a lot of help from the other side of the map, just throwing the game in the trash can. I am not happy.
I can tell
with what just happened to close out Citadel game. Because I mean, they not only that, they got completely flustered once DreamHack immediately just pivoted to the middle. They got so disjointed they couldn't help each other anymore. So, like you said, all credit in the world to DreamHack's Aftermath for seeing the opportunity and seizing it and not letting Citadel Gaming collect themselves.
Yeah, really nice stuff here as we're taking a look at some of the stats in that game.
Ya curado. Ya, eliminados. Ay, contra otro.
Highest of the match, however, is going to be the Moltres right here, our MVP. And it looks like our telestrator is ready here. We're going to pull that up on screen. Doobsnacks, go ahead and take it away. What's the moment we're looking at here, brother?
So this is, again, 18 seconds. We've got DreamHack who are clearly surrounding that basement objective. You can see here, right on your mini-map, right about there, is exactly where Lucky, the tank player for DreamHack, is hiding out. Because they're just trying to get vision, right? Here comes Citadel Gaming. Watch that mini-map. There's the Snorlax right on top. I know we're watching the rip, but right on top, they walk right into Lucky for no real reason there. And at the moment that they see them, they pivot immediately and just go straight towards Immortals, which means they came back. Typhlosion steps up, Ice Fang reposition, dumps them into the team, and then all SoSad Sam can do is run away. Why they were there to begin with is the most frustrating spot, because I think they would have been much better off going towards the central and setting up a trap, because at that point, they at least have a clear idea from the direction where they believe DreamHack's Aftermath would be coming from. Having one person out there to try and get vision, you don't actually gain anything. You would have been better off in the choke point that we're watching DreamHack's Aftermath walk through right now.
Yeah, no question about it. Well, we're going to find out more about what was going through DreamHack's Aftermath's head as we have an interview ready up on the main stage. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Fraggles. I have EMP here with me from DreamHack's Aftermath after such an intense match. Honestly, we need to address the elephant in the room. 3 Charizards. Tell me about it.
We play these compositions against our screen partner, Tusi, and we trained so hard with this composition. And I think it's something that the team have fun, especially with our support playing Mega Star with XP Share. I think it's a thing that people is sleeping on, and I think it's ultra broken. Charizard is broken. I think it's one of our best compositions we have.
That is incredible, and you had to break that, that secret box and say, okay, we need to use our secret composition now because this is a game 3, so everything was on the stakes. And speaking of, you have guarantee day 2. So how does it feel? Is there anything you're looking forward to tomorrow?
I think day 2 for us means a lot because we went through some issues in the year, not qualifying through LCQ. And I think going to day 2, we want to prove something that we can earn that the last spot for Worlds.
Yeah, you're definitely one step closer to that EMP. And of course, I would love to know a little bit more of how does the dynamic now, considering that you were, DreamHack plus Aftermath Brazil. How is that? Tell me a little bit about it.
Bro, I'm gonna say something like, especially thanks to Theory, he's really supportive with the team, and DreamHack 2 is really supportive. Theory's Aftermath owner. I respect a lot Aftermath. I coach Aftermath in A. It didn't go well as we think it, but he's supporting the team in Brazil. I think it's a really good thing because we are here because of Aftermath and we are here because of DreamHack, and I think it's a good collaboration with both organizations.
It is wonderful to see that come together in such a fruitful way as well. But I want to know too, how is the environment between you guys merging together to play? How is the dynamic?
We have fun. We joke a lot with all of the members. It's a really good environment. We never had a fight on the team. Like we never yell to each other. The environment is really healthy. I love the team. I love my team. I think it's one of the best team I've been on. I think it's really good. I think, yeah, for sure.
Love it, EMP. All right, so do you have any final words, any shout-outs you want to give? Because you have confirmed day 2, so you definitely have a lot of gratefulness in your heart.
Yeah, I'm going to say something like, fear the Aftermath. Just that.
Okay, fear Aftermath. Is that it?
It's not me on the community, but I think we need to show some respect to Aftermath and DreamHack. I love both organizations. I feel in home like with the DreamHack players, with the organization support and all of that. I think it's a really good thing that happened, this collaboration. It's crazy because I was like, oh, I'm not going to play Unite anymore. And Kaishala messaged me, well, bro, we need to go to NAIC. I start thinking, oh, it's a really good last chance. So we're here. We are proving something.
You definitely are. Thank you so much, MP. Congratulations for making it to day 2 of 2026 NAIC. I'm going to throw it back to the booth.
All right, an incredible match there. DreamHack's Aftermath really taking the opportunity to win both of their games. They saw it there in game number 3. As soon as they catch out that defender, they are going for the victory, and they were able to pick it up. 3 Charizards. Looks like a little better than the 3 legendary birds, apparently.
Yes. Let's take a look at our groups here. Root Dig 3-0. They're on to day 2. Non-parametric statistics. My boy Muck and company. They're 2-0, and they're pretty darn guaranteed at this point, I think, depending on their tiebreakers with All In, which would be the team they'd have to play. Let's talk about Group B. You say words now.
Yeah, Evil Geniuses and Goofy Goobers looking pretty incredible here. 2-0 for both of these squads. We saw EG earlier in the day, and they looked fantastic as well. Group C, for me, the talk of the tournament. We've got Fulcrum 2-0, Extinction 1-1, Deep Cross 1-1. These two will face off, and the winner of that is going to decide which one of them will head through to day 2. What an insane matchup that is going to be as we continue to move through our bracket. Both Lunex and Rush Hour, the teams where a lot of people expecting to move out of Group D, are 1-0 so far.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at the last 2 groups. DreamHack Aftermath, we just watched that. They're 3-0. Citadel Gaming, 1-1. Their run isn't over. They win their next one. They're pretty much locked down. And then in Group F, IX, Tuesday, both 2-0, looking great.
Yeah, a lot of teams you would expect moving forward, and then a few wild card. The Fulcrum situation is incredible in Group C. It's probably what I'm most excited about as we are taking a look at our teams still looking for their world spots here at Doomsnacks, an idea that you had in a dream that somehow became a reality. Take a look at this. All of these teams that are not grayed out are still in the hunt. The other teams have been eliminated from the tournament already.
I love that they're grayed out. I love that we can still read the names too. Credit to them for showing up and competing here at NAIC. That's what makes this event so special, is all the folks that show up to actually game. I'm not going to read all those names.
Nope.
So we're on camera. That's what they just said. They're like, oh, you're not going to read anything?
You're not going to read them.
You're not going to read anything, then just go on camera.
It's the thing that both of you really wanted, but if you're not going to read it, go back to on camera. We are ready for our break. We have more incredible matches. That screen is going to get updated more and more as our day goes on. Some teams will stay in the hunt for that last spot to Worlds. Do not go anywhere. We will be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Pokemon Unite Championship Series at the North America International Championships. We're going to be seeing now a matchup that we have seen already on Last Chance Qualifier. Lunex Gaming versus Rush Hour.
I have a lot of personal stakes in this match. Rush Hour, of course, formerly known as Brave Birders many moons ago. And Brave Birders Sweep has been my slogan for now, like 3 seasons of UCS. And here they are giving an amazing showing, honestly, in the Last Chance Qualifier. Obviously, against this other team they're playing against, Lunex, who did qualify out of the Last Chance Qualifier. So they have also picked up my good friend Flareons, who I was actually just talking to, so it's going to be very difficult for me to decide which of these, teams I want to see win.
Yeah, it's valid. We all have a bias. I personally don't have any bias, especially towards like any country or like nationality that is related to me. That is like completely untrue. But I would say that in your case, of course, you are unbiased. You're a very fair caster. And tell me more about this addition of Flareons. Do you feel like this change in particular, how does that perform?
I mean, it looked like it was really good when we got a chance to see it in the Last Chance Qualifier. So Flareon's famously kind of, a very young player, right? But has really started playing kind of at like the minimum age, and then went through some really strong teams like Orange Juicers and just a bunch of like potentially really strong teams, but a lot of teams also that didn't really quite hit the mark. Citadel Gaming, that we had a chance to just see play against Triple Charizard.
Charizard.
Yeah, that's who Flareon was with
dreams.
in the league, right? So moving out of that team that didn't qualify to the league, and then immediately going qualifying, we get a chance to see Flareons. It's really cool to see, but we still have to see how Lunex is kind of playing with this new addition, and they've been looking great, but again, this is a rematch of the Last Chance Qualifier Grand Finals.
It is, and like you mentioned, with a little bit of a spoiler, if you haven't been catching up with the regular season, Lunex did qualify. They won against Rush Hour, and that got them to be one of the 4 teams at NAIC this year for Pokemon Unite that are already qualified for Worlds.
The interesting thing, too, is that both of these teams obviously played online, right? But these are 2 teams that are very, very storied in playing in offline environment. Rush Hour, and I have to stop myself from calling them Brave Birders all the time, but Rush Hour, they've been coming to NAIC. I mean, they qualified for top 8 of NAIC when it was like just NAIC, and then they qualified some other way when it was like regionals. They've been to a lot of in-person events, and then of course everybody that's on, pretty much everybody, I gotta think about it, that's on Lunex has had a lot of experience too. I remember I did an interview with Celeste, who when was that? That was like 3 years ago, something like that, on stage. So just a lot of really storied experience of not only playing in person, but also playing in person at this event.
Oh yeah, and that feels like it gives some people, I would say anybody, if you go to a place where you've been before, you've had some experience, you just feel like home. That's usually my place at LAIC. I already feel like LAIC is my home. I'm sure NAIC feels like your home as well. So I'm just starting to, get in, have some tea, have some biscuits as well, and just getting welcomed into this beautiful home that is the North American International Championships. And I'm pretty sure that these teams also feel incredibly comfortable, like you said. I want to see, personally, after what we just saw, I don't think we're going to see immediate results from the Triple Charizard in this match. But tomorrow, we will. But still, it just gives me that little, like, oh my god.
Yeah. So, little bit of literally behind the scenes here. When teams are going to play next, obviously they get kind of ready before the next match ends, right? So I was walking back before coming over here to cast, and both these teams that we're seeing right now were watching the end of the last game, and I walked up and I was like, so Triple Charizard, right? And not a single person there like also understood exactly what was going on. I think it was as much of a confusing choice to them, but hey, it was a winning choice, so we'll figure it out. But yeah, there's still so much that can be done in this game, in this meta. It's so wide, especially once we've seen All-Star Draft, we can just see there's so many different strategies.
I know, I was just gonna say, I was like, All-Star, give me All-Star. It's okay, we don't have All-Star NAIC. Who knows, maybe in the future we might have it as well, just like the East has had on ACL. But, well, although the Triple Charizard, it's not going to have that much effect right now. People are still trying to process what it is. Let's go back to the things that have been working, of course, because we haven't seen quite a lot of defenders that I just usually repeated. You still have Umbreon bans. You still have Vaporeon doing really well. Snorlax always really, really good. and especially like going for supporters, like the side up pick. It's just, I'm not gonna say inevitable, but it's just like so present all the time.
Yes, yes. Psyduck has been really dominant now for so many of the events that we've casted. It's just so good at doing everything. It's great at getting the initiates with Psychic, or really kind of however you want to play it, but it's great at initiating, it's great at surviving, it's great at supporting, it's great at just doing damage in general. We've seen so many Psyduck games that are like 80,000 damage, 70,000 damage, and it's like, hold on, you're supposed to be a support. But these teams in particular, just having had a chance to see them for a lot of years and over the course of this season, we know that they've got some pretty unique styles, right? So we'd see Lunex, they had a relatively weak early season, and then they realized that they wanted to play way more aggressively, and exactly how to play more aggressively. And they play off the back of Celeste a lot, who is kind of like a well-known, like kind of assassin speedster player, plays a lot of Zoroark, and they really are able to just be hyper-aggressive. But on the other side, we see the Rush Hour, I keep trying to call them Bravebirders. They do play a lot of speedsters, right? Colin Tang ends up playing the Talonflame quite a bit. There's some other options too. There was one match I'll always remember where Colin Tang went. It wasn't Zoroark. It was, because it wasn't a mirror. It was a speedster matchup against Overlord, and won the speedster matchup. Like, was just winning the fights, which was so impressive because, obviously Overlord is Overlord. So two really aggressive teams, and I assume we're probably going to see some speedster play on both of them.
Yeah, I was going to say that definitely indicates a play style that is focused in early game as well, to try to get the rotates as quickly as possible and guarantee more pressure across the map. And of course, the speedsters, that is their role, that's how they play. So I would say in that regard, having that pressure in the early game is going to mean that every single wild Pokemon matters. Every single farm that you can get and last hit for the, not just the ASNH, but especially for the levels, it means so much, because levels, they not only mean more damage and scaling overall, but also like unlocking those plus moves, unlocking those evolutions, and that means so much to these compositions.
I mean, there's so many different directions they can go with the draft right now. And the other big thing is that obviously we haven't seen these teams since Last Chance Qualifier. So there have been some meta changes, there have been some new releases. I actually specifically feel like a lot of the new picks, like maybe Typhlosion or, if we end up seeing for Alligator, not banned for once, I feel like both of those Pokemon would go really well into Lunex's style. Maybe. They're very aggressive. They do play a lot of brawlers. I feel like maybe, especially like Oblivion might end up playing one of those. We'll see though. There's some flexibility for sure with both teams, and we're gonna get in the draft. Again, reminder, Rayquaza game 1 every set. We'll see what they end up picking.
Lunex, your purple team here. And Rush Hour already picking out that for Alligator you mentioned, plus that Moltres into the bench with Zapdos, Slowbro, and a potential child. Okay, I said that might have been no effect immediately, but that kind of feels like it did.
And we do see the Zapdos ban. That's a pretty interesting ban. I do think Rush Hour was using Zapdos a bit in their matches in the Last Chance Qualifier, so this is most likely going to be an already targeted ban. And again, they had a pretty intense set, and I believe they actually had 2 sets maybe in the Last Chance Qualifier, so these teams, even just from that alone, know some strengths and some weaknesses. It does look like we are going to be starting off with the Hoopa pick, which has been really important, I think, actually, for a lot of the matches so far today. But to see it first pick, we've seen a lot of different first picks today.
We have from the Psyduck to the Espeon to the Hoopa. Absolutely, I agree. Even sometimes the Snorlax too. Right, on the side of Rush Hour, they go for a hyper-scaling brawler there on the Garchomp plus a Mew, so that heavy artillery from a ranged position. Meanwhile, Lunex here has a lot of options, I would say. For example, if you're not going for a Snorlax that has been hinted here, you could go, I was going to say Mamoswine, but yes, Blastoise is always very reliable, and the Espeon pick that had been going to purple P1, as I was trying to establish. It's a purple first pick, so it's P1. It's going to be the Espeon that Lunex.
And this is a nice pick for Flareons. Flareons has suffered for a while of, sometimes the meta just doesn't really fit his playstyle, I think. Really likes skill shots, a really strong player when you can kind of express that skill, stuff like, sniping Inteleon or Mew, but Espeon as well can have some really, really huge impact on the game. I think he's a lot less happy when there's maybe some more just auto attacking or some more passive Pokemon, but that should be, I think, a good fit. We are going to finish that up with one of the Charizards and the Blaziken. So a little bit, I said that maybe some speedsters, but we are going to have some dive potential, just not with speedsters.
True, very valid, very valid. And as we just saw represented in that game 3 of last series, the Seismic Slam is a very powerful ability in that Charizard kit. And in this case, the Charizard X, it's Charizard White, Mega. Charizard White is off the table. That Metagross is an interesting pick here, just really showing that Rush Hour wants to have that close quarters kind of engagement. At the same time, the Mew always so reliable and just being a tool for any situation.
Right, yeah, Mew also is a pick that, I mean, theoretically, Flareon's could use, right? Obviously, Flareon's already picked, but it's one that just showing that you can use as well is going to be a nice little deterrent, I think. So, we are going to have a chance to see actually a lot less Speedster play, I think, than I expected. We ended up seeing the Metagross, which is going to be an interesting pick, and I do think maybe that being the last pick was a little bit of a mind game. Also, my Pokemon that we've seen used a pretty decent amount, I would say, from Lunex. So, a lot of potential overlap as we get into this set. I mean, we are still at 0-0. It's still going to be 2 out of 3. We're still in all the day 1 matches. And there's already, I'd say, some altogether mind games, so good to see it. I'm a big fan, like I said, of honestly both these teams and what they've been doing the rest of this season, and excited.
So excited. Lunex Gaming versus Rush Hour, your rematch of of Last Chance Qualifier, as we go immediately into a quick tech pause, as this should be sorted out pretty quickly, Chef. And this is just so exciting overall, having the rematch, having these teams, like you mentioned, haven't played in, like an actual UCS tournament since the LCQ. This is a big moment. Lunex in this case having already qualified for Worlds, and in Rush Hour just trying to get their revenge back and potentially qualify. Of course, that requires them getting into day 2, getting into Championship Sunday, and of course finishing up with winning a grand final. So there's a lot that they need to do, and all of these teams are definitely just focusing on. I love that plush so much.
You know, I was talking obviously about how Flareon's was added to the team, but we didn't really get a chance. You know, I keep expecting that we're going to see like sort of a team graphic, but it's like, no, this is an open bracket. This is not online where we know who's going to be playing. But of course, Lunex also added Frank, who came over from LatAm, which is great timing, camera people. That was awesome. Let's see if we can do that again.
That is beautiful.
Let's just say a name of a player and see if it goes to them. But that was another huge addition, right? A very successful player from LatAm, and then adding Flareon's on top of this core that has already been doing so well throughout this season. So definitely a team to be reckoned with, and that also does add a little layer of mystery. If any of these teams go back and look at Lunex in the actual season, it's going to be a very different team than how they're playing now. So it makes it a little bit harder to find all the dirt on how to counterpick them and stuff like that.
True, and I love that you pointed out Frank there. Of course, we were talking about Flareon's too, but this Frank pick is just so interesting to me because I feel like they were one of the most reliable players on CACM, and that is just, to me, showing that Lunex is not just adapting, but choosing very key, good opponents. Not opponents, pieces. I was looking for another word, but components. That's the one. Good job, me. Components. To this mix, and I really want to see how this is going to perform here for them in the land stage.
It's really cool too, because it does give a little bit of a sign of some stuff that happens behind the scenes, and that's one thing that we've talked to a lot of especially like a lot of the Latin North teams, like a lot of the Mexico teams. There were actually a pretty decent amount of teams that like primarily came from Mexico, right? And a lot of them play. They've said a lot more with some of the North American teams. You know, obviously the border's right there. Like for example, me personally, my connection to a Mexican team would probably be better than my connection to an East Coast team. On the East Coast of North America. So they live very, very close to any of the teams that play from the West Coast or from the South or really just North America in general. So the fact that we know that some of those teams play and scrim and practice and talk and are friends with these North American teams, and then a player like Frank would be willing to go, and I mean, obviously I don't know what the situation is. Obviously he's in North America now for whatever reason, for how long, but the fact that he's willing to play as well with the North American team, the North American teams were saying like, yeah, we've played with you plenty of times, we know you're good, we've scrimmed together, so we would love to have you on our team. It's really cool to see that there is this sort of like inter-region friendship that happens a lot, and a lot of inter-region practice.
It's wonderful. I feel like it just makes so much sense because these, of course, considering all the different formats that we've had throughout UCS history, going from finals, like monthly finals, into regionals, and then point system, championship points, into our league format, into where we are now, which is the final stretch at NAIC, the last opportunity for a team to qualify for Worlds San Francisco. So it's just so meaningful, right? That this moment where we had the league format all throughout the season that was really just putting things in boxes, players learning how to play against people from their own region, but now Lunax representing the fusion between these two regions, and now in an international to showcase that is very nice.
Yeah, I do quite like seeing that. It's so rare that we get a chance to see like how teams from different regions do get to interact, but it's been a lot more than one would expect. I do think that certainly this season has given a little bit of a light to that, for anybody who has been watching any of the Asian regions. Well, I mean, I guess it's pretty pertinent, but Slash, of course, going over, playing in the Asian region after playing in North America. Overlord going and playing, and now he's a reject. He's going to be qualifying for Worlds already. He's actually technically like twice qualified for Worlds, or I should say reject is. But there have been a pretty decent amount of shifts, some EU North American shifts as well. That one's a little bit more common, but this is one of the first LATAM to North American shifts that I've seen. Don't think we've seen any of the other direction around either, but just in general, you can tell, so that these teams, even though you never really get a chance to see them play against each other except for at events like this or AOS Cup or Worlds, they do certainly exist in the same ecosystem, and there are friendships, there are trading partners that can really go pretty long distance, I would say.
Yeah, just literally and figuratively for sure. and Chef, if you think about it as well, this is the same topic that I was kind of approaching with EMP from DreamHack's Aftermath, because that's what they were, right? It's DreamHack that fused with Aftermath Brazil, a team that was created for the LCQ in Brazil, with Aftermath that is a NA org. So all of that, the fusion of these regions, even if the players are still Brazilian in those teams, it's just so interesting to see that this moment really just culminated into more than one team saying like, yeah, let's unify. Let's say, like, feel like you're one of the best in your region. Let's make ourselves the best to go to Worlds, right?
Yeah, it's really awesome to see, and I mean, hey, this is going to be another opportunity for them to show off. But in the meantime, I'm told that we are being forced to show off our Pokemon skills as production is decided to torture us with a game. No, I'm just kidding. Who is that Pokemon?
Is it from Unite? Because it could be Ninetales, or no, it's Alola Ninetales just because you have
it has the floof,
hair, the floofy
so
hair.
It's definitely Alola Ninetales.
It's Alola Ninetales.
Hey, look at that!
It's beautiful. I love Alola Ninetales. Matches my dress.
Alola Ninetales, I would like to see some Alola Ninetales. We're actually talking about that with the other casters, yeah.
Alola Ninetales, to me, if you pair that with an Articuno build, yeah, give me that immediately. I love the playstyle of Alola Ninetales. I love the freeze. Like, any game that I enjoy, if it has freeze, I'm down. I love it.
Pretty much every Pokemon that can freeze in Pokemon Unite has like really scary crowd control.
We've been seeing Mamoswine galore.
Yes, Mamoswine, Articuno, the Alola Ninetales. Okay, we're going to another one. Now this one, I'm going to throw to Zoinks. Zoinks, can you yell really loud from the green room? No, he can't. Okay, but it is the Zoinks. I think it's Zoinks' favorite Pokemon, actually.
Oh, is it?
Banette.
Okay.
Yeah, got a very cool Mega recently. I
had no idea it's his favorite.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Love that. Give me more.
This one's not in Unite, though. So we now know that there's a chance that these won't be in Unite.
Oh, okay. Is this a hint? Who knows? Maybe production is giving us a hint.
Oh, production's telling us that it was actually picked because it is Zoinks' favorite. So,
cute. We love you, Zoinks.
Yeah. Wait. Why didn't I ask for our favorite Pokemon?
I think mine is pretty obvious. Put that on the screen right now. That's not it.
All right. Do you want to guess this one? I know it.
I do know what it is, but I forgot the name.
It is Camerupt.
Yeah, that's the one. Exactly.
I'm doing pretty good at these somehow.
Yeah, good job. It's a good little guy. I love him.
I know more of these out of Unite Pokemon apparently than I can say the names of actual Unite Pokemon when we're in game. Every single time that we get to like Dartrix, I'm like, it's Rowlet's evolution.
I always forget Dartrix.
I know.
Yeah, Dartrix is one of,
And the funny thing is, I remembered it this time when I made the joke
Good
about
job.
it. Yeah, so I just have to
It's
make a
the
joke about it
low-pressure
every time.
environment, I think.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm on a roll. You know, I'm getting all these.
Yeah, just throw more. Give us
Yeah.
more. Shove us on a bra.
I'm waiting to see if they've
He's
got
on a
any
spree.
troll ones for us. I do expect that. Okay, this is another. This is a newer Pokemon.
You.
Yeah. Do you want me to take this one?
Yeah, I do. Yeah,
Alright,
go
this is-
continue your streak.
This is shoutouts to Attica. This is Glamora, who is a really cool new Pokemon. I'm actually quite a big fan of this. We've been seeing it a pretty decent amount after its release. So it's a cool Pokemon. It like opens up. It's like a flower. It's like a backwards flower. It's a really interesting Pokemon. So I'm a big fan of that one. And like I said, shoutouts to Attica. Attica's maybe favorite Pokemon. I don't know. Been a big fan of it recently, I should say.
Okay, there you go.
All right.
Love
come on.
that.
Do they have any more? Can they
Is
choose?
it? Ooh.
How do you actually? I feel like I'm gonna say this name wrong.
Like butcher the name, right?
Yeah. Should I try?
You should.
All right. Kofagrigus? Is that right? I feel like that's totally wrong. I just feel like I'm saying it incorrectly. Do I get?
No, I do.
No. Oh, it's Runer. Oh, it's.
Runerikus.
All right. That was a little bit of a troll. That was a good one. That was a good one. Yeah, I got that one wrong.
No, you were close. You were close.
I'm fired.
No,
That's how
no,
it
you're.
goes. They're pulling out some pretty deep cuts here. They're starting to.
I agree. I'm falling behind. I'm definitely falling behind here. I'm still waiting on my favorite because it's obvious if you don't know production. Like, what are you doing? Do you even know me?
All right. They said last one for now, maybe because I got one wrong, and so they're gonna kick me out of the booth.
Yeah, true.
Unfortunately, but
Yeah,
we'll
just
see.
put your
if
shoes back on.
Hey, nobody knows. Nobody knows that. We actually have like cool little standing mats down
We
here.
do. It's soft.
But it is pretty hot behind these lights. But maybe I'm just sweating from the pressure. I had a pretty undefeated record, and now it's like, okay, I can't look bad on camera.
I know.
Of course, the reason why we are playing this very silly game, just so everybody knows, is because we do have a pause that we are fixing the tech issue on stage. Of course, they got the draft done. They just got it started, and right when I was about to get excited, some little thing happens. But that's how it goes, unfortunately.
It does,
and,
technology.
It'll be there. Who's that Pokemon? It's an orb. There we go.
Which of the orbs it is? Is it just Voltorb?
I'll guess Electrode, if you want to guess Voltorb.
Okay, I'll do Voltorb then. Oh, it's Solosis. Okay.
You know what's actually funny is our stats person Icarus, I think showed this to us once, or to me
Wait,
at least.
Oh,
yeah, this troll one for who's that Pokemon, and I forgot. So, all right, that's good. You got
No,
us.
Solosis is good. Is it?
Production's literally laughing at us in our ear right now. It does look like
I mean,
maybe.
I'm not gonna spoil to the audience or anything, but they're not laughing at me.
Oh, sorry, they're laughing at me. Okay, yeah, that makes more sense.
I don't have any more laughing on my ear, Chef.
Well,
It feels bad for you.
I know. I had a pretty good record, and then I just lost 2 in a row. But they're gonna switch me out with somebody who actually knows Pokemon. So we're gonna be taking a really short break while we do that, and you're gonna have a real caster when you come back right after this.
EUIC 2026 hosted
Billy.
Pokemon Unite's AOS Cup. The title of international champion and the first spot at Worlds was on the line. Day 1's group stage was packed with teams from the UCS regional leagues, but all eyes were on Root Dignitas, Evil Geniuses, Team Peps, and CACM. The competition's metagame was defined by water-type Pokemon. Mega Gyarados, Psyduck, and Blastoise proved to be powerhouses. But rogue picks like Meowth, Zeraora, and even Wigglytuff also made some appearances. Day 2 began the single elimination bracket. With the pressure turned up to 11, the matches followed suit. Multiple matches in the round of 8 concluded with last-second dashes to score and margins of victory as small as 6 points. 2 teams forged their way through this gauntlet to the finals, Team Peps and Evil Geniuses. Looking to keep the EUIC title in EU was Team Peps. On the back of their powerful double defender compositions, they were able to defeat an incredible lineup of teams, including the defending world champs, Peru Unite. Evil Geniuses, on the other hand, cruised through Day 2, winning convincingly round after round. Championship Sunday was a battle of rivals, EU versus NA, a clash of styles, and all for the first spot at the World Championships. The battle raged back and forth all set long until Game 5, when Team Peps captured the energy the crowd was sending and defeated Evil Geniuses. Team Peps earned EU their first international competition title and punched their ticket to the World Championships in San Francisco. To make sure you never miss a moment of exciting Pokemon competition, head over to Pokemon.com/compete.
Production looked through the entire venue, could not find a real Unite caster. So I'm back, and we are getting closer to this match. Lunex and Rush Hour. It seems like we're pretty close to getting this whole thing all solved out. So hopefully we get a chance to start this game pretty soon. And I think we might be out of Pokemon to guess. But we can guess kind of what Pokemon we are going... well, no, we don't have to guess anymore. I do assume that the draft is going to stay correct.
Correct. I would say so. It does make sense. Because we had some interesting things. Let's remember, because it's been a while.
Yeah. So we had the Metagross, I remember.
We had Mega Charizard Y.
Yes.
No, X.
Oh, that's right. It was X, yeah. At this point, it's hard to remember because we've seen them all in one game. So, I don't know. I think we're going to be reeling from the Triple Charizard game for the whole weekend at least.
Yes, please. Give me that again. I also just love how DreamHack's Aftermath was like, yeah, we kind of had to spoil the secret. Right, so we'd love to have a confirmation here if the draft is going to be redone exactly as it was, or if we had technical issues during the draft and it has to be done differently.
It looks like they're redrafting because they're drafting in a really weird order right now. Or, you know what? This isn't even draft. This is straight pick. These are just normal
It's just straight pick, yeah, because there's no bans either.
I didn't actually know our graphic could do that, so kudos again to production.
Cool.
Yeah. I've never seen this not in draft.
Right.
But yeah, so they're picking what they were picking before, so my assumption is, we are just going to stick with this. Okay. Hey, we asked for a refresher on exactly what the draft was, but big notes to me. Flareon's getting that Espeon. Espeon feels like it's been really contested so far this weekend, and it's been doing a really good job. But a lot of really good support options on the side of Rush Hour that are going to really have to, I think, depend a lot on their main 2 damage dealers to kind of carry their entire team.
Yeah, it's so true. And I want to see exactly just how the Metagross is going to fit into this one, because of course you have Dragon Rush. Some things make sense to bring people closer to Metagross and allow for that Computing Crush to, have extra effects, create that arena around them, and have even more damage there for the Metagross to apply. But of course, the most versatile of Pokemon that you have with the Mew, the attacker option for Rush Hour, also very impactful. As we are finally, thank you so much for your patience, going into this game 1 of the series. Lunex Gaming on your purple side versus Rush Hour on your orange.
Let's go. We're in. And we are going to see an interesting thing here with the Blaziken in center path. Now, that's something that we don't see all that often. It used to be a lot more common, I want to say like 2 years ago, but I think I'm just getting old. But it does really do quite well in there. It levels up pretty quick. It has a pretty decent clear. And then once it gets to that level 5, it's quite good at assisting a path. It gets that blaze kick and pull everything along, can pull along a lot of the wild Pokemon as well, if you do manage to get there in time. So I do like seeing this. There's just oftentimes a lot of higher value targets to get the experience to.
Very, very valid. At the same time, you also have that Metang right on the other side for Rush Hour, also pivoting here for the top side with that level 5 on Colin Tang. As they are, of course, just trying to gauge what is the exact moment they're going to go in, because it's still 10 seconds for the Altair Swablu's to spawn. Though there is a big rotation here with Johnny coming to the top side that actually makes for Espeon to go to the bot side with that combusting. So Rush Hour definitely going to priority here.
And I have to say it, Colin Metang. Every time that we get it, I gotta say it.
Colin Metang, exactly.
Colin Metang, which is honestly doing a pretty good job up top. It's going to be a 4v2 up top, which does, of course, mean that bottom path is going to be a lot less defended inside of Rush Hour. Ooh, I did not think they were going to be able to pick that up. That was instant.
It really was, and they got another one too. So it's both the Hooper and the... Who was it? Was it the Charmander? Yeah, it went down exactly. And they continue going to the central area too with another knockout there for the Mew with that Electro Ball, but also retaliated back by 2 KO streak here from Flareons on this Espeon.
Oh, that was a chain of KOs from top half to bottom half. That was like 6 KOs in a row. We're about to get maybe a 7th. This is already a very violent game. There's a lot of just battles happening all over the place, and I didn't quite expect that it was going to be quite that aggressive early on, but I suppose the early game for Rush Hour is pretty strong.
We have a difference here where the level 7 allows for that Blaziken to transform already, while Colin Metang is still a Colin Metang. As they are rotating here for the top side, they take quite a bunch of damage from Flareons there with that poke and, of course, that Psy Shock. But it's a 4-person rotation from both teams here around this top area of the map. Of course, a reminder as well that because it's Rayquaza first map, we don't have Regidrago to fight in central. We're still waiting for the Regis to spawn on top and bottom. Asha! That's crazy.
That was it was a really nice pullback.
Wasn't it just?
It was like a frame perfect. So again, lots of KOs being found throughout the entirety of this game, but I wouldn't even say really fights. It's just a lot of like singular like 1v1s or 2v1 engagements where somebody just doesn't really stand a chance. And so we've seen a lot of KOs. However, these teams have not even grouped up together. The biggest thing might be down on bottom, where we're seeing some aggression from Rush Hour. They want to push forward, maybe try to break that goal zone. They weren't going to be able to, but they're on Rip Steel.
Yeah, and Metagross is already online here on level 9, so that could be a big difference, making it create even more space. It is not going to be stolen by Frank there on the hookup. Good Psychic Select to get Flareons out of the picture, but they use the eject button to get away to safety to that berry. So now Rush Hour is not going to overextend themselves after they got the objective. That Andreon also has to be careful. They use that, that wish, but there's an insect and a flank come now by Celeste too. That forces out plenty of Unite moves. That is still going to be a victory for this moment, or actually a 1-for-1 trade that became a 2-for-1 trade for Rush Hour themselves. They could get Flareons here, and they are going to be able to do so with a 2 KO streak for the Garchomp.
Some pretty huge KOs in that fight. That was looking like Rush Hour wasn't going to get a lot off of taking that objective, but then they pushed forward, they backed up, and then they pushed back forward again. So really good kind of positioning in general, some good like macro choices as far as being able to bait and back up and signal that they think, just try to make you think that you're retreating. And they got some really good experience off of it. They got like a goal zone off of it. They still have this goal zone up top. Relatively weak. Lots of points being scored in general throughout this game. We're not quite at the halfway mark. We've almost got 300 on board. I promise I can do math. Not 500.
Yeah, 300 across the map here. Rush Hour is going to take initiative for Regieleki. There's a Blastoise with a Hydro Typhoon as well, but the Limited Outrage does get people away from objectives, so Rush Hour will confirm that one for themselves as it is pushing towards Go. Asha, though, is almost one auto attack away from getting taken down, but they are not going to. with Celeste in a bit of a trouble position. That Solar Beam will finish them off. Oblivion though trying to stand up front line, good Hydro Pump, but still going get sniped there by Johnny. Wow, that's going to be such a huge overdunk. There you go, 36 overdunk to a total of 212 for Rashao.
And maybe even more importantly now, both tier 1 goal zones are gone for Lunex. And a team that likes to play aggressively, they love having tier 1s to be able to move back to get a little bit more vision, but you're kind of playing in the dark now, which is very scary when you do want to play like that. They're going to have some pretty strong late game. They've got some really strong secure on the side of Lunex. I mean, some great secure, rip and flip on both sides, and they're almost all gathering here on bottom.
Indeed, with Lunex starting out this raid, some folk coming from Rashao, of course, having a mute is something that you can afford to do. That's Frank with the, okay, Lunex Gaming does confirm the objective, so just forcing out Rashao away from this point. And of course, because of that Hooper Unbound, they have all 5 members here on bot side, so Rashao has to be really careful about how they proceed about this.
Honestly, Rush Hour, they've been like testing the waters really well. Every single time that it seems to them like they, is that hitting somebody? Okay, it is going to hit the place again.
Wow.
Yeah, off screen, and it will be able to at least get one Pokemon, but just so many Unites being popped.
It really is, and it was so close as well to the both of them on that 1v1 to get taken down. But it's a 2-for-1 for Rashao as they are still fighting out here. There's the Hooper that goes down as well for Colin Tang. Flarion's getting chased and cornered here. 4 members of Lunex Gaming that got taken down, getting Rashao into a level 12 power spike for both the Metagross and Garchomp.
You talked so perfectly about how Mew was such an important Pokemon and was going to be important in this matchup as well. And Mew is really doing a lot of work, so much damage. Yeah, I was a little bit worried that there was a chance that they weren't going to be able to get as much damage online as they wanted to on the side of Rush Hour. You know, Mew can obviously do a lot of damage, but it can also be a little bit more supporty based on kind of what level it ends up being and how the rest of the team works. Metagross as well can be a little bit more like tanky rather than just like high damage. Obviously, Garchomp can do a lot of damage, but also has to get in. So they definitely made their comp work really, really well. They're doing a ton of damage with everybody. I mean, I guess it's nice that the damage from Psyduck and stuff as well are going to be pretty nice to add on to whatever else you're doing. Who knows, Psyduck might be highest damage in the game, but they're looking really strong. It definitely seems to me like they've got an advantage going into pretty close to the final stretch, but honestly, the last fight, there's a chance that it could end up here on bottom.
It's a possibility. Lunier was chasing now for that level 13 for this Mega Charizard rather, but they're not able to do so. Meanwhile, Rush Hour 2 level 13s is forcing Lunex to go for this Registeel. They have a lot of secures. There's not going to be a snipe. It is a overheat secure by the side of Lunex Gaming with 10 seconds for the... This is game 1. Breakways. 2 spots.
So they are going to just be very safe. Again, Rush Hour has been super safe. They have not overextended maybe a single moment of this game. And whoa, wait, are we going to go for the Ribbon Flip? This is already getting pretty low.
Whoa, okay, Asher goes over the wall with the Livid Outrage as well. It's going to go on to Frank that gets forced out to use the eject button away. There's the Hydro Typhoon that gets Asher into the air, but it's going to be 1 knockout for the side of Lunex Gaming, make it 2 as they are in a great position here. Now Colin Tang has to be careful there, Asher as well. God, what a nice engage by that Mega Charizard, but going to be just so close for that Machamp, or actually the Garchomp rather, to take them down. But Lunex Gaming isolated everybody. Colin Tang trying to seal it. It's not going to be the case. Lunex Gaming takes the Rayquaza and 100 points behind are going to turn it around.
Of course, having the Rayquaza buff is the biggest advantage here, rather than, of course, any of the other maps that we could have had. That is going to pretty much secure that they're going to be able to take the lead at minimum, which is exactly what happened on another Hundo Burger up top. We got the chance to see the pip there. So a 305-point lead at this point. Not insurmountable. There is a minute left, so we still got to watch out on this. But again, the fact that it is Rayquaza means that they're not able to steal away any of the buffs from the main objective. We also do see this attempt maybe to back up from this Blastoise that it looks like they did end up getting caught, and pretty much everybody is converging on them. We'll see if they can end up escaping, but if they can caught right there, that would have been a big opportunity to make a comeback. Still 400 now and 5 points to make a comeback.
Yeah, it's quite a lot of points there. Seismic Slammer onto that Umbreon 2. It's going to get just immediately taken down. Livid Outrage just to try to get some more damage. But of course, we know that with this difference of points, it's just quite a very big lead to be surmounted. Although they have been able to take them down. Frank, although Hooper Unbound, they are going to take a lot of damage with that full power Sai. It's going to need 400 points. So it's 400 burgers. Nice Psychic Select here on the defense for Lunex Gaming. They don't have time to score. Colin Tang is going to take that side shock to the face with a side beam as well. And Lunex Gaming will secure the first game of this series.
Honestly, a strong attempt for the counter push at the end, though. They got a lot of KOs. That was on the verge of potentially happening, and you can actually see, I think Lunex maybe not quite happy at exactly how close that maybe could have been. They obviously are locked in and they just want to win the match, but there were some moments right there where it did seem like they did lose control even after it ended, and I do have to say again, I felt like Rush Hour was in control of the match the majority of the time. They were winning a lot of team fights. They were really, they were getting so much mileage out of that Mew. They were in control of the points. They were in control of all the goal zones. But in the end, Lunex, they for sure clutched it out. A lot due to the Charizard. So honestly, this might be the weekend of Charizard.
Well, it was just a memory unlocked by DreamHack's Aftermath. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's good. Let's play that. Let's use it. And they, the plays there, especially with the, of course, being Mega Charizard X, having that punch as well, right? Just having that little bit of a hindrance on to enable even more chain SCC is just something that really works out well for them in this last moment. Celeste on the 2-4 and 8 KFA is your player of the game. 169 points scored. And it was, I feel like, in this game in particular, you know how sometimes you're like, yeah, this play was really a standout. I feel like Lunex, the way they played late game, was such a collective effort that I can't really pinpoint. Like, of course, yeah, the Mega Charizard Hex was, it was really nice in one specific play that stood out, but it was such a group effort.
Yeah, it was definitely everybody all at once. You can actually see their damage is relatively close. All across the board, even the Hoopa with 40,000 damage, Frank doing a lot of damage and getting a 2 KO streak, I believe, at the end of the game, right in that final fight. So it was certainly a really well-coordinated full team fight, which is what we've been seeing win a lot of the games today. When we got to see, I can't even remember, Fulcrum? Is it their name?
Fulcrum, yeah.
Yes, okay. So they're such a new team, but they're already one of my favorite teams.
Right?
But yeah, we got to see them play.
They are new Brave Birders.
Well, I still got my old Brave Birders.
You still have Rush Hour, okay.
They're down a game, so I have to at least hope that this goes to game 3.
That'd be awesome.
Yes, that would
because like you said, Chef, we saw Rush Hour doing really well early game. Like, it wasn't a case of, yes, it was close in score, but the both teams were just positioning really well, having like these pick-off moments where basically if you saw a window, they were going for it. They were really aggressive. And I feel like it's interesting how both teams were matching and mirroring that in some way. So in this case, with Lunex having the upper hand in the final moment, I feel like it's also very dependent of the fact that it was a Rayquaza map too.
Yes, yeah, and you can see that I think maybe in part of that draft. When we saw the last draft, we're going to go into this draft, which is going to be probably pretty different, but in the last draft, we got a chance to see both teams with some pretty significant rip ability, which is usually just kind of consistent damage, right? Auto attackers or maybe like not long cooldown, move attackers, I guess is one you could say. That would sound weird. But then also strong secure was on both teams. So we had a chance to see that. We are going to see a really interesting ban. And I do want to point this out, the Slowbro, or the Slowpoke, that being a ban means that they're like, okay, now Rush Hour thinks we're going to play Charizard. We're going to probably be countering it by banning the counter to Charizard.
Yeah, exactly. And at this point, you still have 2 more Charizards on the table. And that is what happened the last time around. It was a ban on Mega Charizard. Why? They got Mega Charizard X instead. Lunex for this game, they are countering here by taking the Garchomp away from Rush Hour. That was very, very impactful, I would say. But at the same time, I wonder if Mew, yes, it was going to be immediately confirmed, or if there was going to be a chance for Lunex. No, Rush Hour knows that it can't be something that he give away alongside with his head.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not like it was just purely like a steal away either. I mean, if you look directly to the left of the Garchomp picture, you can see another small Garchomp, because that is a favorite Pokemon there. Yes, of that player. So that's going to be just a strong pick to have in general. We're going to Kyogre for one of the first times today, by the way. I just noticed that for the first time. But back to allowing Flareons to have Espeon, I feel like it's very dangerous.
It is, it really is. And the combination overall, I feel like Livid Outrage with the Hydro Typhoon that they have, pretty interesting. I see your face, I see it now. It's a roulette for the side of Rush Hour. We haven't seen it in a very long time in a dominant manner, but I feel like in a certain way it does close out the gap for that melee heavy damage option, but Lunax coming through with a Zero Aura plus a Mr. Mime.
Two interesting picks that I would not have expected either to show up in this exact moment. Zero Aura has had some pretty good success in the past, but choosing it now is an interesting choice. Oh, and there we go. Yeah, I mean, I've been waiting for it. The Talonflame, Colin Tang, Talonflame.
Colin Flame, Talon Tang.
Sure.
Yeah, I like that.
That worked.
It did ring. Okay.
Yeah.
That's nice. It did make my brain go brrr. It was nice. It was good. But yeah, let's go over this Zero Aura and Mr. Mime pick. Is I would say a lot of disruption, right, with the Side Shock from Espeon, with the Blastoise, and then you add that with the light screens as well from the Mr. Mime. But the Zero Aura also means early game, a lot of pressure early game. So how are we going to see them fight against that? Because they do have early game on the side of Rush Hour, but it is closer to Mew and Psyduck than it is to the rest of the players.
Well, last time that you and I casted a Zero Aura match, which I think was 10 months ago, I would say it went pretty well.
Oh, bro, yes, let's give you guys a little bit of a trip down memory lane. That was Aegis Flames versus 8th Division 2025 Worlds, where Mats just got the biggest Zero Aura play ever, drawing that Clefable from mid-central area into left side central area. Was crazy good. Let's see how we're going to be, evaluating the Zero Aura plays from today.
Oh yeah, I feel like I haven't seen Celeste play Zero Aura as much, but I feel like I might have seen it in the past. I could be wrong on that. Memory getting a little bit foggy at this point in my life, but I'm confident that a technical player like Celeste will be able to do stuff like the pull. I'm excited to see it, but so far no invades. We haven't been seeing too much aggression. This is definitely as well. Rush Hour has a vulnerability to invasions, choosing the Char Cadet. It's a little bit slower, can be, but still just playing a little bit patient on the side of Lunax.
Yeah, and at the same time, I feel like the choice of the Psyduck as well for Rush Hour makes sense, because if you already have someone that can protect you on your central because of the Char Cadet vulnerability, they could have used that. They didn't need to, but they're rotating here towards the top side, even really, really early with the Silver Ledge.
It's extremely early. There's also Mew rotating up through the center area, so it looks like we're going to see an attempt for Rush Hour to crash top, and I believe that's what they did last time, was the four-person up top. Yeah, so the strategy that they like. However, we're going to counter in kind this time.
They do. It's a mirror push here on the top side, but they are just so close to getting taken down. First one will be that fledgling. And it's 2 KOs actually confirmed for the side of Lunax on that trade, although everybody was really close to getting taken down. It's a 2 KO streak for the Espeon, and that is just the power of these Pokemon together, and honestly, Lunax just wiped them all.
That is nearly 100% opposite of what happened in the game number 1 first fight, so
the goal is almost gone.
It is almost gone. That would be
crazy.
A very early goal break, but when you have 4 people pushing top, including, of course, the center area Pokemon, take out their center area Pokemon, things can get pretty wily pretty quickly. But yeah, so clearly Lunax has learned from how Rush Hour decided to play in game number 1, and they were like, we know exactly what you're going to do again because it worked. This time, we're going to stop you.
Yep, well, and that water there with the Espeon just took down the Snorlax too, and Lunax is just outperforming in every single level. 8 there for Zero Aura, and it's just exactly showing that they can confidently go for Regidrago, although with the Fletchling in the deck, they could try to steal it. It's not going to be the case. Just the raw damage that this Zero Aura has right now.
The big problem is you really need it to become Talonflame, and you really need the first interaction, I think, a lot of the time with Talonflame to go pretty well, or I should say before it evolves to Talonflame, right? Wherever you choose to go in a lane, in a path, it should go pretty well. Right now, we're just seeing a Snorlax being bullied down, no chance of losing there, but it just didn't happen that way. So things are starting to snowball out of control. We got to see the comeback from Rush Hour. They've got to find that experience somewhere.
Yeah, and they're doing so well, Lunax, and shutting any opportunity for Rush Hour to do that. 5 seconds for Regis to spawn, and that is the moment that Rush Hour has to make a decision on what they're going to do, because they are 75 points down, and Lunax has full control over bot Reggie, although Rush Hour is just trying to clean up the wild Pokemon around 8 for Colin Tang, but Reggie is already on half HP. Good zoning that can be done there. Not going to be a steal, but maybe it could be a fight win for Rush Hour. Celeste is not going to go down. The amount of shielding on this Jit charge is just illegal.
One thing I gotta say too that we've been seeing so far in both games is this Espeon Secure has been really significant. Has been on the bottom path a lot, which has been the same Reggie. So just being able to get so many objectives with it, I believe also maybe being the one to get Rayquaza last time. Maybe I'm wrong on that, I can't remember. But it's just really important to have that Secure. And Espeon can do so many things. Wow, I can't believe they melted that quickly.
That play was good. That play was really nice, Luna, there. Just going for the Dragon Rage, what?
Dragon?
No, Dragon Rage. What was it called?
Dragon Rush?
Rush, yeah.
Well,
Completely
there's outrage,
escaped me.
right? There's
Yeah, I
outrage
was
for
raging.
Dragonite and then Dragon Rush.
Yeah, here we are. Right, we have a fly, Colin Tang, Talonflame as well. Colin Flame, Talon Tang. I'm trying. My brain cells are dying.
We're just doing tongue twisters on broadcast for the rest of the day, actually, is what's happening. I hope everybody's enjoying the stream. Yeah. Actually, that is really the classic Colin Tang way, which is extremely tilting. They're obviously no longer Brave Birders, but only like one time I've ever seen Colin Tang play Brave Bird, which is actually pretty typical. Flies being used, I would say, 80% of the time at least in competitive games. That might even be an understatement. Flies are so good.
It is, and right now Lunex has accumulated an 115-point lead with now Snorlax. I don't know, it just feels kind of sad in some ways because the Snorlax alongside with the Psyduck trying to create some space for the Mew to do something, and the Mew gets in range and it just completely nuked immediately because the range on the Psyshock is already really, really good, and the immobility that is created by the light screeners with Frank on that Mr. Mime is also just a great setup.
And of course the level difference is really significant right now. That's a really tough situation. You really, again, you need to find some experience on the side of Rush Hour. This is a much different game than we saw in game number 1. However, we did see Lunex make the comeback in game number 1, so maybe Rush Hour can make the comeback in game number 2.
Very possible. Ooh, that block doesn't actually hit anybody. Going to the backline though. Oblivion is going to get taken down, no, but not before popping out that Hydro Typhoon, and it's going to be the Psyduck instead. Hit on that wall. The Flame Sweep doesn't connect, but is it a steal? No, Lunex Gaming has it every single time. And now, unfortunately, that is the final moment that they could use that block, but unfortunately the Snorlax was not able to help the fight as much. Now Luna gets caught up into the air, and they're really trying to put up a good defense here in Rush Hour, and they're doing so far because the rest of the teammates have arrived really back. And now with the Livid Outrage though, it becomes a little bit of a one-sided kind of fight.
Yeah, this is now kind of Rush Hour just walking free EXP into Lunex Gaming one at a time. There we go. There's maybe the dessert, maybe the last bit of that meal.
He's cake. Have the cake.
He's a berry. He's a berry.
Is it berry? Okay.
Yeah, berry cake. If Crustle was here, it could be the cake for sure. But definitely,
true.
Definitely a large dessert there.
Oh, now creamy.
Oh yeah, that's a lot more literal.
An actual cake.
Yes. Which we did see actually doing quite well earlier. But Lunex continuing to hold on to a dominating lead. There was actually a decent amount of experience gained within that fight for specifically Colin Tang's Talonflame. But unfortunately, that alone is not going to be enough. We'll see if they can get a steal here. They are going to pop out that fly that should maybe get it. No, wow. It's Espeon every single time.
Yeah, it's a priority for a very specific reason. The Psyshock is just that powerful, and if you are ahead, as they have been so far, he just does all the work on his own. Asha trying to connect something, not even able to take Celeste down. It's still a 2-KO streak for Flareon's, just showing that Lunex has things just written down, and it's just trying to write a history for day 2.
The real question here now is, what do you do to make a comeback? Rush Hour. First of all, of course, there's 40 seconds left. They've got to try to find at least a level 13. Ideally 2 level 13s. But even then, tough task, as we already saw level 14 Garchomp on the other side. Crazy. And this is really interesting positioning, really far forward. We're going to see some points going in. I think they maybe want to try to get an ambush if they could, but we are going to see Rush Hour once again kind of get a good sense of map knowledge and give up that basement Reggie for free as they attempted to score top. So not a bunch of huge advantages. They did manage to get 2 level 13s, but there's 3 13s and a 14 on Lunex's side. Wow.
It's impressive how much they have accumulated of resources thus far. With Kyogre being your map as well, extra berries across the central area that could help out. Maybe Rush Hour turn this around, but 275 points is where Lunex is as they are starting out that rip with delivered outrage as well. Going over the wall, it's still going to get confirmed by the Zero Aura, and it's going to be be Lunex Gaming to try and continue this fight into a win. They are 200 points ahead. They have clean 3 members, and they are going to go for those Underburgers.
Celeste just failing the poll because the Mew got KO'd before it could happen. But wow, what a great strategy from Lunex. They realized that Rush Hour was playing a little bit too safe, a little bit too spread out, and their rip and flip was so incredibly powerful that they could just control the narrative themselves before anybody could get there. That's another big downside of Fly, is that it is secure, but it's a really long setup secure. You have to kind of know things are happening, and they just unfortunately weren't able to get into the right position in time. So a really nice secure take. There's a minute left, and this is a scarier situation, obviously, because you can seal away the buffs, but there's already 3 more members down on the side of Rush Hour, and I gotta say, Lunex, they look like they are certainly wrapping this one up. 600 points lead.
Yeah, I feel super comfortable for them right now, and Celeste confirmed too with his ARR was pretty huge, although Colintang trying to go there, pushing them into their base. It's not going to be to that much fruition. There's knock up on 3 members of Rush Hour, or actually of Lunex Gaming, but it's such a difficult position for the Snorlax to be in because they don't have enough damage to back it up. They can't really break through the defenses of Lunex Gaming, and they almost accumulated 100, or actually 1,000 points, and 25 seconds to go. There's no way back for Rush Hour.
Yeah, there was a nice little back half from the Psyduck, but we are hitting the 4-digit mark here for the side of Lunex Gaming, and there's no physical possible way to make this comeback. So Lunex Gaming once again taking out Rush Hour. Game number 2, a considerably more dominant fashion, but they are looking like they found their footing, and they will be moving forward in this group. A very important match, I think, to help decide who is going to come out of this group into the next single elimination bracket that will be happening tomorrow.
Yeah, it's such an just incredibly exciting moment because single limits, one chance and one chance.
Qué loco, ¿no? Está con su barbijo.
Until we get to semifinals and the grand finals on that best of 5. So Lunex showing that they are here for hi Flareon. They're here for a reason. And the reason is they have confirmed worlds already, but they want to practice. They want to be on their A game. They want to bring out all of the good strategy to prepare for every possibility. Love that for them. It was such a dominant game too, but for Rush Hour, that game 1, Chef, it was so par on par.
It was. Rush Hour, they had such a strong lead in basically every point of the game, and then it was just, unfortunately, the final moments that really led to them losing that big team fight. But Lunex, they know exactly how to make that comeback, and they showed that they cannot be given a single chance, or this is what happens. So, like I said, these 2 teams have played against each other a decent amount now, and the result remains the same. Neither of these teams out quite yet, just because, of course, we are still in this group stage. So, well, I should say we are not going to see Rush Hour out quite yet, as they've still got some more chances to play, but lots of strong opponents throughout the course of this tournament, as we are going to see some of the matches, or some of the moments that happened within this set that kind of led to this really dominant ending, I would say, that didn't seem like it started as dominantly.
I know, and it's so crazy, because if you look at the end game, you're like, wait, what? 1,100 damage? What is, not damage, points? Hello?
Emotional damage. It's 1,000 points of emotional damage.
It was
is what
points
it is.
of emotional damage for sure. That was crazy because it was just building and building, like 100 points lead, 200 points lead, and all of the objectives again being confirmed by Flareons on this Espeon. The Side Shock is just so powerful, and if it doesn't get picked, it will get banned, and it's for a reason. Great plays as well coming from the Garchomp and that Livid Outrage, but of course your player of the game, Flareons, with 11 knockouts, 1 feint, and 9 assists.
I mean, this is the best way possible. I've had a really unfortunate record casting and interviewing Flareon, so I'm really glad to cast the game where Flareon wins. He can no longer be mad at me. But truly, I would say one of the overall biggest reasons why they did end up taking this set 2-0. And honestly, when there's a Pokemon like Espeon that not only, I mean, as the other casters have talked about a lot today, is one of the most important Pokemon of the entire current meta, when you have a player that's so good at that type of Pokemon and at that Pokemon and enjoys that, you cannot just keep letting it go to the other side. That certainly was a big issue. There were so many strong secures, so many strong KOs, so much utility in general out of the SPN. We're going to see some great slow-mos there again, by the way. Huge shout-outs to Bob doing the observing as usual.
Let's go.
But yeah, that I think is the one thing I could say. I wish Rush Hour had done something about the SPN.
I know, because I was just double checking here the bans that he had for both games, and it was the Moltres, the Feraligatr, and the Mimikyu. They feel, aside from the Feraligatr and the Moltres, the Mimikyu feels very targeted. But I feel like that spot would have been much better utilized if it was a targeted ban towards that Aspeon for Flareons.
Yes, I do fully agree. Some great moments in there, but Lunex coming out on top for sure. And you were mentioning this before too. They obviously are already qualified. They would love to prove even more how strong they are, but they also need to take this time to really kind of even practice more together as a team. They are, I want to say, one of the world's qualified teams, maybe the world's qualified team that has had the most changes most recently, right?
Yes.
Because they are one of the last chance qualifier teams that qualified. So having almost half the team be completely shifted right before that happens is a big deal. They've got to practice, and we'll see what they have to say about playing with their new roster in person with a player on stage.
Hello everybody, Dupesnax here alongside Oblivion from Lunex Gaming, now 2-0 in their group. Quick thoughts, how you feeling? Off to a great start.
We feel pretty good. I mean, we came into this tournament feeling pretty confident overall as a team.
Well, confidence is the key. You are qualified for Worlds, of course. Now you're fighting for money and trophies. I know Flareon's is definitely hungry for theirs. But let's talk about Flareon's. Let's talk about Frank. Two players that you kind of added to the late stage of the game here to your all's collection. How did this team form up, and how's the team feel about where they're at now?
Well, we wanted Flareon's early in the season, but he went a different way. So we're glad to finally have him on the team. Frank, Celestial's been wanting to play with Frank for a while from LATAM, so we actually made it work. So he got a way to come to the NA, and he's here now, and he's been doing a great job with us.
Yeah, I love that mind pick in that second game. It's always inspiring when you get to see a little Mr. Crime out there in the Thea Sky Ruins. All right, Oblivion, you're going into good position for day 2. You are 2-0 in your group. You feel confident against the last team you have left. So let's talk about tomorrow a little bit. 12 teams, single elimination. Is Lunex built for that action?
I think we're ready. I think last year we did really well. We got second. We qualified to Worlds through this tournament. We took a game off LG. We almost took the whole set. So I think we can definitely do it.
The eye is on the prize. The sights are to Championship Sunday. Oblivion, congratulations again on your big win on stage. We'll see more from you and Lunex tomorrow. Back to you in the booth.
All right, thank you so much, Dupesnax and Oblivion. It just feels like the gameplay that we watched, Chef, it just really translates with how Oblivion was saying, we're confident. Didn't seem nervous, just this is what we do. And I was very glad to hear as well a little bit more about the Frank and Flareon's addition. The fact that they already wanted to have those players on the team for a while and finally came into that full circle.
Right, and on top of that, getting a chance to talk to Celeste specifically a lot. For whatever reason, I guess they were winning a lot, so I did a ton of interviews over the course of the season with Celeste.
That's true.
Celeste was saying that they felt like as the season went on, they were just getting more and more comfortable, and it seems like it's just continued. Like, changing players to be more comfortable, changing their play style to be more comfortable. So they've been one of the teams that's been on the most up and up over the course of the season until they've reached, obviously this point that they're at now, qualifying for Worlds. And really the only question is how high up can they get? Because they're, they haven't quite been able to topple, well, I guess they kind of did in the season, but they haven't been able to topple the current rosters when there's a lot on the line of the top NA teams, and that's really what's coming up next for them.
Exactly, because that's what day 2 is all about. Right now with that group stage, it's a little bit different, but we're going to get things ready for our next series of the day. That will be IX Gaming versus 2Z Esports. So stay tuned. We're going to be right back with more Pokemon Unite action at NAIC 2026.
championships for Pokemon Unite. I do hope everybody that is tuning in here at the venue, or whether from home, is having a lovely day. I know I'm having a lovely day, but I'm Telesaurus. We have Zoinks. Are you having a lovely day today?
I would describe it as lovely. Yes, I think that is the perfect way to describe what is happening here at this event. So many exciting matches, a lot of fun moments already, and yeah, it's kind of bizarre to think we are already after the halfway point of today's coverage in day number 1's group stage.
Yes, it has been a really exciting day here today. We've seen a mixture of teams coming up, playing on that main stage. And, well, up next, we have two other squads taking the stage. IX Gaming up against Tuzi.
Yeah, if anybody has been watching our competitions during the season in our regional leagues, you'll be very familiar with these two squads, as are you going to be with a lot of the teams here in our group stage. You see Group A, Dignitas at 3-0, but also non-Parameta Statistics also doing extremely well. Very fun to see our Trius return to competitive Pokemon Unite on that team at 2-0. Goofy Goobers absolutely crushing it at 3-0 as well in Group B. Fulcrum and Extinction leading the way in Group C, and then Lunex Gaming and Rush Hour, which we just got to watch, leading the way in Group D.
Yeah, so finalizing that for those groups. Otherwise, for Group E, we have DreamMax Aftermath there with the 3 wins, 0 losses. So leading that group, especially with the diabolical comp that they ended up having with those 3 Charizards. But yes, we are going to hone in on Group F now, where we have IX Gaming up against Tuzi Esports, one of the other teams that have flown over to North America from Brazil.
Right, this squad is already qualified for the World Championships. You won't see them on this graphic, but IX Gaming is. You see the top of that middle column. One of the squads left in the tournament, still having a chance at taking up that World Championship spot. Any team in grayed out has been eliminated from the tournament at this point. Will be ending their tournament run in day number 1. So already some exciting stuff. IX Gaming have a lot to play for. But with already a flawless result in group stage, this match between IX Gaming and Tuzi will very likely be who makes it out of the group in the first seed position and who will make it out in second.
Yeah, and I think in the end, while they have secured that day 2 positioning, we do know that seeding is important because, well, it determines who you're going to go up against into day number 2. But we are going to head on into our first draft here for this match. Once again, reminding y'all folks that we do have Rayquaza map for that first game. But Vance, we already have... We don't get Feraligatr. One thing I'm hoping we get to see is Feraligatr on the map, but no, unfortunately it is going to land itself on the ban table alongside Blissey, Umbreon, Articuno, Moltres, and Machamp.
All right, but with Umbreon and Articuno both being banned away, it's no surprise that a first pick priority will be put towards one of those defenders, these tank Pokemon, Smuglax, picking up the Snorlax, a great iconic combo there, but the response from Tuzi Esports pretty strong. This Hoopa already having an amazing win rate in the tournament today, adding Typhlosion to the mix, one of our newest Pokemon competitively viable.
Yeah, I know we don't end up getting the Water Johto first partner Pokemon there, but at least we do get some Typhlosion gaming coming on through. Otherwise, they are going to pair that up with Hoopa, Buzzwole, and a Mamoswine. I feel like we've seen a fair bit of Mamoswine selected here today. I know we've had some invades here and there, but definitely proving to be one of those top choice defenders.
Yeah, I'm really curious what option Riker decides to lock in for IX Gaming. Currently, they're hovering a Speedster, a Pokemon that would function more like an attacker, could be interesting with very little movement abilities at a Tuzi Esports outside of Typhlosion's Fire Spin, but no, they are going to go with a heavy Speedster focus, maybe anticipating this final pick from Tuzi Esports to be more in that long-range division, and it will be locked up. Inteleon going to be picking up for 2 games. We might see some player swaps in terms of who's rocking what Pokemon. IX Gaming, on the other hand, though, have a lot of powerhouses that have been so good, especially in this North American region. Mew, Psyduck, Snorlax, even Zacian, all fantastic picks, and honestly have been defining the metagame for a few months now.
Oh yeah, 100%. I feel like in terms of their encounter weight, it would definitely be up there in terms of this season. I suppose one that isn't up there though would be Buzzwole. I feel like we don't really see this all-rounder being selected as often as, well, we used to see previous seasons ago. I mean, I guess in terms of its kit, it is somewhat susceptible to a lot of crowd control, which Snorlax and Psyduck are going to be bringing.
Yeah, it's going to be a challenging Pokemon to play. However, if we're going to trust any player to pilot that Pokemon well, it's going to be Baby Maza.
Yeah.
I mean, the amount of games they have on that Pokemon are just truly absurd. Let's get into this game number 1, though, Kello. We are going to have IX Gaming still looking for their World Championship spot, and 2Z Esports looking for their first NAIC title in game number 1.
Yeah, exactly. Even though they have secured themselves that day 2 position, in the end, you know, you got to get that title. It's great momentum headed on into day number 2. But as we gear off into this map, we are going to have that Galarian Ponyta hit the central area along with a Cyndaquil. And I can see on the mini-map that we have a Snorlax potentially headed on over. But no, they're actually just going to focus on the Indeedee.
Yeah, all right. I love that I get to talk about that Cyndaquil actually leashing 2 wild Pokemon with that maximum distance Ember, a really fun attacker Pokemon in that central area that is able to hit multiple targets and clear a lot of the wild Pokemon. Earlier on, there was an invade that kind of shut down the fun of that one, but Ricardo showcasing some cool operations with this Cyndaquil that can be utilized in the early game. We got a quick pause. We'll be jumping back into the game as soon as our players are set up. We got the equipment operating on stage. We'll be back very shortly, do not worry. But so far, a pretty easy clear for both these teams in that central area. No signs of invades yet so far. We'll likely be getting some very easy level 5 evolutions and some big flanks to kind of start our team fights.
Yeah, 100%. It's so important to try and maximize and get the quickest clear possible. That way they can go and assist whichever path they need to earlier on and try to gain that advantage. But I don't know, so far, I feel like we have Cyndaquil and Galarian Ponyta on parity there in terms of their clear.
Yeah, it is who's going to have the stronger engage in some of these major fights. Obviously, that Typhlosion getting access to Fire Spin early is going to be pretty scary to deal with. And as we jump back into the game, we're going to see the after effects of a Buzzwole KOing a Psyduck. So we were talking about Buzzwole's early game. Well, Mazo is the master of exactly that. Gets some damage done to the Zacian as well, but no KO'd up to follow that one.
No, instead they are just going to back on away, considering Hooper is below half HP, and that Galarian Rapidash is just trying to burst them down with that Dazzling Gleam, but it looks like Zacian ends up getting caught on out and knocked on down as Mew is going to come and join the top half.
Yeah, big follow-up by that Quilava from Ricardo. The eject button Fire Spin combo to get that knockout. It's a huge swing in the early game, right? Zacian supposed to be one of those Pokemon that can snowball that top path, get off to an early lead, and stay ahead the whole time. But now with Buzzwole already this high, having that trick to back them up, this is going to be really difficult for IX Gaming to bounce back, at least in this early game.
Yeah, and look, you can see this aggression from Mazo as well, utilizing that hit to go and take those wild Pokemon away, get the secure for themselves, just further slowing this Zacian from getting online because they're still at that level 4.
Yeah, this is a problem. I mean, Scarf is knocking on the door of level 5, but still needing access to a few more of those moves. Mazo, on the other hand, is just lurking, being this evil villain the Holloware is sporting. Alrighty, Typhlosion getting a bit of an engage, but Riker not too worried. Big stun with the Smart Strike and a follow up the Dazzling Gleam, and Zacian finally going to get a KO on the board. It's just a support and Hoopa, but still a bit of momentum in favor of IX Gaming.
Oh, 100%. Without that supporter there means they can go and target down this Quilava. But thankfully, because of the pad, they are able to go and survive that fight. As we can see on the minimap, the Galarian Rapidash and Psyduck have decided to retreat from this bottom path and head up towards the top.
And we're likely going to see a lot of those kind of moments from IX Gaming and their composition, right? They do have some big team fight unite moves, but the long part is a lot of skirmishing, but Mew is just full comboed. Those stuns too challenging for them to deal with, and Atharos sets all of that up with a nice Ice Fang. IX Gaming going to lose a lot of ground in this bottom path now as 2Z Esports are going to stack up the points.
Yeah, going to leave this bottom goal on those 3 points, but also this is just going to give them that opportunity to go and whittle down that basement Reggie. Meanwhile, we do have Reggie Alecki that has spawned up here in the top half, and we can already see that Piloswine is looking to join the party.
Yeah, a slow flank out of the top for this defender, but they are going to be joining the crew. No Hoopa Unite move for kind of a quick transfer to the opposite side, and Smuglax is actually going to take advantage of that. Has a bit more space to get a few scores in of their own, but notice all of this space being bought by the purple team. IX Gaming taking this fight this far forward allows the Zation to hit and knock out their Regieleki all on their lonesome.
Well, this goal is left on 9 points, so 2Z Esports are going to let that one in. That way, they aren't going to get a massive overcap. Otherwise, Liquidation has locked onto Wailord, knocking down that side arc. But 2Z Esports, they're actually deciding to go and chase down the Zacian instead of pressuring that tier 1.
Yeah, interesting. Kind of suspecting the Buzzwole and Italian will be able to have enough firepower to get the job done, and also getting a knockout on Scarf will put them even farther behind. That's target priority number 1. But on the top side, Buzzwole is able to take down Smuglax, but at what cost? You can see even with that Regirock buff, giving the defense towards the entire squad, as a lot of damage done, they are going to have to recall or at least pivot out of that fight.
Yeah, gotta go recall, get whatever wild Pokemon has spawned on in over on the sidelines. Otherwise, Hooper is getting chased down by the Zacian, are able to get a boost from that trick, meaning that there's just no KOs just yet, and getting ever so closer to getting that Unite move.
Yeah, and IX Gaming are actually doing a pretty good job of roaming and keeping up in score. We talked about how tough that early game was for them, but Riker on that Galarian Rapidash kind of taking a ton of damage early, but immediately pivots to the opposite side of the map. Great play by them, and big engage now on the Typhlosion.
Oh, the Typhlosion has been locked down into that Galarian Rapidash. Unite are trying to utilize that Unstoppable, but unfortunately, is it enough? Mamoswine coming on here, trying to make IX Gaming into mashed potato, but no success just yet.
Oh, Antharos cannot land the combo onto the Zacian, who is going to jump back in the fight. Scarf wants to make sure they get that defender down. Big KO for them. There will be a recall of the Galarian Rapidash, but that speedster will be right back in. Psychic from Wailord pulls the Buzzwole, but the Trick Hoopa going to pull them the other way. Battle of tug of war between these two supports as Smuglax paves the way with the Snorlax block, cutting off half this map in terms of the team fight, and Mew is able to take down the Hoopa before it can reach level 9. Mazo does land a full combo into the other side, and 2Z Esports are now up in a 4v1 advantage, including a Registeel buff. Mazo's Buzzwole absolutely fires in to the opposite side of the team fight and wins it for 2Z.
Yeah, that was a great team fight from 2Z Esports to just pressure IX Gaming back, go and secure themselves that Registeel buff, but also take down that tier 1. They now have the lead at 185 points to 103, and we can already see Hooper has decided to utilize their Unite move to try and bring the squad up here, but well, I guess in the middle, wherever that ended up spawning as Regieleki is still getting dealt with by 2Z Esports though.
Yeah, you can see IX Gaming's game plan again for a bit of a split push. I think the secret, not so safe anymore though, is finally the 2Z Esports gets some vision and all's in on that Regieleki. We'll be walking all the way towards that tier 2, and with Psyduck just coming off a respawn, it might be a tricky push in. Problem is, that means there are very few Pokemon to defend the central area, and that allows 2Z Esports to get a lot of real estate. Ricardo able to recall just in time as Wailord waddles into the tall grass. Too little, too late.
Yeah, being able to secure these objectives, but also go and steal away these wild Pokemon from IX Gaming means that we already have Typhlosion at that level 13. So having both of those plus moves on hand, but also having Inteleon and Buzzwole not too far behind at level 12. Meanwhile, IX Gaming, they haven't reached those benchmarks just yet for Galarian Rapidash or Mew.
Yeah, it's an extremely close game, but you're right. These level differences, as minute as they are in terms of number, they could not be bigger in terms of the grand scheme of things, but that's a way to fight for parity as a Typhlosion gets taken down. Mew now up at level 13, and Riker maybe even looking for a bit more. If that Smart Strike bounces off the Buzzwole, you could translate it into a KO, but right now Antharos doing a really good job of absorbing a lot of that offensive pressure from IX Gaming with their big body Mamoswine.
I guess that's the brilliance of that Smart Strike Dazzling Gleam combination. Just getting that lockdown, popping that Dazzling Gleam, and whittling 2Z Esports bit by bit. Meaning they have to go and retreat and end up giving a Registeel buff 15 seconds until we have Rayquaza spawning. So 2Z Esports, they definitely have to play this cautiously though, but they're diving straight on in and take out Psyduck.
All right, so Wailord does try to check that tall grass, but 2Z Esports trap was lying in wait. The respawn time time is going to be a bit after 2 minutes, but take a look at this Smugglax injection into the team fight. Snorlax jumps right in and blocks away the Buzzwole. Liquidation and Talion on the opposite side. The power nap is there, but the Hoopa is knocked out even in the Unbound form. 2 games on the Inteleon is extremely low, and it's Snorlax chasing them down. Liko tries to get the translation, but the Inteleon takes on the KO. There's a full HP Typhlosion still in this fight, as Wailord on the side finally rejoins the squad, but it's just the support core for IX Gaming, and 2Z Esports got 2 damage dealers focusing on Ray.
Oh, the question is, do they have enough damage to secure this Rayquaza? Will it down before the rest come in? Spawn on in, block to go, and push back 2Z Esports. But even then, with that delay, it just wasn't enough. Unless Psyduck can get it secure, no. We have that Rayquaza going over to 2Z Esports.
All right, so 182 to 200. It's a lot of Rayquaza shields to work with, right? 2Z has all 5 members with full points in pocket and Ray shields. They're not transferable buffs on this map, and Hoopa will score the 98 and a Hundo Burger from Baby Mazo's Buzzwole to follow. This is going to be really difficult for IX Gaming. Not enough time on the clock. They're going to try to defend their home goal zone. Right now, they are waiting for 2Z Esports to take a misstep. First Pokemon out of the way could be this Typhlosion, but it is such a difficult KO utilizing that Fire Spin.
Oh, absolutely love to see that move being utilized, not to get that jump over the wall, get that unstoppable, that way they can get out of the way into the back line, wait for some more backup as we have Rings Unbound, Hoopa coming on in, allowing some points into that home goal.
Yeah, 2Z Esports able to kind of set a nice trap. They don't get that Registeel buff in the final moments. However, they take that time where IX Gaming has no vision over the central area to take presence in multiple areas around the Rayquaza spawn. Taking moments in tall grass where you will be invisible to set up a major moment. Wailord Psyduck going down is huge. Smugglax tries to set up a play with the Snorlax. However, at that point, 2Z Esports just all over IX as they will go up 1-0 in our series.
I guess that is the risk with taking a basement Reggie so close to that final stretch, is you're giving away that vision of where your team is. And you know, we ended up seeing that Psyduck get picked on out, take on out instantly, meaning that 2Z Esports, they had the numbers advantage to just go and snowball. So incredible first game from 2Z there. Big smiles across the board.
Yeah, obviously they are pretty psyched about the results of that game number 1. On the other hand, IX Gaming are going to be needing to lock in. They would love that first seed headed into day number 2, but boy, they got a lot of things to try to shut down. I think Ricardo's Typhlosion was looking great, but Baby Mazo's Buzzwole looks like it's in top metagame form. I mean, it looks like we're back at the studio with the stairs back in LA talking about Buzzwole at this stage of the game. That is how strong it looks in the hands of Baby Mazo.
That is a throwback and a half.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely still making...
a lot of Buzzwole back there.
Yeah, Buzzwole still look good as an all-rounder, especially in the right hands. Really close from Wailord on that Psyduck to try and get the secure, but it was just no match for 2Z Esports. Ricardo on Typhlosion there, receiving that MVP with a 7-2 and 12 KFA.
Wow, incredible. I like that a lot. 41,000 damage taken, 85,000 damage dealt. Ricardo is a firepower monster on this Typhlosion. Would not be surprised to see IX Gaming address this in the draft phase at game number 2, if not a ban, potentially a pick of their own. However, I think banning Umbreon, picking Snorlax is still a pretty phenomenal idea. Obviously, Hoopa, another one of those priority picks to consider. It always feels like these first picks in these tournaments end up surrounding supports, at least pretty often.
I wonder if we're going to end up seeing maybe Feraligatr get released out.
Wow, that's a lot to ask for, Kella, but we'll see.
Surely we can't see both Typhlosion and Feraligatr banned on out in this next game.
Please, though.
No.
We're begging. We are truly begging. But either way, Ricardo looking awesome in terms of the stat line. Not only their heat map, but average EXP per minute. Playing that central area at 1661. I like to say my benchmark is anything 1550 and above. You are going to be leveling up extremely quickly. Ricardo is doing a great job of not only joining team fights, adding huge impact play with their damage, but also making sure they are never falling a step behind when it comes to leveling up and knocking out wild Pokemon.
Yeah, 100%. And you can definitely see that demonstrated as they were the first player on the field to reach that level 13 benchmark as well. And it's definitely just so tricky to deal with that extra plus movement buff. I mean, it was just raining down damage, literally with fireballs.
Yeah, that's a tough source of rain. A really, really scary forecast. Ricardo, not afraid of it, seemingly, though. Actually enjoys being in the middle of that fray. But so far, I think this Tuesday team has been really fun to watch. Signs of life for sure from IX Gaming. However, we're seeing, I don't know, a little bit of a lack of awareness potentially in that final situation. It's a tough spot, right? You don't expect Tuesday to kind of be laid out in that tire path. You see that walk in. We might need to look into other options for checking that tall grass, though. You know, a potential move thrown into that tall grass to kind of create some space, find out if there are enemy Pokemon there in the first place. But, oh well, at the end of the day, that's 2Z Esports taking an advantage that was in front of them and running it all the way to the bank. That bank being a 1-0 lead in our best of 3.
Yes, but they cannot check out just yet because they still need to win one more game in order to take this set. But we will shortly head on into the draft. I believe we have a Kyogre map selection this time around as well.
All right, so we're not seeing this map selected as often. I think by far, at least you and I, in terms of commentary, have been commentating a lot of Game 2 Groudon games, but instead it will be the Kyogre and IX Gaming with their first ban of the game. Looks like they already want to be spoil sports for Kello and I, and that will be Feraligatr and Blissey banned away. Machamp going to be banned from 2Z Esports, along with that Moltres.
Yes, taking away that Firebird. They do not want to go and deal with that. Otherwise, IX Gaming once again hovering over this Umbreon, but no, they're actually going to go and pivot to this Snorlax.
Interesting. So potentially threatening a pick of Umbreon themselves, but I was actually going to say, I would love a Hoopa first pick from IX Gaming in this situation, but a great response from 2Z. They kind of read the room. Does IX Gaming want to play the Umbreon? If not, I'm sure 2Z would be happy to pick it up, but forcing an Umbreon first pick feels a little strong. There's the address, though. IX Gaming also have a Typhlosion player. Liko going to pick up one of our newest available attackers.
Yeah, I think this is a really smart move, especially considering how pivotal Typhlosion was in that last game for 2Z Esports. If it's not banned, you've got to go and lock that one in for yourselves. Wondering what 2Z Esports are going to answer back with, though. Looks like it's going to be Articuno and Eldegoss. I feel like Eldegoss, we haven't really seen much of the supporter. I don't think, if anything, here today.
Yeah, not often at all. This is going to be an extremely bulky team. And reminder, we are playing on Kyogre map, which has a lot more access to healing and things like that. So playing into bulk and high HP pools is a pretty common strategy on this map. So we could see that, but the response from IX Gaming, I think, makes sense here. Zacian specifically, one of the better Pokemon at ripping down HP bars. Buzzwole, apparently when Moz was playing it, one of the better Pokemon known at taking down Zacians.
Oh, okay, there we go. I would guess the Mosquito going in on that. The Sword Dog, we'll have to wait and see how that ends up faring up in that top path. But even then, you were talking about Pokemon that check tall grass. In the Kyogre map, we have a lot more tall grass.
Even more, yeah.
What are we going to see from IX Gaming to try and handle this situation? But no, it looks like we have Galarian Rapidash locked on in once again for Raikou. And this time round, we have Clefable to go and provide those heals. Are we going to end up seeing a double healing build here with Vaporeon also going in with that Aqua Ring?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. At first, I would say no. I would rather see something like Flipster Muddy Water, but when you're running specs, I kind of have to assume this Vaporeon's going to be going healing mode. So we have extremely bulky compositions on either side, which I actually think really inspires this final pick of 2Z Esports with that Mega Charizard X, a Pokemon that loves to get in the mix in Brawl, enjoys when the enemy team is kind of grouped up together, but of course really leans into things like critical hit damage and burn effects that are going to be so strong against a healing-focused AoE comp.
Well, you know what? At least IX Gaming only have to deal with one Seismic Slam this time round.
Brazil has showcased the ability to pick 3 Charizards.
That was nightmare worthy.
They were all also wearing, I don't know if anybody saw the Unite Esports tweet about it. It was so funny. They were also sporting the same Hollowware, which I think was bizarre. We saw 3 Charizards all dressed up for fall. It was truly wonderful. But either way, we're not going to be seeing that this time. Just one Charizard who will turn black and blue sometimes.
Yes, when it does end up getting that level 9, being able to have access to that Unite move, it's just a matter of, well, who are they going to use that Unite move on, and whether that fire is going to be enough, especially as we are heading to the, well, will you say the dry ruins for Groudon? Is this the wet ruins?
I don't know. I don't like saying wet ruins. Let's
You
do
know
this.
what?
Game
We're going
number
into
two.
game number 2.
Game 2 between 2Z Esports and IX Gaming. Again, a 1-0 advantage for 2Z Esports, who are a Worlds qualified team already. But reminder, IX Gaming competed in last year's World Championships as well. So 2Z Esports playing against Worlds quality teams is going to be great practice before San Francisco. IX Gaming hoping they can treat it the same as they are looking for that qualification ticket.
Oh, 100%. I think it's great practice all around for these squads, but also it's just that one step closer towards getting that title of NAIC champion. But obviously, there's still a long way to go. Still 2 more days to go for that one. We got to focus in on this match right here.
Exactly. I think that's a great mentality to a lot of these things. You can have goals, you can have aspirations, but when it comes down to it, in terms of locking in, the next moment in front of you is going to be the most important. So, here in this Kyogre map, we are going to see a lot of battles happen in the middle of the map, of course, but right now in this pathing phase, it is going to be a contest between Scarf and Mazo, who can get leveled up more. Bottom path, though, is going to be the home of this first flank from our Central Area Pokemon, and Eldegoss is going to take the K-opener as Leozen strikes first.
Yeah, this is massive for 2Z Esports to go and win this bottom path, leaving this goal on 33 points. So putting a lot of trust into Mazo as that Buzzwole to just hold ground up in that top path. And I suppose they probably could do that considering it's only Clefable up there.
Exactly. You got a bit more room to work with now if you are that Buzzwole. Andoros, on the other hand, is going to be holding down the opposite side of the map on the Articuno, looking for its Unite move in a bit. Scarf on a bit of a incognito mission on the opposite side of the map. Not so secret, though, as 2Z discovers where this Zacian is able to take them down. Good job by Baby Mazo on the Buzzwole to communicate that someone's missing. Antaros chasing down Smuglax. Big push with the Hydro Pump is actually give them just enough space, and somehow the Vaporeon makes it back to Tier 1.
Yes, definitely great use of that Hydro Pump to get that spacing, and thankfully there was a berry for them to go and replenish that HP. Otherwise, we have a push from 2Z Esports already picking up 1 KO, and there's the second KO from Baby Mazo. So, also leaving this top goal on 33 points, but now there's so much AOS energy for these players to go and get in the much-needed stacks they need.
Exactly, and I think just there, a moment ago, we're starting to see the difference in just a level or two in terms of difference between these top path Pokemon. Buzzwole and Zacian, of course. Obviously, it was a 3-on-1 for the Zacian. We can see that initial push got a ton of damage, but Buzzwole just being a little bit higher adds to those stats, allows them to kind of out-muscle the enemy squad. Antaros using the Unite move to try to create that ice pillar on top of the goal zone to defend it, but it will be IX Gaming with their forward pressure enough to break that as well. Articuno with so much damage, not having access to Unite move to break that icy pillar, but instead just defensive blizzards around it. So far, working out quite well.
Looks like IX Gaming are going all in for this bottom path. Now having that 6th member being that Reggie Alecki to assist them along their way. Some dunks are going on in, but Reggie Alecki does not walk in just yet. And now we have Mazo for some additional backup.
Yeah, this is real scary. Even without that Super Swole Slam Unite move, Buzzwole is a scary Pokemon to see defending a goal zone. That is just too tough. You get pulled into the enemy flux zone, it could be curtains. It is a Gravity Clefable going to be trying to run back towards this goal zone, but now it's Mega Charizard X getting in the mix. Obviously, those fire punches will be tough to navigate around the gravity, but so far, Ricardo has found easy ways into the enemy backline.
Smuglax trying to just defend this pad, as we also have Typhlosion coming on in. We have Charizard locked on down, meaning they now get knocked on out, but despite 2Z losing 1 member, they still come out on top and are able to go and get a 35 overdunk on this bottom tier 1 pad at 170 point lead to 47 now.
Okay, big swing from 2Z Esports. Scoreline, experience, all really going fantastic for them. I don't hate this position for IX Gaming, though, or at least their response they make. They are clearly behind in basically every fashion you can be. Zacian doesn't even try to join that goal zone defense, knows it is likely going to be a foregone conclusion, actually steals the enemy central area Pokemon. So Scarf, understanding they are so far behind, plays for a different way to catch up, and also just blocks that Mew boosted auto with the Metal Claw, by the way. Absolutely love some of these interactions that Metal Claw gives access to these players. But either way, they actually take that, and now they are caught up with Mazo on EXP.
Yeah, at that level 10, otherwise Charizard's trying to make a move, but because that gravity and pad are there, they're not able to go and pressure that any further. Instead, they're just going to focus further on back and wait for a play from Marzo.
All right, yeah, Mazo gonna set up a lot of these, even with that Clefable gravity out of Waylord. Mazo is still able to navigate these difficult waters and pick up some huge knockouts. This is gonna be a very easy objective. Regice is gonna get shut down, Charizard picks it up, and now it'll be up to IX Gaming to see if they can make a big swing on the Regieleki. Last time, they were able to secure it, but it didn't even break that tier 1.
Well, interesting play from IX Gaming to just go and give up that top tier 1 pad, instead prioritizing this Regieleki once again. Otherwise, Kuzi Esports trying to defend with all their might as we have Mega Charizard coming on out, trying to throw those punches, but they end up getting locked on down by Galarian Rapidash. Nonetheless, they still manage to pick up 4 KOs, and it's only the Vaporeon left standing, but they're quickly fleeing away from this Mosquito.
Man, Tuzi Esports just playing this composition extremely well. They are a difficult team to push into in any variety. Mega Charizard X, of course, like I mentioned before, welcomes the brawl in any form. An Eldegoss Unite move and Articuno Unite move are such great options when the enemy team is grouping up together and charging at you. So Tuzi Esports utilize both of those resources extremely well, and that tier 1 stays well defended.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Tuzi Esports still have both of their tier 1s available with 1 minute and 30 seconds left to go. IX Gaming, they don't have that extra protection going on into this final stretch. And especially this makes it susceptible for invade. So they're going to quickly clear up a lot of those wild Pokemon for themselves, as now we have the birds. But look at this. We have no one from IX Gaming here to defend this tier 1, tier 2 pad.
Yeah, we had Smuglax rotating down at first, but instead it just kind of elects to play with the rest of the team. They are playing pretty far from behind, so potentially getting one Pokemon down at any point in this series of the match could be fatal. So instead, they want to group up with the rest of the team and make sure they're giving themselves the best chance of success. Problem is that split rotate doesn't get them a lot of value anywhere, as Waylord kind of wary of a second push by this enemy 2Z squad. And reminder, IX Gaming is playing so far from behind, and Kyogre is not one of the easier buffs to steal away and add to your team in a big comeback moment. If 2Z Esports can carry this lead into a Kyogre secure, IX Gaming's path is going to become even more difficult.
I think it's a really interesting play from IX Gaming, maybe just to potentially get Vision up in that top path, realizing there was no way they would make a push, but now they are able to clear up some space in this bottom path by deleting that tier 1 pad. 10 seconds left to go until Kyogre comes on in. Some minimal engages just here, but we do have healers on either side to replenish that HP.
Yeah, you can see Leozen tossing out those pollen puffs. Now that it's the plus value, going to give damage reduction to any Pokemon that it is holding onto as well. So Ontharos very happy to tank some damage while holding that pollen puff, but even utilizing some of these blizzards are going to do just the same. Mazo tries to engage on Smuglax, but pushed back by that Hydro Pump. Currently though, 2Z Esports are only interested in locking down the location, and they have isolated IX Gaming and pushed them completely out of the zone.
Yeah, that's the thing. They just need to buy some time here, especially because they have the points lead, but there's still 1 minute 30 left to go. I can see on that mini-map that Galarian Rapidash, they're just soloing down some birds down in this bottom path, waiting to make an engage, I guess trying to get... Well, they have their Unite moves. They have their level 13, so I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's not too much to wait for at this point in time. Smuglax is going to flip turn engage onto the Eldegoss. It is a Mega Charizard in the mix right now, trying to get it shut down. Waylord does use the Unite move from the Clefable, is trying to heal up the team as quickly as they can. They're extremely low. They do trade. Mute down for 30 seconds. Great KO from Liko, but that Galarian Rapidash is chased down. Ricardo going to take down Riker, and that is a major source of damage gone for IX Gaming, and there go the heals.
Yes, and now the dominoes are going to continue falling as Typhlosion and Zacian are there to join the rest of the party in Nurse Joy's office. Kyogre's now getting shredded on down by 2Z Esports, and 4 members are still down for IX Gaming. 24 seconds left to go. Time is not on their side, even if they get some KOs and get some buffs.
Yeah, this one is all but over. 2Z Esports with 465. Looks like they're going to hold IX Gaming to 2 digits in game number 2 and walk away from this one not only 2-0 in the match, but also 3-0 into the group stage. Great look for 2Z Esports, traveling over to NAIC, dispatching IX Gaming.
Yes, definitely making a statement here on that main stage. Not only did they defeat the first 2 opponents of their groups 2-0, they go and get a clean sweep up against IX Gaming. So an incredible performance here from 2Z Esports, which we will see over in the top 12 for day 2. But you know what? It's not over for IX Gaming because thankfully it is top 2 from each group to make it there.
Yeah, they are very likely going to be moving ahead into the day 2 of competition already with their group stage results, but 2Z Esports are going to be headed into day 2 with their heads held just a little bit higher after that one, I think. About as close to a flawless game 2 as I think you can get from start to finish, having a lead in the top path early on, bottom path going great as well, and then never losing this bottom path until I think 2 minutes and 30 seconds. I mean, 2Z Esports, a dominant game in all sense of the word, and then really playing with ice in the veins in these final moments. You can see Kyogre barely even receiving any attention as 2Z Esports instead just play for defensive positioning. With that big of a points lead, they do not want to give IX Gaming any outs in this game, and instead just play until they have 4 enemy Pokemon down, and then picking up the Kyogre.
There we go, we have Ricardo once again picking up the MVP for this game. This time round on the Mega Charizard X, we have 5-1 and 14k SA. That is a lot of assists for Mega Charizard, and I guess just goes to show how many of those team fights they were presence for.
Yeah, exactly. Any damage over time Pokemon is often going to be jumping up pretty high there, but shout out to Leozen on the Eldegoss, also with 19 assists in that game. Also, a story of healing between these 2 teams, by the way. Wailord with 65,000 recovery, but 74,000 recovery for this Eldegoss. Those Unite moves just really unchecked sometimes in these big team fights. Multiple Pokemon getting healed up. That's a ton of HP. But we got 2Z Esports forging ahead of the tournament with a 2-0 victory. So let's hear from some members of 2Z Esports on our main stage.
Hello, everybody. We are here with who else but Mazo from 2Z. Congratulations on your win. And my first question I have to ask, everybody backstage was talking about it. What happened to the beautiful, beautiful hair? You still look great, by the way, but we just have to know.
Oh, thanks for that. But like, I've been looking like having a long hair for 5 years now. Figured out it's time for a change. Might go start going forward. I'm reaching my 30s now. It's time to like let go of being baby Mazo and maybe turn into adult Mazo for some time at least.
All right, well, I'm already 35, so you got to hold on to being young a little bit longer so that I feel better. But no, I mean, great win, huge win. Of course, the team's doing great. You've already qualified, so I got to ask, what are your goals here, obviously, aside from just winning prizes? What were your main goals as far as, like, traveling out here to compete?
Yeah, well, specifically this team now, we changed 2 players from the team we played in UIC, and we managed to qualify to Worlds with these new players. However, one of them doesn't really have experience in the World stage, and on stage and everything. So it's very good for him to get practice. It's good for us to be back on stage as well and don't be like so far away from one stage event to another one. And it's also really good to practice in high stakes because we're playing against the best teams in the not Asian in the West. So so it feels good to be able to play here. Always great to play with a crowd. Always great to have a lot of pressure going into games. So that's always a lot of fun.
All right, so the future is on the horizon right here. Looking forward even past this, which is great. Now, just a little bit more of a meta question. We've now seen 2 teams with Brazilian players choose and do really well with Charizard and Charizard X in particular. Is that kind of like a regional thing that y'all have figured out? Because I feel like we haven't seen it nearly as much in any of the other regions.
Honestly, we saw people playing in Japan, and we're like, okay, that should be good since they're playing it. And then we play it, and like, my jungler really likes the pick. Like, just works out. Like, I guess for DreamHack, their top laner also really likes the pick, and then he also saw them play in Japan, like, okay, let's just try it out.
For DreamHack, I think they just all like to pick the entire team, yeah. But no, of course, congratulations, big win. And I've always got to give you a chance, to talk to any of the fans out there, anybody who's been supporting you in the team.
Beleza? Então, galera, ganhamos dessa vez, passamos em primeiro do grupo, já faz 4 anos que isso não acontece, mas dessa vez vamos, nossa bracket fica bem melhor amanhã por conta disso, mas é isso, agora é estudar contra quem a gente vai jogar amanhã, ter o melhor resultado possível e vamos ver se a gente consegue emplacar um dia 3 nesse campeonato.
Sorry. All right, well, congratulations as usual. We're going to see much more of you over the weekend, and we'll send it back to the casters.
I've got to say, it's always wonderful to hear from Marzo, and well, I guess adult Marzo. As they say, as you get older, you get wiser. But even then, I feel like Marzo has always been quite wise when it comes to this game.
Yeah, I mean, showcasing a whole lot of brain power in that last game, I can say. So yeah, age looking real good on Marzo. But yeah, we can drop the baby. That's fine.
Yeah.
I don't know if I love it, but we'll go with it for now. Group stage, though, we want to give everybody an update with what we are looking at. Reminder, top 2 teams out of every single group will be making it into day 2 of competition. Look out for that Group C, a really interesting one with Extinction and Deep Cross Gaming fighting to make it out of Group C. But in Group D, we got Lunex Gaming and Rush Hour kind of making their way up. But Lunex Gaming is going to be going up against Outrage very soon, who are both Outrage is 1-1.
Yeah, and so far we have DreamMax Aftermath locking in their day 2 position with the 3-0 losses there. Citadel Gaming, they are on that 1-1 piece there, so currently in that 2nd position. But yeah, as we just saw that set, 2Z Esports finalizing that 1st seeding position with the 3 wins, 0 losses to go and end day 1 for that group.
Yeah, that's fantastic. IX Gaming right behind them, but 2-1 they should be going into day number 2. But we still got more day number 1 matches to happen. There's so much exciting action here at NAIC. You don't want to miss any of it, so don't go anywhere. We're going to jump to a very short break.
Ahahaha. ¿Y ahora?
one final team that will qualify for the World Championships. Dubsnacks, we've got some exciting games coming up here. We've seen some incredible ones throughout the day. Some pretty wild upsets. I am ready to see how our bracket is going to break down tomorrow, for sure.
It's going to be definitely exciting. We've got a lot of teams scrapping for that top spot in their group. Two teams that we won't get to see that are scrapping out is, of course, Root Dignitas 3-0. We started our show. And non-parametric statistics, there it is, we got there, are also 3-0, 6-0 in their group. And that is going to be a fun decider to see who wins that group. But ahead of us right now is another match.
That's right, another match coming
And I
up.
would have said the teams, but I forgot.
I believe it's Lunex and Outrage is what is coming up next. Let's go ahead and take a look if we can.
Hold on.
Hold on.
They finally gave us a Telestrator pen. I'm not going to lie to you, I complained a lot.
He told me he was going to steal a pen from one of the other broadcasts.
I didn't steal it.
Go ahead, steal the pen.
I just asked instead. But I thought that it was absolute hogwash that TCG's analyst and replay had a pen, and their game doesn't move on the screen.
It's not hard to track what's going on in TCG. It's pretty set.
I'm sitting here trying to circle the mini-map on the Telestrator with my fat finger, and it's not working. You guys saw it. There's proof. It went out there to broadcast.
Let's see the replay.
Can we get the replay of me trying to do the replay?
Let's take a look at that bracket.
Why don't we go ahead and feed that? or the bracket.
Hey!
Yeah, whatever.
Here we are at our group stage. As we talked about earlier, I don't think this bracket's updated. Can we draw on it? Hold on. Yeah, let Doomsex draw on the bracket right now. Okay, technically we can
make a clip.
Make a clip
here we
of
go.
it.
Mark in.
Yep.
Pen's not working.
Pen's not working, guys.
Hey
guys.
I am furious.
Listen. Let's talk about our bracket here. Root Dig and non-parametric statistics. You were just talking about it. They are both not to yes.
Terrible scale. Just put us back on screen because I don't like this being on screen anymore. Please just take that down.
I hear there's a chance it's not updated. Well, you know what? I think it's pretty high likelihood.
It's high likelihood because I was talking to players on non-parametric statistics 2 matches ago where they had confirmed to us they were 3-0, 6-0, which is why I said it 2 minutes ago when we were talking about how fun Group A was shaping up to be.
All right, bring up the Telestrator. Your pen doesn't work.
But the finger does. This is...
Yep. Bring up the Telestration segment, please. Hello, computer. Hello, computer. I don't know what it's going to do. We're going to find out.
The fact that the pen isn't working...
All right, hold on.
Make sure you made a clip of what?
We don't know.
This is not going to work.
We don't know.
Please do not go to the Telestrator.
I want to see it still, but fine.
But the fact that what's on screen... Confirm.
I want to point out
Just
that...
put what I have there on screen.
I want to point out that there's a conversation happening.
There we go.
Hey! We figured it out. Okay. So as best...
Hold on. Pen?
Yep. You can see that the pen doesn't work. As best we can figure it out, non-parametric statistics right there is actually 3.
What would have been great is a pen to be able to...
A pen would be excellent
do that.
right here.
That would have
so
been
they're
terrific.
actually 3, which means one of these other teams, I'm thinking all in, would be a 2 right here. So that would be a 2. Okay? I believe Evil Geniuses lost a game. That's what I was told. So right here, this would be a 1. Hard to do a 1, let me tell you. It doesn't even look like
So EG lost to Goofy Goobers.
Is that correct that EG lost it? Correct. Which makes
So we
them...
should put a check mark.
We'll put a check mark.
You got it?
That's correct.
Okay.
This is all right, yeah? Oh no, this can't be right. Fulcrum 3. We're okay. This is a 3. All right. Extinction, are they 2-1?
You know what? Here we go. Let's go ahead and get the updated bracket or group stages on the screen now.
Very
Because this is getting pretty miserable.
This is looking pretty good.
I disagree completely. There we go. Let's take a look now.
Hey, they got it. Not bad.
Not bad. We did not bad. Okay,
Not
Goofy
too bad.
Goobers 4-0, EG 2-1, Fulcrum 3-0, Extinction 1-1. We still got some work to do in that group. Extinction Deep Cross Gaming is going to be on stage here in the next couple matches. Lunex Rush Hour sitting on top there, and Lunex squaring off against Outrage. So obviously Rush Hour would like to see Lunex win.
Of course.
To give them the opportunity to have the destiny in their own hands. Let's get to the next page, which we should have somehow gotten to minutes ago, but we've just been goofing around.
Let's take a look at our next slide here.
We've got two more
Computer.
groups.
Yeah, DreamHack
Compute, huh?
just going 3-0. Citadel here, 2-1. They did lose to DreamMax, however, they did pretty well in the rest of their group, and there it goes. It's the end of that.
It's the end of that because we are in the game, I believe. Let's take a look. Draft
All
stage.
right, here we go. Lunex Gaming versus Outrage. Now, we talked about this here. Lunex could go 3-0 in this group, put Outrage down 1-2. There are some other teams that would love to see that happen, but if Outrage wants to stay in this with a shot, they've got to take down Lunex here.
They have to. They have to. That gives them the chance, and then it has them battle out against that second place team, which they would have the tiebreaker advantage to because Lunex already beat Rush Hour. So this is a big game for Outrage here.
Yeah, it's a big game for Outrage. We're starting to see the bans come in. All three, nope, sorry. 2 of the elemental birds are banned. Those legendary birds, Articuno, Moltres, Zapdos, not yet banned. As once again, Feraligatr, a Pokemon I really wanted to see this weekend, on the chopping block and banned out.
We might see through the texture this weekend, though, it stop being banned and start entering play. You've seen a lot of tournaments that go over 3 days, have kind of their own metagame develop. We like to talk about that. So right now, it's the anti-Feraligatr meta, but we might end up to a spot where it's actually let through and eventually drafted.
Yeah, it absolutely can happen, and we do see that. You know, eventually at some point, you're working on other bans. It makes its way through. Maybe it doesn't have a stellar game, and then it's kind of open again for play. Machamp is the first pick here for Outrage. We actually had Lunex decide to first pick Garchomp. To me, that feels like a counter pick, right? You're picking it because you can play it, but also you know someone on Outrage who desperately wants this Pokemon. Zapdos is here with Machamp on the side of Outrage.
Yep.
Now Lunex for the next couple of picks. We got the Delmons.
Love that. Kind of popularized, almost put on the map by Overlord at ACL. And ironically enough, there was a couple games where it didn't look that good, but there was enough in that performance to have people go, let's figure out what's going on here.
Yeah.
And now it's starting to have a nice little spot in our metagame. Counter picks from Outrage here are Snorlax and Blissey. So they've got themselves a really strong support core. We'll see how Lunex reacts.
Yeah, I want to see what these final couple of picks are. Oh boy, this is going to be a tough one for Outrage. Anytime you can get Celestial on a Zoroark with a Comfey, that is going to be very, very scary for the other side. We have seen some teams ban just Comfey to make sure that something like this can't happen. We've seen Celestial play this Pokemon regardless, right? Just play Zoroark no matter what. We'll see what they're going to go ahead and do here for their final pick. Pawmot on the side of
Very
Outrage. So we have some crazy amount of sustain in a Pokemon like Pawmot. The question is, can Lunex burst it down fast enough so that it won't be able to get all of that recovery and keep fighting on and on and on? If Celestial, the Zoroark, gets a high level lead, it's going to be tough for Pawmot. That's for sure. The burst damage will be incredibly high.
Yeah, and you're taking a look a lot of times to isolate down a Zoroark that's carrying the Comfey. You kind of get a BOGO deal when you have those single target isolating moves, right? They ban the Slowbro, but I'm also thinking of maybe something like a Zarina, right? When that is not in the mix, they're going to have to find a different way to contain that Zoroark specifically, and I don't see a bunch of options on the side of Outrage to do so.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think this is going to be a tricky one for them as we are heading into our first game here. Thea Sky Ruins, our battlefield. We can see one of our observers there on Magnemite. Just taking a look at what is happening as our teams are getting ready. Lunex looking to walk out of their group with a perfect record. They already have their spot to Worlds, but you know, it would be nice to win this entire tournament, really prove a point before we get heading into all the action in San Francisco. Here we go. Group D, Lunex Gaming, your purple team. team. Outrage, your orange team.
Slowly working through, of course, we've got the Zorua in the central area for Lunex, and we've got the Chansey and Snorlax crossing the map, going on a mission here. Yuzu and Rev going to try and put the pressure onto Celestial. That Selgor is there, quick secure by Rev. And honestly, Snorlax secure is so good for him.
It's amazing. It's so difficult to deal with. You can see Snorlax and Chansey in the central area of Lunex just absolutely taking over.
Here's the thing, though. Lunex adjusting well. This is something we saw a lot in ACL and something I'm surprised teams haven't started doing. If you're getting invaded, bail. Go into path, get value somewhere else, and you'll see that Celestial still managed to get to level 4 and has some opportunity here with the Wild Farm in the bottom path with the player advantage to try and get caught back up.
You know, if there's a Pokemon you're going to leave alone in that early path phase, I think Zapdos is not too bad of an option. It really does well. It plays at extreme range right there. I think it's a really good start for Outrage in this bottom path as we are taking a look here. Frank already level 5, by the way, on a Comfey.
Yeah, you know, they're putting in good work. Lumiere going to be moving forward, but also downstairs, Celestial did hit that Zoroark, and we do get a knockout. Flareon's getting credit for that. And Lunex Gaming, yeah, the invade happened, it worked, but they adjusted well, and they're right back on track.
Yeah, and that's really what you have to do. You have to decide exactly what you're going to give up to stop an invade, right? And Lunex just decided, all right, fine, you can go ahead and do this. We're going to run down here, and we're going to try to get value elsewhere on the map. In fact, we're going to try to get value directly in the path that you left behind. Now we have the Blissey heading to the top path here. Machamp far behind. They just hit their Machoke now at level 5, and we see the Gabite on the other side already level 6.
So the double invade actually cost Outrage a lot of production in the early stages here. Moving forward with that Thunderbolt, Zapdos taking out Celestial. Great collapse by Outrage, getting 2, make it 3. Good engage by Palmont, surf back. Flareon's is one of the best on Mew to ever do it, and they just showed it there with that survivability.
Yeah, just a very scary moment for Lunex. They almost lost 2 right there. As you can see, Oblivion, the Delmise moving up to try to create a little space for that Mew, but the big catch, the Zoroark, did go down, and that's a nice one for Outrage.
Without a doubt, Celestial moving forward, gonna dash through the Snorlax, make sure they heavy slam to get a berry. That opens up the window for a quick stack for Celestial.
Here we go. All of this heading to the side of Lunex, but that's expected, right? Outrage has pivoted 4 Pokemon to the top path here, so clearly they had a plan. As we take a look here, we have Reggie spawning in the top path. It will not be the Alecki. So the Alecki is in the bottom path. Oh, wait, no, sorry. This is, I forgot. We're on Rayquaza. It's always Reggie Alecki.
Yep, Rayquaza map is the one we're starting on this weekend here. Predictability with the Regieleki in the top path. They break, and they're going to walk it down here. Just Lumiere. Now Garchomp is going to have to step up and see what they can do. Dragon Rush over the wall. Suplex. They got to pop their Unite move to be able to give themselves a chance. Get to the back line. They do get a knockout on the Blissey. Here comes Frank. Nice little grass knot there. Picks up on Lumiere, who's fighting by themselves in the face of a bunch. Real low is Val. Knocked out is the Palmont, and good adjustment out of Lunex. Credit to Lumiere.
Yeah, I mean, look, Lumiere coming up there as a level 9. That was a perfect moment. I really did love the Palmont play, though. I don't know if you noticed that. So the Garchomp Live at Outrage is looking to take down multiple members of Outrage. And while this is happening, Palmont just walked over to the goal zone and scored 25. They thought, I can't fight them right now. They're dealing with members of my team. So they ended up scoring in the top path without even the Regieleki walking. I thought that was a real smart heads-up play, while at the same time, clearly, Lumiere with a massive counter punch.
Yeah, I mean, they overcommitted, so they got some value the way they could. Better to leave with something than nothing, so I'm with you on that good adjustment. Now, Lumiere is back in the central. They're committing their resources. They're going to leave Celestial to level up by taking bodies out from the other team. Right on top of the Snorlax, there is where the engagement begins.
Yeah, Snorlax in some trouble right there, but ended up making it out. The hook just misses due to some repositioning there from the Snorlax back down to their pad. Machamp all alone in this top path as 3 members of Lunex move in.
Submission right into the Unite move. Tons of damage put down on top of that Machamp. Val trying to hold tight. Palmont engaged, but it's right in the middle of the iframes of the score, which means they didn't deal any damage. Dragon Rush, Bliss assistance on top of the Palmont to keep this rush going. Getting back is Flareon's half HP. E-Ball half HP on Palmont. Nice pull by the anchor shot, and that's a knockout.
I mean, this Garchomp is just ripping through them here. Lunier playing absolutely amazing in game number 1, and also just setting up lots of opportunities for Celestial to move in with, you know, extreme precision on these Zoroark combos and get huge KOs. So far, Outrage is still in this match, but there's no question Lunex is in control of what is happening here. It feels like they're reacting to everything Outrage is throwing at them extremely well, and they're also making big plays of their own. Perhaps getting caught right here, looking for the Palmont. And this is something I talked about before the match, Dupesex. Is there any way this Palmont will be able to survive some of this burst damage? And so far, it has not been that effective.
No, but look, Celestial is such a force with Frank that they've been able to get the attention of all of Outrage. Meanwhile, I don't know if you noticed the volume of wild Pokemon that were on the side of the map of Lunex. That allowed Oblivion and Flareons to level themselves up, and now everybody on Lunex is huge.
Yeah, powerful. The points 280 to 107. Level-wise, every single member leading every single counterpart on the other side, which is exactly where you want to be. But Champ looking for a play here at about 350. One of the last opportunities for some of these Unite moves, they get caught by an anchor shot.
Nice pull, submission, almost putting themselves up, going straight into that action on the top side, though, is Celestial trying to get a knockout. Flareon steps up, and they're still fighting. Look at how resilient that Delmise is, and now everybody's getting drugged down to Davy Jones' locker because all of Outrage has been dispatched.
Unbelievable play there from Oblivion. The power shot providing an insane shield, fighting 4 members of Outrage. And you're right, taking them down to Davy Jones' locker. That's what the anchor does here. Oof, a really tough fight for Outrage. You know they were looking for some value here with their Unite moves before Rayquaza.
Yeah, left side team has a huge lead indeed, and that's just not on the scoreboard, Cowboy. That is in the experience levels here, as we have a level 14 Garchomp, and there's no one on the other side that is even keeping pace with Frank, the Comfort.
I mean, look at this, a level 11 for Palmont, Zapdos, and Machamp. And yeah, on the other side, it's absolutely devastating for them. There's the burst damage. Nothing Palmont can do with that amount of burst damage. As I talked about before, if you let this Zoroark just take a lead like this, you can't stop it. It does too much damage in a single burst as a level 14 for some of these level 10s and 11s to survive at all. 15 seconds now until Rayquaza. We're going to need a miracle for Outrage here.
Definitely, they have to find their way in. They're not so far down on the scoreboard that they can't make some magic happen, but it's time to get the wands out because the magic needs to start happening now.
They're going to need to cast some sort of spell here on the side of Lunex. Big time anchor shot, grabs the Blissey. Blissey just absolutely rinsed. Wow.
Okay, Power Nap using Unite moves. Let's get into it. Machamp as well. Power Shot comes back, drags them back, and the anchor's still scrapping. Meanwhile, Flareon's is low, but those solar beams are finding target, cleansing them with a little bit of vitamin D, and Outrage has been completely wiped again. Just the Blissey stepping up, hitting the jump pad, and they're going to be a day late, dollar short. Lunex Gaming humming.
Wow, I mean, day late, dollar short. I think they're behind on rent. I think it's more than $1. I don't think a payday loan can get them out of this, Duke Snacks. This was a brutal match for Outrage, an absolute clinic for Lunexes. They are looking to cruise undefeated through their groups.
Oof, what a statement here. 7:22, 1:21. There's still a minute left on the clock, and the only way that Outrage can do anything now is to step out there and let this team do what they want. If I'm Outrage, I'm just hanging out in that home goal zone, and I am talking and saying, what can we do here in game 2? Because whatever that was ain't gonna get it done.
Well, I know if you and I were on Outrage, I could tell you what we'd be doing. We'd be going, what is our team doing, dude? Yeah. Because I feel like when you and I play, we'd say a lot of that.
Yeah, we are not good at winning together.
Let me tell you, we've thrown a lot of games while we've been here at NAIC. A lot.
In some games, we've been up about the scoreline and still lost.
Oh yeah, we've had our moments. Sure. I had one last night. Yeah. Absolutely crushed it.
Okay. While this game ends, Spraggle's literally set going into the 2-minute mark. If we lose this game, I am quitting and I am uninstalling.
No, I said if we lose this game, I'm booking a flight and going home. Then we
Ladies and
proceeded
gentlemen,
to lose.
we lost. We lost in spectacular fashion.
Okay. It's true. It's true. We basically play until we get too mad and go to bed. That's what we do.
I was checking our stats. I think we probably played like 12 games, 15 games.
Won
We won
3?
4.
Okay, 4. Better than I thought.
4, and that's including the one we won today, barely.
All right. We're doing all right. Well, doing better than I thought. Taking a look at some of these moments here. That was the palm-up play that I actually really enjoyed there. But, of course, the big story there was how Lunier shows up at level 9 with a Unite move for the defense. That's something Garchomp can do. First off, because they did so well early. And then, of course, because of the absolute, ability to farm the map that Garchomp has.
I mean, you can just see Oblivion withstanding all the damage of those 4 players, given just enough time for Flareon Celestial to come back, deal a crop of damage. Lunier jumping into the mix as well. And this fight, I mean, just the anchor shot on the Blissey and eliminating it before they can even hit their Unite move is about as good as you can draw that anchor shot up.
I want to point out, because people at home cannot hear this, the director popped in my ear and said, every time I've played with you guys, I've lost.
That is,
I'm not sure how, I mean, sure, rub salt in the wound. I also want to point out our director, Garen, plays jungle, Alolan Ninetales. I'm not kidding.
Let's talk about something else that we're not kidding about, and it's the amount of times Lunex Gaming got knocked out this game. Across all 5 players, 2.
Yeah, wow. I mean, you don't expect them to go down, and the only time they got him is when they got the BOGO. They get Zoroark and Comfey, right? That's the only thing that they got. You just cannot let Celestial get a Comfey caller. You and I talked about this. We were talking about this before broadcast, I think, on our way here. I truly think Celestial is like one of the top players in our game. If you look at some of the best players in Unite, I think they're in this pro level of play. You have, the cream of the crop. Let's say they're better than 85-90% of the players. But when you start to climb higher and higher and higher, there is a really small percentage of players, 1%, 0.5%, whatever it is. There's a small percent of players that are just absolutely unbelievable at this game. And I really do think Celestial is one of them. Mechanically, a godlike player at this game.
Yeah, incredibly good. Obviously has had success on this stage specifically. Yeah, that's what we need.
That's what we need.
Hey, Celestial, I know you're kind of working on something right now.
Hey, buddy. You want to trio with us?
But how about we wither down that win rate real quick? Lunex again going with the ban on the Slowbro, which means they're facilitating the opportunity for the Zoroark Comfey yet again. Typhlosion going to be banned, Articuno as well. Moltres, the other legendary bird. Zapdos did not get banned, but was picked very quickly by Outrage in Game 1. We'll see how that shakes out.
I'm shocked that they're not banning Comfey here. The only reason I say that is because I think you called it perfectly. That Slowbro ban says to me, we do not want you to slow beam us. If you do that, you kind of shut down a play that we have. To not ban Comfey, either you're picking it or you really don't find what they did to be that detrimental. But here we go, they pick Koopa anyways.
I want to point out that something we've talked about year in, year out with the Slowbro ban, it's usually indicative of a team that believes they're stronger than the other and don't want the slow beam, which is incredibly powerful, to be the way that the other team gets to kind of cheese their win out of a squad that's stronger. So you just get rid of it. Here, it also happens to facilitate Comfey Zoroark if you wanted to go there. But Frank leading with Hoopa leads me to believe maybe Lunex is going to go a bit a different direction.
Yeah, I think they are clearly. They already won with the strategy earlier. They're looking for something else. I think when you have an extremely high skill player that also happens to enter, that end the match at like level 15 most of the time. You saw this with Luminosity and Overlord and things like that. They would look to ban Pokemon like this too, Slowbro, because you just have a shutdown of the highest level, highest skilled player on the team, and it's probably good to not have that as an option. We're going to see the final picks here. Flareon's on the Inteleon, and it looks like our final Celestial will be a Lucario.
Base model Lucario.
I wonder switch that with Lumiere, or they're just going to take it in the center.
It's going to be interesting. Celestial, of course, you know, we have the opportunity with the E-Speed Lucario, tons of mobility, right? That's not available if you do go with the Mega Lucario version. Espeon getting grabbed very late by Outrage.
Yeah, they get a late Espeon here. Flareon, I mean, he is on a comfort pick, right? I feel like there are a couple that he has. Inteleon, one of the Pokemon he is known for, as well as the Mew that we saw earlier. This looks like a strong composition here for Lunex, and it does look like Oblivion is playing a very mean build that I absolutely love, and I've seen him dominate on. This is that foul play Snarl build. You could go a few different directions, but that's exactly what it looks like. When you have the Resonant Guard, the Bell, and the Cookie here, you're just going to be in your opponent's face the entire time, creating so many moments where you're stunning them, repositioning them with foul play, and it's really hard to take Umbreon down with all of this HP and the recovery that you get in your kit.
Cerulege gonna be where Outrage rounds out their draft. Outrage King is selecting that character. And looking across the board here, we're gonna be scrapping at a pretty close range, except for Flareons. And if Flareons is playing Snipe Shot and Inteleon, they're gonna be miles away from the action, just peppering in damage.
Well, here we go. Lunex and Outrage getting ready to play. Of course, this map will be the Groudon map. Lunex up one game, and they are your purple team. Outrage is your orange team. They want this victory here, Dupesnex. Even a 1-2 might put them in a position to move to tomorrow, but getting 2-0'd puts them in a very dangerous position. They could be knocked out of the bracket depending on what Rush Hour does.
Wraith Red here going to be the Espeon in that bottom path. And now you're dealing with Celestial working through that central area very quickly. And it's a double invade again. Frank pulling up for the support on Celestial. Tons of damage on Yuzu, and they're going to keep that pressure on. Can Celestial close the door? Yes! K-opener to Lunex.
Yeah, this is not good, right? You had a double invade, and not only did you not get anything, you also just kind of like wore the buffs down for Celestial and gave a KO. Again, because of the EXP share, this isn't the worst thing in the world, but you're disappointed. You missed both buffs on a double invade.
And now Lunex can funnel all of the experience needed into Inteleon, into Flareons, so that they can get that online. Every time I've played with you, I've also lost. Coincidence? Just saying, you know what? Of all the stats that we haven't had on the screen, the fact that the one we did mention audibly getting thrown in our face is lunacy. Here we go, NAIC, Hoopa goes down, Frank is dispatched up, but you needed a three-player rotation to get it done.
And here we have Oblivion moving towards the center right here. And, you know, Cerulege farms very quickly, making their way to the bottom path, already level 6. A nice little boon for the side of Outrage, who's been behind in a lot of these games, but their Espeon looking pretty good at parity with the Drizzile on the other side, and Cerulege heading back towards the central area. Not bad for Outrage.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to talk about the one benefit they got from sending the double invade, is it made Lunex not able to counter-invade the Charcadet, which has a really hard time getting out of the starting blocks. So getting that Cerulege online certainly is worth its weight in gold for Outrage right now, who otherwise has been fighting behind.
All right, we're going to see a nice little secure right here. No one looking for Drago. However, we have a fight, it looks like, in the top path as members of Outrage are pushing towards the side of Lunex. But now it does look like they peeled away from it as we get ready for this Regidrago. Being ripped apart by Lunex already at half HP. Is anyone going to try for a secure? They are not. Outrage, on the other hand, looks to be deciding whether or not they want to move towards this top goal zone. Lunex now pushing bottom.
Yeah, we need to go top and see where this action is, because Outrage is making a play here. Tons of damage on Lumiere. Flareon shows up just in time, is able to get a quick knockout. Snipe Shot goes wide, trying to pin down Outrage King. Big damage on Yuzu. Here comes Frank and Oblivion. Going to put pressure on and going to run into the face of Outrage. Another Snipe Shot, big on Yuzu. Not quite enough to get the knockout.
Yeah, I think Yuzu with a really intelligent body block of that Snipe Shot earlier. The other one just got hit by a Snipe Shot. But I really like the play there by Yuzu to take the damage. Regice getting pretty low right here. No Unite move for Cerulege right here. The Snipe Shot misses, but it hits the target. It actually gets the secure. I thought he was aiming for Outrage. No, he was aiming for the objective, Jake.
Well, listen, Oblivion Oblivion went in with the Snarl and then hit 3 players with the foul play stun, and that was able to allow Flareons to pivot from having to hit Outrage into securing the objective. They take that down. Everybody walks away standing for Lunex with another objective taken, and the lead continues to grow.
Now we have King here in the bottom path with a Unite move. This is a Cerulege Unite. They're not the highest level, but they're ready to take this here. No one from Lunex can do much about it except for Celestial. Here comes the Unite, and he gets it. Unbelievable.
Big Unite with the Aura Cannon. Now Celestial is caught in the middle of a just absolute outrage scene here. They are knocked out, but tons of damage still existing on these players for Outrage. They're not able to get out. That's another knockout. Now we have the Unite move out of the Umbreon, the Moonlight Prance. They're going to go close this goal zone to remove the Flux zone to keep the pressure on. Frank gets credit for the next. Wraith is running away. Regieleki is marching towards that tier 2, and Frank is going to be able to dunk 30.
Yeah, Frank very good at finding these opportunities to score as we have the Zacian moving forward, looking for the KO, picks it up on the Espeon, and they are just absolutely decimating them on this tier 2 goal zone. It is gone. 216 to 22.
Now Celestial's literally gonna tick over to level 12. Outrage King is level 10. The volume of damage they just took before they hit into the Phantom Force was crazy.
This is rough for Outrage. They're really far behind already. The fights are going very well for Lunex. A different look than game number 1, but you know, it's a mean look, none the different really. It's just a rough one for Outrage.
I mean, there's no fear now. Celestial's just in the back line, firing off the Unite move, using the E-Speed and Bone Club, Bone Rush to get through the entire team, along with the damage being just launched in from such a range from Flareons, makes it really tough for Outrage to contest here. Celestial does go down again, so there's a bit of a shining light for that. Cerulege Unite secures. Can they do anything with this? That's a knockout.
Yeah, nice stuff. I mean, they get an objective here. They had to use a Unite move for it, and Lucario was mega'd at the time. They are going to try to score in this top path, which they do. The snipe shot goes wide. I don't think they're going to continue this push as Oblivion moves forward with the Umbreon, just to make sure there's not much they can do. Lucario getting pretty deep right here. This would be a great KO for them, and no, they're not able to secure.
So the thing with Celestial there is they actually split Outrage. King was on the backside getting knocked out, and Celestial drew 3 players' attention, which was just enough to allow them to use Rings Unbound and now siege another goal zone. 278 to 80 right now.
Here we go. Beautiful 23 points right there. Leaving this tier 1 up starves Outrage of some much needed experience. I think it's absolutely the right play here from Lunex. They're going to continue their level lead as we have Outrage desperately trying to make something happen at this bottom Regieleki.
King steps forward. Regieleki is there. Espeon Unite does try and trap Celestial. They pop their Unite move again. They're E-speeding through. They're looking for targets. Espeon is down. Celestial's still going. They finally get knocked out. And now Frank is in support of Flareons. They get stunned, almost take a bunch of damage. The Snarl foul play doesn't connect, but Flareon somehow is finding more knockouts.
Here we go. Nice big Unite move from Cerulege. Hits a couple of them, but no one can follow up in this moment as we have Oblivion just pushing them away from this goal zone. 338 to 80. Level-wise, things looking fantastic for Lunex. The only bright spot on the side of Outrage really is the Cerulege at level 13. Their Espeon, unfortunately, a lower level than the support on the side of Lunex Gaming, which is a horrible place to be in as one of your carry Pokemon that needs to do an insane amount of damage. Even if you hit your combination, it's just not that strong when you're down by multiple levels.
Exactly right. And you know, Lunex Gaming isn't doing anything special here with their draft. It's pretty much just straight up Pokemon Unite. You've got a kind of frontlining tank, good classic support, and then just a ton of damage dealers with range over the top. And if Outrage can't contend with this right now, I can't imagine it's going to get any easier for them moving forward.
Now we have 2:20 on the clock, and Celestial deciding to move forward right here, keeping the pressure on Outrage. Outrage making a mad dash to get away. We could see Lunex go for a straight rip if we don't see Outrage move towards the objective.
Oblivion has no fear. The passive there from the Eevee, protecting them from the heavy slam pop-up.
Here we go. 2 minutes on the clock. Groudon is going to hit the map. We're getting information from them. I think we've hit 4 snipe shots in a row. Make it 5. They just keep landing, raining into the side of Outrage. They're going to need to make a play, and that's 6 snipe shots, and here we go.
Oblivion's on the backside working on King. The Blissey tries to get some action in, but no, they go down. So Roulette Unite back the other way, but it's not going to be good enough. Snipe shot cleans out the trash. We're going to have 4 players down, just Snorlax standing. Secured by Lunex. Knocked out is Outrage. They don't even exist in this game anymore, and Lunex Gaming, cleanup job.
Yeah, beautiful stuff from Lunex. Really tough games for Outrage. I mean, Lunex just had their number today. They were the stronger team. It didn't feel like there was much Outrage could do about it here. Lunex, one of those squads that's just, they are not only like the North America Giant Slayers, right, taking down both EG and Dignitas in their league throughout the season, but it really does feel like on any given day, they're one of the best out there. Such a strong squad.
Absolutely, and it is worth mentioning, this is a team that is qualified for Worlds competing this weekend, and you can kind of see what a Worlds qualified team can do because they have now gone 3-0 in their group and are going to be the top team in that group heading into Saturday.
Yeah, taking a look right here, just some of the final moments, just picking up some KOs, having some fun here. Outrage not out of this tournament necessarily. It's going to depend, I believe, on how Rush Hour does a little later in their set. They would have loved to at least taken a game off of Lunex here, but it was not in the cards.
No, not in the cards at all. So their fate is going to be up to the performance, as you mentioned, of Rush Hour and how those tiebreakers may or may not materialize here in the final stages of our group play in day 1.
Yep, and that's just all she wrote for Outrage versus Lunex. Lunex with a commanding 2-0 victory, looking fantastic there on the main stage. They've got more competition ahead of them, and you can see Flareon still in his sad boy. Flareon's oh, I can't believe something.
Yeah, he was probably seeing how much damage he did to see if it was high enough, and if he was going to break maybe the 100,000 K mark. We'll see who the player of the game is. I don't know, the whole team. They all look great.
Yeah, it just was an unbelievable series from them. It's one of those ones that's it's going to give you, you know, a great feeling heading into day 2, right? To play that well on the main stage for your last games of the day.
Yep, absolutely. Lumiere having themselves a good crop of games as well, especially on the Garchomp in game 1. Zashi in game 2, not intentionally, but they were pretty quiet. And I think that's because there was so much work being done in front of them by Celestial and by Flareon's with the cover fire that it was almost hard for them to be a standout.
Yeah, I think that happens sometimes when a match is just going so well for a team. Wasn't that much for Zacian to do, just constant KOs picked up by Celestial jumping in after Flareon's hit. I honestly think it was maybe 7 snipe shots in a row right before this objective, which is really hard to out-heal in a moment like this. And of course, the secure, they take it down. As you see our teams GGing up on the big stage. A lot of respect for all these competitors that are up there competing. Our player of the game is going to be Celestial. 8 knockouts, went down 4 times. Maybe Flareons was looking for that MVP. To be fair, they went 13 with not a single time going down. Pretty impressive stuff.
Flareon's cough this game is going to be 25. That might be the biggest cough we've ever had. Production or stats team, can we get the highest cough we've ever had on broadcast, please? Because 25 has to be somewhere up there.
That's up there for sure. Very, very powerful game from Flareons. But Celestial just dancing around him. 100,000 damage as well. Flareons did 134,000. Those snipe shots were hitting.
They were hitting. I think the the score. Celestial able to find the goal zone a little bit more consistently than Flareon's is what gave them the edge in the MVP race. But Flareon's and Celestial both having a very powerful and offensive game here. And the fact that they, between them both, got knocked out 4 times, thanks Celestial, says Flareon's, is nothing to scoff at either.
The word is, this is our best KFA of the season. That's what I was just told.
It's our best cough?
It's our best cough of the season from Flareon. So, you know what? He should have got the MVP.
Yep, you know what? Give us the second screen we've been hearing about where we can have another player as well. Celestial, you did great. I'm proud of you. Let's get Flareon's on our screen when we have that opportunity and really show off that 25 cough.
Yeah, I mean, it was an incredible stat line here. They looked amazing as a squad. They're getting ready for day 2. There are a lot of teams getting ready for day 2, and unfortunately, a lot of teams' hopes of moving forward. Hey, we have it right here. Who's that MVP? You're the MVP, Flareons.
Yeah, look at the cough. 25 cough. Again, that's knockouts and assists divided by feints. And if it's 0, well, you just kind of assume it's 1, so we can get, you can't divide by 0. So, oh, and we have an interview with our caster selected player of the game, player of the match, Flareon. So up to the stage, take it away.
All right, we are here with our player of the match, Flareons from Lunex Gaming. Now that you have come out of day 1 with a 3-0 sweep, how are the vibes? How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm pretty good. You know, I had a rough performance last land, so it feels good to bounce back and get the, go 6-0 in groups today, and feeling good about tomorrow.
Yes, you have had a pretty incredible performance here today. Now, obviously, you've just come to join Lunex Gaming recently. How do you feel like you're faring in within this group? Like, are you feeling comfortable? I mean, you're looking pretty comfortable.
It took a bit for me to adjust. I feel like just the play style of this team is much more aggressive than I'm used to, so kind of just trying to adjust with that. But I feel like finally I'm starting to get the hang of it, and I feel like I've started to perform a lot better than what I did with them at the start when I started playing with them, especially in LCQ, which I feel like I didn't play very good in, but I feel a lot better now.
Oh, that's good to hear. Definitely translated well with those snipe shots from Inteleon. But before heading on into day number 2, I guess, is there a team that you're most looking forward to going up against or hoping to go up against tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm hoping to play Root Dig. I gotta take him down.
All right, Root Dig, Flareons is looking to take you down. But before we say goodbye to you and get you on your merry way, are there any thank yous or shout outs you'd like to give out to anybody here?
Yeah, shout out to my team. Shout out our manager, Gardenia. Shout out Utano. He's a goated sub. And shout out my mom and my aunt. I love you guys.
Always got to thank the family and friends there. But thank you so much, Flareons, for coming to chat to us. Congratulations to you and Lunex Gaming once again. But let's throw it back to the caster booth.
Oh, that's us. Hello.
Welcome back, everybody. Yeah, great stuff. Flareon's had an amazing game, and it is interesting. I know Flareon's was beating himself up about how they did in the LCQ. They did qualify for Worlds in that tournament, but I don't know if Flareon could secure an objective to save his life. And now he's out here hitting snipe shots 7 out of 7. Incredible stuff. I wanted to take a look not only at our groups, but possibly our graphic of the teams that are still in the hunt for Worlds. Here are our groups here. Again, an interesting one coming up. Evil Geniuses tied with Not Enough Tanks in their group. If they go down against Not Enough Tanks, I think that would mean Evil Geniuses knocked out in the group stage.
Yes, that is what that would mean. Similarly, we have Extinction and Deep Cross Gaming, the other match we have to broadcast to you today. And that one is to see who leaves the group. Extinction, a team that you could say would be Worlds qualified. Deep Cross Gaming traveling across the globe to compete for this last slot. EG on their way to bubble out. At least they're already qualified for Worlds, so they can rest their laurels on that. But Not Enough Tanks with an opportunity to become legends today.
And it looks like Group D here, Rush Hour is 2-1, which would move them on to day 2 with Lunex Gaming in the number 1 spot for Group D. Heading over to Group E, DreamMax already qualified for day 2. Citadel Gaming qualified for day 2. And it looks like our Group F is also sorted out here, right, Dupes? Next, we got 2Z30, IX21. So we know a lot of what day 2 is going to look like. Hopefully we can get a bracket or a look at what that might be near the end of our broadcast. But I want to take a look at the teams still in the hunt for their world's spot right here. And as we talked about earlier in the broadcast, a lot of competitors here, if they are grayed out, they put on a valiant effort, but they are not able to get that world spot. We still have quite a few in the hunt. Citadel Gaming and Extinction are both in the hunt for their spot still. And man, sorry, not Citadel, I apologize. Deep Cross Gaming and Extinction still in the hunt. And they are going to be going up against each other very soon. Where's Extinction? Am I blind? I must be.
It's not in alphabetical order, which is crazy to me.
I've got to just be missing it. Am I nuts? Where's Extinction?
What we
Bring up the Talus Strider.
What we do know is Mammo's Moving Company also not making it here into our day number 2, and I believe they should be grayed out as we have the Telestrator up. I don't know if we're actually going to use that.
I don't know if we can.
Didn't go great last time. Anyways, long story short, a lot of great teams contending for Worlds. This went completely off the rails, and who would have thought that?
You know, a lot of what we've done in this little chunk here has gone completely off the rails. I want to say, I don't think we've been the most helpful. I think we've straight up been adversarial to it going well. But at the same time, you know, we didn't create the graphic. We just asked for it. That's all.
That's also true. I'm sure we've got time to kill, right? Can we get the groups up again? At this point, I'm super confused as to where we are.
You want to see?
Doesn't matter. Nope, doesn't matter. Can we go to break, production? Should we go to break?
That is the question, is whether or not we're going to a break. And I know that up next, this is going to be one of the matches of the day. We've been talking about it. Extinction versus Deep Cross Gaming. One of these two teams you could easily see going to Worlds. One of them cannot, because whoever wins